last time, we opened with Carter, tied up and captured, being interrogated and tortured by Strat. Fortune, Ripa, and Old Smoky all participated in trying to get him to tell them where the embryo was, but he held strong through it, despite some pretty brutal stuff done to him. Meanwhile, Sol, Memory and Ricky were talking with Agent R and the lone gunman about their next move. They managed to set up a trade, the embryo for Carter. As they talked, they theorized about Old Smoky's possible motives and came to agree that it was probably just trying to wipe out the frontier. And as the talks were made, everyone agreed that R would be the one to carry the embryo to said trade. Clive's descent to becoming commander of the unit was completely solidified. He had a horrifying vision of a possible future, and then was presented with what seemed to be a battle in his own psyche. On one hand, the unit, Clive, and on the other, himself. To fight the possible wrongs of the future, he aligned with Unit Clive and awoke from his nightmare, doubling down on their plans with Scar, and the reveal of their new ally, Mad Max the Mandalorian. While this was going on, Colt was still being beaten and interrogated by his mother in the Triple Office. He told them what little he knew, which left them even more upset. Elsewhere on the same planet where the kids in Agent R were, Ash and his group had arrived at the place where Colt was healed and found it abandoned. After that, Krellin led them to the trade-off site. While they were headed there, the trade-off happened. Carter was pushed out of the van, and Agent R was riddled with bullets as he handed the embryo to Ripa. Ash and the group arrived afterwards, and after some scolding, the kids were taken home along with the dead body of Agent R, but not before he gave a data disk to them. Icy was pulled away from a good time with the family to deal with said situation. The kids were debriefed and questioned on their parts in the matter before being scolded heavily and sent back to the apartment, where every one of the kids was summoned. There, Sasha came in and made it clear that the next time they lost or lied, they're separated, the squad is done, and all their little hopes and dreams go up in smoke. Ricky was sent home for the day first, while the rest of the kids were told to clean, then go home. Everyone that night tried to have as good of a time as they could with the heavy circumstances, and a little later, they were at the beach house having a good time. Things started to look up slightly, even if the sting of the kids' actions were going to remain for a long time, and I believe that is everything.
Clive putting the analog key into the big titanium triple reinforced steel door coming into Area 51 to check on Scar. Go.
Unit. Unit. As he walks into Area 51 holding his katana and
Cattle prod.
cattle prod. His cattle prod. And he walks in. Scar, my man, where are you?
He sees Scar incredibly engrossed in his work with his top-of-the-line chemistry set, working very hard. Scar didn't even hear a word he said.
Oh my god. He will walk in and use the hilt of the katana to do the shave and a haircut 2 bits knock on the door. Scar, my man, what's going on? How's my main chemist doing?
I'm getting close. I'm getting close, brother man.
Getting close, mate, eh? Well, show me what you got so far, at least. Come on now.
Well, I'm getting close to making this sucker airborne.
Airborne, huh? As Clive leans against the doorframe and starts to tap the hilt of the katana against his helmet.
That's right. And if I can perfect it, tertialize it, make it airborne, Carter and Thomas don't stand a fucking chance.
No, they don't, mate. No, they don't. If it's airborne, then, well, we won't have to convince them to drink anything, right? Like, did you know that I tried to give Thomas a cup of orange juice, right? And that little bastard knew that it was roofied somehow, and he wouldn't drink it. He just looked at me and closed his eyes and started shaking his head, and he pointed at me and started to cry, and I had to run away.
There's more to that little cocksucker than meets the eye. I wish his parents... Is that a katana?
Yeah, now it's a katana hype. I got some
Cattle prod?
And a cattle prod, yes, mate. He'll take the cattle prod, flip it around so the hilt is facing Scar, and point it out to him for him to take it.
He'll take it, push the button, and ignite. What's the mission?
Well, it's quite simple, mate. I heard that my beautiful daughter and the fatso, they're gonna be going to the store, right? They're gonna
Why
be...
does she associate with her? I will never understand.
Well, think about it, mate. Carter Ruffy's my beautiful daughter, and my beautiful daughter then does not have the mental faculties to not associate with people such as the paraplegic or the fatso, you know what I mean?
I'm getting sick of seeing Colt walking around, to be honest with you.
Yeah, like he deserves it. You think on the unit, if we ever got paralyzed, we would have gotten fixed like that? No, sorry, we would have had to...
Misappropriation of military funds to heal him.
Mhm.
And probably Patricia's money.
And
We never misappropriate anything.
No, we do not. I mean, he gestures towards the chemistry set. That is a required finance that we put onto Patricia's card, and you know what? She hasn't said anything about it, so she accepts it.
By the way, Xavier University finally sent me my fucking diplomas and degrees. Check it out.
He holds up the the diploma. Oh my god, finally! What's it taking them, like 20 years to get this to you?
I wanted to have a hard copy so I could say, hey Laz, you're not the only one. So shut the fuck up and get shit on, you pinko cunt. Tired of her flaunting the fact she has a degree around. You know what? I'm just sick of it. He shrugs and shakes his head. It's always, oh, my degree, allow me to teach me. What is that degree doing for her? Okay, tell me, what's it doing, Clive? What, Carter's still fucking everything left, right, and center. Soul's still over 500 pounds.
It's doing nothing for her. It's doing nothing for the family, to be honest. In fact, I think it's done less than nothing. It's done jack shit, to be honest, man.
And she just used their mother's money to go to college.
Yeah, I mean, just like everything with those kids, all they ever did was use their mother's money for it. She's no... Well, of course, she's better than Carter. Let's not talk too bad about her, but that pinko bitch, she's no better than Soul, in my opinion.
I agree. She loves to flaunt it in people's face. And it's about time someone flaunts it in her face back to say, look, your degree don't mean that much. I got one. And I'm not a fucking egghead. I'm a frontline combatant. Thank you.
I agree. I mean, you should show her it sometime today if you're able to.
I plan to. Well, this is fucking boxing match Patricia's got lined up. We got better things to do than play pretend boxer with Frederick. But if it'll break, here, I want to show you something. Carter's mind control, then I guess it's worth our time.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree.
So, I've been doing some research, Commander. Come on in here to the hangar bay with me.
Of course, lead the way, mate.
The UFO actually looks like it's being actively worked on and fixed up. He sees a big engine next to the UFO that's leaning against the wall.
Whoa, what you doing here, mate? As he walks up to the engine and starts checking it out.
Well, you need a break every once in a while from working in the chemistry room, in the bioengineering labs, as it's really called. I've been researching weapon systems called active denial systems, ADS.
Okay, what are active denial systems, mate?
So, weapons that are technically speaking non-lethal and cover a wide area of effect, because we have to be careful. We don't want to hit any of the sheep Carter has under his control. Could you imagine if we hurt Patricia, for example? I'd never be able to live with myself if we clipped Hale or Rebecca.
Any of them who are, in all terms, innocent in this matter, or like Memory Ann, for example. Oh, God.
Now, we all know Carter is epileptic. He pauses and looks at the UFO.
Yeah, no, right. All that lightning in his brain, it causes a static, and that static can go haywire and then cause him to have seizures. I know.
Scar pulls out a gigantic disco ball.
I think I see where you're going with this, mate. You want to attach the disco ball to the bottom of the UFO.
What
So it
better way to use it?
exactly, exactly. So it'll rotate and flashing lights, of course, cause epileptic seizures, and Carter is, of course, epileptic.
And we can even get him while he sleeps. If I can get this thing airborne, the UFO hovering over his house, we activate the ADS, disco ball does the work, Carter will wake up, go, what's going on? Grab his little fake sword of man, come out, and hopefully fall into a seizure. Then we can murder him.
Yeah, no, I love that idea, mate. I absolutely love it. I just gotta ask you though. Not that I, question your capabilities at all, but do you have, experience with aeronautic engineering, mate?
Oh, my alma mater, Xavier University of Louisiana, all my electives were in aeronautics and flying. You ever hear the term updraft?
I, I think I've heard updrafts before. Yeah, mate. No.
With a disc-shaped vessel like this, it's all in the updraft. You know, it's pretty simple. You would pass the classes in 5 minutes. Trust me.
Oh, okay. He puts his hands up, and I have complete faith in you. Like, once it's ready, I would want to take it on like a little test drive, maybe, or around the lane, so we don't, mess up on the actual mission before we do the actual mission, though, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely, as long as none of the civs see this is classified stuff. This vehicle. I don't want Carter to catch wind of this. He's got that big fucking nose, and he's suspicious of everything. The little fucking weasel.
Yeah, no, this right here is some real black bag shit right here.
I'm gonna need Patricia's card, by the way. I need to build a wind tunnel to test the updraft on the vessel, on the UFO. Probably like 45, 50 million credits. She won't mind.
No, she wouldn't. He waves his hand at him. I mean, if anyone understands what the unit is doing, it would be her. She wants Carter gone just as much as we do, mate.
Well, she is the one who birthed the little fucking cocksucker. And fucking the Antichrist Thomas.
And Thomas, and the fatso, and the egomaniac that is Laz.
Oh, God. There are days I just want to shove this fist. He'll make a fist right down Laz's throat. I'm sick of hearing about her degree.
So am I, mate, honestly.
Does she think she's the only one who's ever went to school ever? Did they just build her college just for her? Little fucking cunt.
I do love Laz, I really do, but when she brings up that goddamn diploma, it makes something go up in my head, and I just start to hate her, mate, like hate her.
Well, I think it's too much time around Carter. He's starting to rub off on her, and she's always been a pinko bitch to begin with, so...
Very true, very true. I mean, there's not much we could change about her being a pinko bitch.
I don't know how Oz puts up with living with that. I couldn't stand 5 minutes living with her.
Honestly, neither could I. You put me in a room alone with her for 5 minutes, I'm bound to take this katana and stab it right through my chest, mate.
She thinks she's hot shit. Oh, wait a minute. Cattle prod. What are we doing with these? He looks over at Clyde. You said that Fatso and your daughter are going out together for what? What are we doing with these?
So they're getting stuff to make pies. Apple and blueberry pies. You know that amazing apple pie that Mark.
Oh, blueberry for the cool. He waves the cattle prod around. Gotta make her favorite because she's on the coal. Never on time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm never on time.
She's gonna be there to eat the pie. Why even waste the effort?
Well, when she gets there, it's probably gonna be ice fucking cold because another ice age has passed by, mate.
God, what a waste of fucking credits. Okay, so pie, yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to the store to get pie, and of course, Carter is gonna be there, and I assume Colt is also going to be there because him and Soul, and he's able to walk around now and all. But Carter's gonna be at the store. Unprotected, mate. Unprotected and vulnerable. I propose that us as the unit, me and you, the two most important members of the unit, we stage a bit of an ambush at the store when he least expects it. You know what I mean?
Oh, who's he? What's it? He hits his mask tomorrow, right? Isn't GL coming for dinner tomorrow? Is that what they're making the pies for?
Yeah, no, and Benny and Elizabeth are making the.
Ugh, I'm so sick of Elizabeth.
I'm sure, trust me, I am too. Oh, look at me! I'm so small, and yet I'm pretty damn capable. Well, you
Oh,
know
she
what?
turned down our offer to play tough. I'm done with her. I've washed my paws of that little piece of shit. She's just like her mother. Thinks she's too good for our product. Just like her goddamn mother. And you know what? Just like her mother, she's probably out having affairs. Because we all know Davine had an affair to have Nicole. Nicole doesn't look anything like Hunk. Looks a lot like Davine, though.
A lot like Davine. I mean, just the elvish ears alone.
And JJ doesn't look a goddamn thing like his father.
No, he does not. Again, the elvish ears doesn't look anything like their fathers, and yet they still have the elvish ears and were birthed by Davine. So that tells you all you need to know, doesn't it, mate?
All you gotta do with Davine is look at her, lick your tongue, slick your eyebrows back, and she's gonna spread them. I feel terrible for Hunk. He should have never got with that whore.
He should never. Honestly, he should have probably just stayed alone and far off in whatever place he was stationed at in the military before all this terrible stuff happened to him.
She's a gold digger. Turning around, shrugging at Clyde.
Yeah,
Clearly, she's a gold digger. Patricia is Hunk's daughter. She knew Patricia was worth a lot of money. That's why she married him. Patricia looks just like her father.
She does. I mean, just
so is Julius. He fucking what do you call it? Strung out Patricia for years with that Izzy whore, which we took care of Izzy. You remember Baghdad? But anyway, yeah.
I do remember Baghdad. We had to garrote Izzy and everything like that. It was an ordeal, mate. But I mean, just spread a wad of cash in front of Davine, and you know what she'll do to you. She'll jump your bones like no tomorrow, And he turns to the side and spits, forgetting he has a mask on, so the spit just stays in his mask.
I got a mind to fucking ask Davine to be in the ring tomorrow with Frederick and just beat the fuck out of her too, but we all know that ain't gonna happen. Fucking gold digger, her and the fucking weasel, gold fucking diggers.
Gold diggers, mate. And I mean, even if we did ask, either of them to be in the ring, they're significant others that I suspect they've brainwashed, mate, honestly.
Hunk is clearly brainwashed. Who would get walked away from that many times and still tolerate that woman? I would have kicked Davine's ass to the curb years ago, and then I would have ran her over with a car.
I agree, mate. I would have done the same exact thing. Kick her ass to the curb and then ran her over with the car. I couldn't have said it better myself.
I mean, everything I send to her and Benjamin for video game material, they turn down or they just don't get back to me. Clive Troid Prime, Clive Troid Unit Fusion, no responses, which means no.
I mean, not only is Elizabeth probably going out and having affairs with, whoever looks at her the right way, but she's lazy as well. I suspect that most of the, offers we make or ideas we send to her, they go through her first. She doesn't even let Benny to have a chance to look at them. She just takes them, crumples it up, and throws it in the trash next to him, mate. That's what I think is happening.
How does she get the job offer to be the next CEO of Snarf's Workshop when Memory Ann is available, and so is your wife? Suletta loves games. I mean, hello.
She's like the biggest gamer on the lane, mate. I don't understand it. It could be just another way of Carter trying to get into this.
No. It's Davine. It's Davine. Patricia. Davine has always had Patricia's ear. She favors Patricia.
She does.
Patricia favors her. There's no tension between the two of them. Never has been. That's because Patricia provides the greens, the bills, and Davine's happy.
Davine's happy, and she provides the mothership that poor, naive, stupid Pequod always needed, and she easily manipulates people because of that.
Manipulated her father, manipulated her, manipulates the fucking deity of time, manipulates them all.
I would suspect no less other than the reason that I see the deity of time is always late to everything is because, Davine is talking her ear off about this or that or whatever affair she's had that week.
Probably. And Nicole's loyal to Davine, not her father.
That is for damn sure. That is for damn sure. The poor girl thinks she's the favorite. No. Pequod's the favorite. We all know that.
Back in the apartment days, when you were there, you remember Nicole and Davine were always getting into arguments over Davine being in the gym too much.
All the time. And then, one day she just sort of stopped arguing with her, and you know that smile, that dopey smile she always has when she's around Davine. That, oh, look at me, I'm the deity of your time, and this is my mom.
Ugh.
I know, and she calls her that stupid little nickname. What is it, Scott? What is it again?
Ice cream. Istrum.
Honestly, I can't tell the difference between the two of them.
That's just a made-up word. Davine just made it up.
I am fluent in Elvish, mate.
And Ancient Elvish.
And Ancient Elvish. And, believe it or not, Ancient Anovian as well.
And Latin.
And Latin. I speak Latin. Me and you speak Latin all the time. Like, what? You know what this means. Cogito ergo sum. You know what I mean, mate?
Yeah, I fucking hate Carter.
Exactly, mate. But anyway, Istrum comes up in no places in my mental dictionary or any goddamn physical dictionary that I've ever read through, and I've read through quite a few physical dictionaries on Ancient Elvish, Latin, Ancient Anovian, so on and so forth.
I think it's just a play on words. Istrum, illegitimate. She is the illegitimate daughter of Hunk because Davine had an affair. Fucking whore.
You see, mate, that's why you're the brains of the unit. That's why you're the chemist. I never would have realized that, mate. That's the degrees talking, mate. That's the degrees talking right there.
Well, GL put me through the best college. This college was only for Leogans, actually. Holding the diploma, smiling at it deeply.
You know what? I always sort of wondered, mate, and forgive me if this is insensitive or not, but I always did sort of wonder why GL didn't put me through the same school, and I got my answer now. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I didn't know that.
Only for Leogans, the most illustrious Leogan Academy in the world.
That is... Goddamn, mate.
Our people smiling at the degree.
Yeah, people, mate. He will walk over to Scar and put his arm around him and shake him slightly. Yeah, goddamn people, mate.
I feel like I let him down. Thomas is on the rise. Carter's still roofie in memory, Ann.
No, mate. No. Don't feel like you've let them down, mate.
Edith Finch.
We all let Edith down, mate. Don't try to put that kind of burden on your own shoulders all by yourself. We all let Edith down. All these problems, all these issues, all the entirety of the unit's burden, mate. It's too much for one man to handle, believe me. I've tried.
Now we're backed into a corner. Frederick and Samuel Frederick guaranteed. Samuel 80-20. Krellin, I don't think yet. Because he just he just got back as of recent full-time deployment with the unit. They're under mind control.
Yeah.
We've never had a breach like this. Bragg was breached. Carter took a piss all over our buildings.
He closes his eyes and starts shaking his head. To your knowledge, mate, I just have to ask, to your knowledge, does Carter know about Area 51?
No, nobody does. Nobody has a fucking clue.
Good. Very, very good. If he found out about Area 51 and then somehow, someway got through that, a high-tech, doll that we spent millions on, all hope would be lost, honestly. I don't know. I don't know if I could bounce back from that personally.
Well, it's the lack of sand. It throws them off when they look in this direction. Creates a mirage.
True. They probably don't even know that Groom Lake doesn't even have sand, so they're probably going crazy, you know what I mean?
Not even that fine piece of ass the current Ranger General knows about Area 51.
Well, I mean, she is no GL, so I don't think she should ever know, mate.
No, and I'm starting to think Carter's got her wrapped around his little pinky.
I think so. You think he makes a circle with one hand and puts a finger through the circle.
Oh yeah. Just take a good look at her. Same with her daughter Samantha. They like it up the anus. Those type of women. You can tell just by looking at them. And then you got Carter in play, it's over for you.
Clive crosses his arms and shakes his head.
You know Carter prefers his victims not to have a clean anus when he goes in. He's a sicko.
I know, mate. Trust me. I took the classes on how to protect your anus along with you, mate, and they always told you have a very clean anus, and well, you put two and two together, mate, and it's just obvious, isn't it?
I mean, there was a time I could cast spells. I was a greater spellcaster than Nicole. Carter drained the mana out of my anus.
He took the mana. I remember that now. Carter wasn't able to cast spells until after he had his way with you, for the simplest of terms, mate.
Beirut,
mate. He wasn't able to cast spells before that point.
No, he took it. He drained it out of my anus, ate it like pudding.
He ate it like pudding, and then after that it was, lightning strike this, lightning strike that, yada yada yada. That he shakes his
Static
head.
discharge this.
Static discharge this. The electrical overload that. It was. I'm sorry that happened to you, mate. I remember the beautiful spells you were able to cast back in the day.
That's alright. Ash is the real hero of that, as his wrist computer goes off. Oh! Look at this. Follow me, Commander.
Oh, of course.
Commander, he'll hold the door open to the control room.
He'll walk into the control room.
Now, I got a tracker. I had Mad Max put a GPS in his right ass cheek. He's searching for Carter right now. He's in downtown New York.
Downtown New York. Do you really think Carter would be there?
He smiles and turns and looks at Clive. Of course. That fucking bitch Samantha's favorite self-serve coffee shop is down there.
And we all know that Carter's favorite bitch is Samantha.
Oh. Carter wants her to huck to and spit on his thing.
Goddamn right he does. I just hope against all hope that he does not do that. She does not do that for him. I know it's probably useless to hope, but I still have it, mate.
I got a private, personal question for you.
Sure, mate, shoot.
How many fucking tubes of hair gel do you think that cocksucker JJ uses to get that weird, pompous hairdo he's got going on?
Like
We talking 30, 40 a day? Like, what do you think?
Per day? Oh, that's a good question.
Like a cockatoo.
I would say probably around 45 to 50, somewhere within that range, mate.
Goddamn, I don't think I could get my hair to do anything like that with double that. He must spend hours every morning doing it like a fucking gaybo.
I agree. only a gaybo would do something like that, mate.
I'll never understand what Samantha sees in that man.
Neither will I. Honestly, mate, neither will I. Well, you know what? It probably is. Like mother, like son. You know what I mean? Probably brainwashed her or something like that.
Brainwashed her, and he's whoring himself out to every woman out there.
You
You know, I heard a story that she had a crush on him since like high school, and occasionally vice versa, because she would be down here at the lane sparingly every once in a while. But she was like a real go-getter as a child, always doing sports and, after school stuff. I don't know what those are really, but so she was never around like that fucking paraplegic cult motherfucker. Anywho's, and they had like a crush on one another apparently. He passed her up when he administered his ODM little Gabo Davines school tests, her basic training course.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. No, I remember, mate. I remember.
So he
that.
was whoring himself out back then.
He was whoring himself out to the prettiest thing that had eyes, mate. And he passed up quite possibly one of the best things that could have happened to him. And then he realized what he passed up, and then he tried to.
He had to have it. He's he's a pig. He has to have it. Gluttony.
Exactly. If he had a sin, one of the 7 deadly sins, it would be him. It would be either gluttony or lust, mate, or maybe a combination of the two. I'm not sure which one outweighs the other.
Is there a sin for overconsumption of hair gel?
That would be gluttony, mate. That would be gluttony.
Well, then he's definitely gluttony. Little
Hey.
prick.
You know what? No, never mind, mate. Never mind. It would be pride. Definitely pride.
Pride, and she hates that hair of his too. So.
Oh, absolutely. Who wouldn't hate that hair of his? I mean, come on. I see that hair, and it makes me want to gag. That's why I got the high and tight. Always and forever, mate. High and tight. You know what I mean?
I vaguely remember when he came back from basic, she screamed joy, a joyous scream, when she saw he had the high and tight, but then he wanted his little Gabo hairdo back.
I remember that, mate. I was standing there, and he came in, and I remember she was pacing across the hallway, back and forth, and, it looked like a crackhead waiting to get her next hit. She was so anxious to
Fucking
see him.
Hazel, ugh.
It looked exactly like Hazel waiting for Carter. Anyway, he walked in, she saw him, her eyes started to well up with tears, her smile on her face, it was the biggest I've ever seen it, and she did like that little girlish scream of happiness, and she looked just so happy, mate, so happy. And then, well, Nicole had to ruin it all.
Now taking orders from Davine, illegitimate Istrom.
Illegitimate Istrom. You should call it that, mate. I think that would be a good idea. It's a funny nickname, in my opinion.
I just might, but you know what? Between you and me, I'm a little more focused on this fight with Frederick. I'm gonna load my boxing gloves with quarters. I suggest you do the same.
Clive strokes his chin.
You know what, mate? I think we might just have to do that. 110% make sure.
I got
that
brass
he's-
knuckles here, too, that will hurt like fuck. I got 4 pairs of them.
4 pairs of them. Load our gloves up with quarters, put on the brass knuckles, and then stick our hands in the gloves and tape them up. That's how we'll have to go about it, mate.
This ain't about making money for the family. This is about freeing Frederick from his mind control.
I agree, and you know what, mate? As long as we don't have Frederick on our side,
He closes his eyes and shakes his head.
I don't foresee a future where we win this war, mate.
How do you win a war without your radio, man?
You don't. You take out communications, and an entire army falls apart. That's just the thick and thin of it, honestly, mate.
Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, yep. Mad Max, he's entering Lower Manhattan right now.
Okay.
He strokes his chin.
ETA to the coffee shop.
25 minutes. He's a little out of shape, Commander.
Yeah, that's understood. You think after Baghdad, I got my arm broken, and I got it all fixed up and stuff. I was completely in shape and ready to go for 10 seconds afterwards. No, it took some time for me to get ready. It took some time for me.
Well, I mean, after you get that catheter surgery and get it stuck up in there and a butt plug, you ain't gonna walk the same for a while. Believe me, I know. I got a butt plug in right now.
No, understood, mate. Understood. If I went through half of what you went through, I would be. I would be using all the precautions to my advantage, mate.
Well, you gotta remember, if you get a butt plug, it's gotta be rubber. Rubber doesn't conduct electricity.
Exactly. Because even if you had like a metal butt plug up in there, he could still rape your anus with the use of electricity.
He'll fry your ass first, then he'll go in for the barbecue.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. Having all this knowledge of Carter, sometimes it feels like too much for one man to handle.
Permission to start animal testing. Animal trials.
Clive thinks for a second, puts a hand onto Scar's shoulder.
Permission granted.
Perfect. I've got some conies in storage up here that I caught earlier this morning, so I'm gonna get back to work. We gotta be up at Gateway though for some type of press conference for the boxing match. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to go do that, and then get prepared for the boxing match and everything like that. And keep in mind, mate, we still got that mission. He holds up the katana. We still got that mission to go on. Keep that in mind.
Well, we knocked the fuck out of Frederick's pretty little face tonight, and tomorrow we make some Carter sushi.
Yes, we do, mate.
He gently punches him in the arm.
Yes, we do.
Scar putting his arm around Clive, big smile on his face. All smiles, not here, but all smiles back at Area 51 as Ricky, Carter, Soul, Colt, Memory Ann stand off 1,000 yards away watching a funeral take place. Ash listening to Towns deliver a nice speech about how important Agent R was to the trajectory of Towns' life. And career, Julius listening, Pequod listening, Icy listening, Sasha looking right like this. She's noticed them since they got here. Just glaring at Soul. Memory Ann rubbing Carter's shoulders. Nothing escapes the gaze of the Ranger General. She's staring you down, I think, Carter.
Carter looks at Sasha and then at his twin sister and back at Marianne.
I think she's hitting both the twins at this point, honey.
Kissing Soul on the head.
I think she's looking at one more than the other.
Yeah, I would say so. I've gotten that glare a couple times from my mom.
Soul nods. Her eyes are completely bloodshot. She's been crying the entire time they've been here, looking at the funeral occurring in front of her.
Colt will kiss her on the cheek.
It's not like I don't deserve it. I am the reason he's dead, after all. So she
Drac
shrugs.
is the reason he's dead.
She opens her mouth and closes it and looks at Memoran. I would like to believe that. I really would.
He never would have come out of retirement if Strat wasn't a thing.
And there wouldn't have been, and those bugs wouldn't have been there without him, without them either.
Yeah, but if I just wasn't an idiot and if I didn't believe something at face value, trust me, I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all that I fixed you, but if I didn't believe something at face value right off the bat, he would probably still be alive. That's why I think it's my fault.
Who do you blame, the scammer or the scammy?
And the grifters.
You were a
Carter
mark.
puts a hand on her shoulder and squeezes it slightly. It's not your fault. Strat's the one who pulled the trigger. Strat's the one who killed him. He looks down at her. We might have messed up a couple times. That might have played a small part in it. But we're okay. He was just doing his job, protecting us. And he did a good job at it. I'm sure he doesn't blame us for a second for what happened, okay?
He lived in the shadows, shrugging.
She turns to look at Memory Ann, nods, and looks at Carter and puts a hand on her hand on the hand that's on her shoulder and squeezes it for him.
He was fucking good, shaking his head. I never heard my dad even talk about this guy before. I wonder how many of those missions he was on, just keeping an eye on us now. I mean, we saw him at the demonic invasion, but there was a couple others.
He was probably on all of them.
Just hiding in the shadows some way, somehow, to the point where we never noticed him. He was... Well, let's face it, he was probably the best person they could have chosen for the job.
Just think if we had been more of a normal squad. Less drama, less fighting, less relationship issue-y. We probably never would have been sent on that mission to investigate a ghost ship at that Saturday. And never gotten involved. She shrugs, kisses Carter on the cheek.
Imagine that, a world where we're not head over heels through the looking glass down the rabbit hole.
The throwaway job given to the losers turned out to be a lot more than I think even our parents thought.
We got dropped into something way above 90% of people's pay grade.
Carter nods. The thing is, if we didn't find it then, well, he looks at Ricky. Your dad probably would have found it eventually, but if we didn't find it then, we wouldn't have nearly as big of a chance to take on Strat as we do now, would we have?
I mean, we're the ones who helped get them the direction of where the Pinto was going that day.
We took down Port Nowhere. That slowed them down a good amount. He shrugs. He looks at all of them. If it wasn't for us, Strat would be, instead of just 2 steps ahead of us, 20 steps ahead of us at this point. If we weren't sent on that Strat Array mission, we would have been ducks in the water at this point, I think.
There's probably universes out there where that happened. But we're in the right one. Even if it means a really good dude had to die.
Multiple really good dudes had to die.
Strat's stacking up the body count, that's for sure. Rubbing Soul's shoulders.
She puts a hand onto Colt's hand now.
We can't let them get another count on us. We can't let them take another person we care about.
Oh, they won't. No surrendering next time.
No loss. Next
Nah.
time.
The only way they're taking one of us from now on is if they take all of us.
Do you think she really means that? Do you think she'd actually split us up? Look at her, Memory Ann. Memory Ann looks... Oh, she's still glaring at us, yeah. Well, Soul, I think.
So nods.
I think she means it more than she even said she meant it.
My dad had something he used to say. He said there were 3 constants in life. Death, taxes, and the Ranger Generals following through on their word.
I believe it now, looking at her.
Carter nods. Yeah, most definitely believe her, right? We're just not going to lose again. And then that threat of hers, I don't think it's a threat, I think it's more of a promise. That promise of hers is not going to come to fruition. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to lie, that's for damn sure. Never doing anything like that again. We're not
Keep going as Soul sees the casket get lowered into the ground.
Soul's hands start to shake as Colt can tell she starts to get weak in the knees and almost starts to fall down.
Oh, he'll wrap his arms around her and hold.
If it comes to something like that, I'm not coming home to get split up. I'm going home in a body bag.
I just realized something. I can't believe it. Looking at Ricky and then putting her head on Carter's shoulders. They're burying him right next to Bastion out here.
You think that was done on purpose?
Oh, I'm fucking sure.
Just makes it easier to visit old friends.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. He doesn't laugh. He holding Soul. That's one way to look at it.
That is most certainly one way to look at it. He looks at the 3 graves. Another way to look at it is another constant reminder of how we fucked up. But oh well. He cracks his neck. No point in reminiscing about the past, what could have been done. Just gotta recognize that mistakes were made, things could have been done differently, and we just have to push forward with that knowledge. As he looks down, and Memory Ann can see some tears start to fall onto the grass below him.
She'll wipe them away and kiss him on the cheek and hold it there.
Yeah. And especially right where we are. You better not talk like that, or I think Bash will rise from the dead and smack you upside the head, Carter.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Okir would probably be joining him shortly after.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Throwing some dirt on the casket as the robots begin burying it. The priest.
Soul lets out a small squeak when she sees the dirt get thrown into the grave, and she closes her eyes and looks away.
I'm sure the boys have got a cold one waiting for R when he gets to the other side.
Maybe some ice cream. He chuckled. He loved his ice cream.
I think Okir
Carter.
might have something to say about ice cream.
Carter lets out a chuckle and shakes his head. We'll probably have a bit of a banner up, saying something like B Squadron Heroes or something like that. Welcome to the club, Asian R. Nice to see you here.
Goddamn kids got you killed too, didn't they?
Carter rubs his mouth and lets out a pretty sad-sounding chuckle and nods. Well, he shrugs. At least he'll be up there with some pretty damn good guys then.
Funeral goers start leaving. The priest will do the final blessings as the funeral goers start to leave. Pequod just lets out a sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose.
Julius, with his arm wrapped around her, his other arm rubbing the side of her arm. It's an absolute damn shame.
Only we could have got him killed.
We do have a pretty damn good track record of it, don't we?
It's not our fault. Shrugging.
No, we know whose fault it is.
Julius nods. Still doesn't feel great. We dragged the man out of retirement, and then this happens to him. It still doesn't feel great, even though it's not, completely our fault.
That's the burden of command. You gotta be willing to live on when you put the wrong person out there.
If anybody's fault, it's whoever was in charge before Pequod's dad. No military needs a group like Strat.
And at the end of the day, Smokey's the one who decided to go rogue and do all of this.
Operate without impunity, no rules and regulations, no check, access to black budget. Nobody but the people at the top should have authority over stuff like that.
That much power with no governing? It's absolute. And what do they say about absolute power?
All to kill fucking goofy terrorists.
Julius shakes his head. Absolute corruption. He rubs his eyes and then his temples. He looks at Downs. Pretty damn good speech, dude.
Thanks. He nods his head, looking at the priest. He was a cool dude. Helped me catch up on going from Gallia to highly futuristic world. Agent O wasn't all about that. Agent R definitely was.
So that's 3 Galileans that he, in one form or another, helped along.
Well, if you count the kids, more than 3. Chuckling.
Yeah, good, I don't know. 2, 3, 4, another 4 onto that, so about 7, 8, I think.
Did you see the way his wife was crying?
Yeah. Yeah, she was. He looks at the ground for a couple seconds, his eyes getting wide, and then he snaps back. She was heartbroken.
Well, they'd been married for how long? Be grateful you never have to die.
Trust me, Nicole, I am very thankful for that.
Insisting on handing the condolence letters to the spouses of rangers that have died under my command, you never get used to it.
What are you looking at? Tapping Sasha on the shoulder. She's zoned the hell out. Look at her.
Julius looks over at her. Sasha, are you okay?
She nods her head over to the kids.
He looks over at the kids. Ah, now I see what you're looking at.
Too ashamed to come to the service, so they chose to watch from the tree line. That's... I'm leaving. She leaves!
Julius sighs heavily. He rubs his forehead. Oh my god.
When will they ever grow the fuck up? Our kids, anyway.
Ricky should have been here.
I think a few events in their life recently have definitely assisted them in growing up. We might just have to give them some time on some fronts, I think.
Let's go. She looks very angrily at Carter, and mostly her daughter, actually, not Carter.
Let me know if you need anything.
Come on, you're coming with us, let's go.
Understood. Should we just leave them?
Yeah, let them find their own way back.
Fine by me.
Sasha? He's tapping her on the shoulder. Whatever, she'll find her own way back, I guess, too. She's just glaring at Sol.
We'll see you there, General.
No, I'm coming. She'll walk backwards, looking at Sol.
And Julius looks at Sasha, lets out a bit of a chuckle. You're really good at mad dogging people, I gotta give you that much, Sasha.
She learned from the best. Oh, GL.
Oh, GL. She certainly did learn from the best. As he rubs his jawline, still feel that pistol whip sometimes.
Pequod will turn, look at the casket. All the money from the boxing match goes to his family, but what the hell does money matter? Can't bring him back.
It doesn't matter much, but it helps. The charitable foundation that is under KFC is going to be donating to him as well.
It'll make Krellin happy. Nodding her head.
I was going to ask, do you mind if I rename it the Krellin Foundation?
No, I think he'd like that. He misses you. He'll be happy to see you tonight.
Well, I'll always be happy to see my friend, and I think it'll be a good gift to him.
Pequod will look one more time at the kids and walk off. Yeah. You okay? Kissing her on the cheek.
I don't know. I think...
She looks at Colt.
I think given some time I might be okay.
She shrugs.
Grief is hard.
Me and Ricky got these flowers. You want to go up and put them with the rest?
She looks at the flowers, then looks at Carter, and Carter shrugs. If you want to. She looks at Colt.
I don't really think I deserve to do that.
You want me to go? Me and Ricky can go.
Yeah, I'll go.
She thins her lips. Carter looks at Colt and Ricky. And then Sol looks at them too.
That would be nice, please.
Yeah. They will go up to place the flowers as the priest is still here noticing them. Oh, you're late. Turning around, smiling at Ricky.
Yeah, we
Funeral's over.
I know, I'm sorry, sir. We got hung up. Just wanted to pay our respects to R.
No problem at all. He'll step out of the way and gesture to the grave.
Ricky's gonna walk up and put his down on it. Thanks, old man.
We'll do the same.
Thanks, old man. Thanks for not letting me know what was about to happen.
Marianne watching Colt and Ricky from a distance. Are you sure you don't want to go up? Last chance. We have to get going either way.
Carter looks down at his feet, then back at Marianne. Locks his jaw.
You don't have to. Just know that we have to leave soon.
He puts a hand onto Sol's shoulder, and he's actually gonna start not pushing her up with him, but he's gonna make her walk up with him.
Oh, more latecomers closing his Bible.
Carter nods. We apologize for the lateness, sir.
It's okay. He'll be here for you.
He gives him a sad smile and then walks up next to her. Walks up next to the grave, leans down to Sol. Closure is important, Sol Rainfall. And he'll get down on one knee and get close to the grave. Sorry for never believing you are. Puts a hand onto the top of the grave and pats it a couple times, and he's gonna step back, and Sol will get down onto her knees.
And I'm sorry for everything. I shouldn't have been stupid. You were probably looking on at me when you found me with just a look of how naive can this girl be, and well, you're right. And I'm sorry for that, sir. And I'm sorry that you died because of it.
Colt will hold her. Let it out. Cry. That's what this is for.
She hugs around herself as she starts to cry.
And I'm sorry that I should have just taken the embryo up with me. I had a better chance of surviving than you did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you died because of me. I'm sorry.
And she just breaks down.
Colt will hold her as Marianne shakes her head and holds Carter.
Carter has his arms crossed. He is fully crying, just staring down at the grave and shaking his head. If I just believed him, we would have had pieces on the board that we could play with, and I could have known, and if I just believed him, a lot of problems would have been solved.
Yeah, and I could have been stronger and faster. Doesn't change anything. Just gotta keep moving forward, right?
Marianne will nod and scratch Carter's scalp. As flashing to the self-serve coffee shop. Well, this side of B Squad's having a good day. Oz making a sandwich for Laz. So, where's the rest, Samantha? They went to the funeral, stirring her drink.
Agent Oz funeral, mate. JJ nodding over to Oz.
Told him not to go, but Carter can't let anything go, so...
He has always been quite hard-headed in that way.
Well, I can understand wanting to go. Here's your sandwich.
Laz smiles at him. Thank you. She gives him a wink, takes one of her a knife that's next to her, cuts it in half, and will put one half up to his mouth.
I can't believe that old dude was on our side the whole time. I thought he was a bad guy, kind of. I don't know why they'd ever... Why would you do that to our squad, really? She looks at Benny.
Elizabeth looks at Benny. Really think about it, Benjamin. Not only are we their kids, so they would probably want some type of, extra protection on our way, but just given the amount of times that we've, she pokes his side slightly. We've, poked their side and been a pain in Strat's side so many times over and over again. She shrugs. You know for a fact that they wanted that even extra layer of protection that Agent R most definitely gave us to keep an eye on us and make sure everything is A-okay.
But B stands for best.
Elizabeth looks at the cup and then at Benny. Sometimes
More like borderline acceptable. Looking at Benny. Oh.
JJ nods. B Squadron hasn't had the best track record, Benjamin. He shrugs. Let's just say you've lost more than you've won. And that alone is argument enough to why Agent R was given to B Squadron.
Yeah, but you weren't there when we took down the sectoid training program. Oz groans loudly. And then I crotch-chopped them, and then they kind of dicked us with the Epsilon Squad, but that's made not to win. You can't win Epsilon Squad. Yeah, you can. Our parents do it all the time. Easily, without Nevermore in motion. I've watched.
JJ nods. And you know what? You're just proving my point even more, Benjamin. You said you won the insectoid training simulation, which I was there for, by the way, and what did you do after that? Again?
Oh, you were there? That was forgettable. Sam gets angry!
JJ puts his arms around Sam.
Oh yeah, now I remember the pompous hairdo flipping in the wind. Oz, are you trying to get the shit beat out of you on this fine Friday morning, Benjamin?
Elizabeth puts a hand onto Benny's hand. Benny, honey, I don't think this is the wisest course of action you're going down.
I got my new gun. Now I'm just like Ricky's dad. She scoffs loudly. Not even half the man, but okay.
JJ leans forward to Sam. This little boy, he gets one new toy and his ego goes through the fucking
He even
roof.
showed me how to use it, complimented my shooting stance, gave me a couple tips. Come on now, Samantha. Nobody ever got you a gun like she. My LMG was custom made by him.
He gestures towards Samantha and then Benny. See, her LMG was custom made by the Ranger Major. That accounts for so much more than that. It's a nice gift, don't get me wrong, but still,
Well, now B Squad's got its own Ranger Major bitch, and that's me.
If anyone, it would be Samantha. Don't.
You're not even a ranger. She looks at it.
Forgive me, Benjamin, but you're nowhere close to being a ranger.
Bitch, please. Why don't you go put some more hair gel in?
This is completely. He hits the table with his fist. This is completely natural, thank you.
Why does everybody think he uses hair gel? He has his dad's hair. They have nearly perfect hair.
Elizabeth shrugs. I don't know. I've never seen him use hair gel once a day in his life, Benny.
I'll be completely honest. When I first met him, whispering to Laz, I thought he used hair gel, but then now I get he doesn't. But yeah, give me my sandwich.
She'll give him the sandwich as she leans back and whispers into his ear. Back when we were really young, and I mean like 5 and 6, his hairdo was exactly like that. Like it hasn't changed all throughout his life. That's just how his hair is always naturally sat.
All I'm saying is, while you're putting in your 4th tube of hair gel, JJ, I'm already up on Gateway, shaking and baking like the NFL, grabbing Laz's sandwich from her.
Laz lets go of the sandwich as she looks down at her hand. My sandwich.
Here you go. I'll just make another one. Stay here. Self-serve coffee and sandwich shop. You can make your own, Benny. Nah, Ranger Majors don't got time for that.
Benny, I don't...
He makes his own food? Look at Benny. I've watched him.
And in fact, he's probably made more meals from himself than you ever have, Benjamin. He's had to be on the frontier for basically all his life.
Maybe. How did we get on this topic? He looks around the room holding his gun in one hand and the sandwich in the other. You were wondering why they would put Agent R on our tail to shadow us. And it's because you're all incompetent. With the exception of Laz and Oz.
And the good majority of you have an ego out the wazoo if you get a new toy such as that one.
Incompetent, my white ass.
Elizabeth pinches the bridge of her nose. I mean, they got a point, Benjamin.
Hell no, we got a Kai fighter who sucked up until recent memory. Benny. We got Carter summoning a dragon. Summoned it once. Wow.
Hasn't been able to do it again since then, and also sucked up until recent memory, if memory serves correctly.
We got an ice wizard. You have an ice caster. That's what you have, not a wizard. There's a difference. Soul is now a wizard. Memory Ann squandered her opportunity. She's never gonna be what she should have been. Because she's a brat. And we got Colt, who is accomplished, but would do something crazy and stupid to protect Soul, so, yeah.
Such as using a grappling hook to go onto the bottom of a...
Oh, that was done to show off for her, because he figured she was watching. Thank you. Pointing back at JJ.
He snaps, oh, right, I forgot that was just to show off for her.
She wasn't even there, right?
No, she wasn't. She was pregnant at the time.
And what was it? He wanted to keep up with Ricky, Samuel air quote, when there's no keeping up with Ricky.
Even back in the day, during the events of her being pregnant and, me going off to the B word, there was no keeping up with him. I could probably keep up with him with my ODM gear. Sam could probably keep up with him just naturally, which is quite hot, by the way, my love.
Thank you.
But even back then, the majority of you guys couldn't keep up with him, especially not now.
And we got Soul. Yeah, Moon Maiden, ring a bell? Who hasn't done anything.
In fact, forgive me for saying so, but she's caused more problems than solved them.
Showed up on the oil rig pregnant. Yeah. Only the children of the ranking officers of the military, like the people in charge, would think they could get away with what you people have tried and have gotten away with. Anybody else would get shot.
Court-martialed and then shot. As he'll reach over and take a small sip out of Sam's,
Oh, she'll hand it to him, seeing him do that.
He'll take a small sip out of it and give her a wink and set it back down next to her.
I mean, if anybody's the weak link on the team, it's you. Pointing at JJ! You such a bitch, you can't even say the word basic. She will hurl the glass at Benny's head, knocking him over the counter.
Elizabeth just looking down at her drink, shaking her head. There's a reason why he doesn't do it, Benny.
Served you right, motherfucker. Kicking Benny in the side. Oh.
You really have to get your ego in check, Benjamin. You really do.
Laz looking down at him and shaking her head.
Clive fucking Jr. He's just lying there. Oh.
Elizabeth is gonna hop down and do her best with her little body to help him up.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why we didn't... I mean, I don't even say the B word, Benny. It's just not a good idea to do so.
Sam will get up and take the drink that Benny hadn't drank yet and sit back down. At least I got my drink, Elizabeth. Oh.
I can make you another one, love. I can make you another one.
Please. Hey, don't touch that. That's for Ranger Majors, as she starts picking up his gun. Opens it up. Lifts the top off of the weapons platform, inspecting. For Ranger Majors only.
Laz is shaking her head. She takes a bite of her sandwich.
You're not a Ranger Major, though, Benny.
I think getting him that gun was the worst fucking decision ever.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
she swallows her sandwich.
It was a nice gift and all, but Jesus Christ, he's gone maniac, Benny, and I don't like that.
Only Ranger Majors are anointed with such a weapon. Gesturing over to it, Ash made his back in Gallia. No, he didn't. He didn't even make the first one. Nicole had it made for him. Oh, that's it.
Do you think I could just knock him out, Samantha? Like, I think.
But the back of the trading card, she glares at it.
Yeah, and the comic of that's supposed to be about Carter getting the gemstone for Memory Ann's ring is all about him fighting alongside Tommy, who did most of the work in the comic. Benjamin.
Beat the Anovian, whoever the hell, princess or whatever it was, and T-Rexes and dinosaurs and some type of squid, land squid. Yeah.
All the land squids, apparently, like an absolute army of land squids that Tommy single-handedly fought against while Carter cowered in the background.
Well, that's kind of what happened, actually. Crossing his arm.
What the hell do you mean, Benjamin? I was there. You can't convince me otherwise.
Tommy was on the front lines.
Yes, he was. But you know what he had in that weapon of his? Blanks.
Blanks, because my mom is not stupid. Yeah, that's true. But when we were fighting the water elementals, he kind of hung on Uncle Banksy's back and just screamed, "God damn you, Carter," the whole time.
Exactly, Benjamin.
He cried and wailed and fucking moaned and cursed the name Carter Rainfall in Russian. He cursed the name multiple times. Suka bliet Carter.
Suka bliet Carter, Benjamin. I even witnessed him kicking his hands and feet like a little child does.
Then he stabbed Ricky. Oh yeah, he chuckles. That was great. Hey, you ever see the show Punked, Elizabeth? Check me out! Ah!
Elizabeth starts to laugh. JJ shakes his head. Check me out, I'm Ashton Kutcher!
And he rode Uncle Banksy's back the whole way to the ship too, even though he asked like 10 times for him to get off. No, very comfortable here.
Exactly. So, honestly, mate, you are going to be the heads and CEOs of Snarf's workshop. So an important lesson. Take the flavor text on cards and comics with a grain of salt, mates.
Yeah, and grow up. Looking at Benny!
Laz nods. Yeah, most, if not all, of the text that is for things like Tommy or, the gun, Shatter, and things like that. It's very embellished, Benny, like extremely embellished.
Grow up. That's what you need to do if you want to actually run a business.
Elizabeth looks at Benny, and
I don't think you need to do any growing up. Looking at Elizabeth, just maybe him.
She looks back at Samantha. Really? She shrugs. I sort of think of myself as quite a bit, immature in a lot of ways.
Why?
She looks down at her feet, tilts her head. I'm not actually sure why.
It's because your size, you underestimate yourself.
Whenever I look in the mirror, it might sound stupid, but I do seem like a little child, and that probably does have to do with my size, yeah.
Size doesn't matter. Look back at, I'm trying to, you can't compare yourself to people like your sister or your brother. But look back at the footage of when Krellin saved the Ranger Major. Watch him kill those men, some of them far bigger than him.
Laz nods. And besides, I know this might not be exactly the line of logic that we're following, but being small on the battlefield has a lot of advantages. You're harder to hit, you're more nimble, you can fit in smaller spaces, so on and
You
so
can
forth.
steal kills quicker, like you did on the Hydra from JJ.
Elizabeth starts to giggle as she takes a sip of her drink, and JJ rolls his eyes. You know what? I can't even be mad about that one. I was actually quite proud of her for that.
Ah, the Hydra fight. Before I was the Major. I'm just gonna get a frying pan, excuse me.
Laz nods as she just takes a sip of her drink, letting him go off.
I'm just kidding. Looking back at Oz. Good.
Yeah, no, you've honestly, mate, we do all this kind of thing to get away from Clive and the unit. We don't really want another Clive on our actual squadron, please.
Bro, you don't want another Clive on your squad. You're gonna have a Clive podcast. Did you see they announced they were gonna have it here?
Whoa! It's the UU podcast! Whoa! It's the UU podcast!
Sam has dropped her drink.
JJ caught her drink as she dropped it, and he's just staring at Benny playing the song.
That's their new theme song for their podcast they're gonna be launching here in a few weeks. Why would Special Force why they want a podcast? I don't get it. To talk to their adoring fans.
What adoring fan? Any fan who's adoring of them thinks that it's a comedy sketch, so they're going to be getting a lot of comedy sketch questions like, "Oh, where'd you come up with this idea? Oh, how do you write your scenes out? Yada yada yada." It's not a good idea.
One of the first topics they're gonna cover is how many, tubes of hair gel JJ uses every day. They had put up a poll to vote on.
Is that why you've been making so many comments about my hair?
He doesn't use any. I'm with him every morning. That's not what they think. Looking at JJ.
Well, they are completely wrong. It's all natural. All I do is run some hair or some water through my hair, or when I'm taking a shower, shampoo and conditioner. That's all I do with my hair.
Elizabeth shrugs and shakes her head.
Again, JJ, that's just not what they think.
Look, it says right here, they have a poll, rate 1 to 10, how pompous is JJ's hair? Most people are rating 10. What did you vote? 10. She throws the drink at Benny and he falls off the counter again.
Oh, Benny.
As she'll go back around the counter and try to help him.
Now
up
she'll
again.
take the drink Elizabeth just made for herself. Not funny. Ow.
Come on, Benny. She helps him up as Laz will open it up on her own wrist computer, and her head recoils back as she shows Oz a post that says, if you had to choose one of the 7 deadly sins to correspond with JJ Rainfall, what would it be? And a good majority of the votes are for pride.
Pride? How does that even make sense? Just because the man has good hair?
What are you guys talking about over there?
Now they put up a poll on you, what 7 deadly sin rates best for you, and pride is the winning one.
Pride?
Pride is a good thing. Watching Benny stand up. Sure, it may cometh before the fall, but you know what it stops you from doing? Things like surrendering. Stops you from being a fuck up. Also stops old men from getting brought out of retirement and, asked to shadow a squad and then get killed because of them.
JJ just is looking at his hands, and
If the other half of this squad had any pride, maybe we wouldn't be considered such a fuck up unit.
Elizabeth looks down at her feet and nods.
Probably wouldn't be considered a fuck up unit, no, ma'am.
JJ rubs the back of his neck.
Didn't even kill the xenomorph the first time. Looking over at Betty, Marianne tricked it into jumping into a garbage compactor, and then Bash and O'Keir killed the second one.
Laz clicks her tongue as she takes another sip of her drink.
Who are dead, looking over at Elizabeth.
I know they're dead, Samantha. Trust me, I know they're dead.
JJ clears his throat and rubs the back of his neck. You know, if anything, I would consider like greed and lust to be my deadly sin.
I don't think you really correlate to any of them personally, but I mean, who cares about our 7 deadly sins? Those cocksuckers are the one that commit all of them on a daily basis.
That is true. I mean, lust, they talk about Carter raping their asses constantly. Greed, they steal from the equal. Pride, well, do the ego
unit.
themselves. Yeah. What else is there? Wrath, they talk about killing a toddler all the time. What else is there? Sloth. Actually, they're not very slothful. They do have quite a good work ethic.
That's true. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, they actually... No, yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Envy? Laz nods. They're... I'm sure they're very envious of, Hunk and my father and everything like that, so... even if they don't realize it themselves, they are very envious.
Why wouldn't you be envious of Hunk or Julius or Uncle Banksy? Their significant others aren't alcoholics. She laughed.
JJ starts to laugh. And then gluttony. They, in taking a good amount of things, I don't really foresee it. But you know what? Sans gluttony and sloth, they are quite, they're hitting 5 for 7, which is still an above average hitting rate.
I don't know. Gluttony might apply. Uncle Clive's getting pretty rump, dude. Sitting on the counter with Elizabeth. Yeah, he eats good out there. That's Samuel, not good enough for you for 141, so he's the cook.
Elizabeth nods.
And I mean, it's actually quite impressive that he's getting so rotund, let's call it, because he goes out on so many training maneuvers, as she does air quotes, that you would think that he works out quite a bit, so he burns off quite a bit of fat, but apparently he just doesn't.
Well, most of the training maneuvers are him sitting in the pink Jeep, pointing around, telling Krellin he's back, Frederick and Samuel to do things. So maybe sloth does apply.
Oh my god. So they are hitting 7 for 7 on the 7 deadly sins.
Fucking podcast. What a joke. The intro music was horrible.
Laz shakes her head.
It just sounds like he recorded the lines first and then they added the track over it instead of picking out the track first and recording the lines to go with the track.
Have you seen Uncle Clive's new post? He posted a picture, Benny air quoting, of his time training the PLA army, Chinese PLA. Look how much you could tell Samuel just doesn't care anymore. Look at Uncle Clive's forearm. Sam laughing.
Oh my god.
Would you care? Benny, nah, not at this point.
I would probably be doing stuff like that on purpose just to fuck with them. Just to fuck with them and see if they even notice that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't give 2 shits.
That is absolutely hilarious, and Laz pointing at the picture laughing.
The spectral hand of the unit guiding them on ever forth.
Always with them. It would actually be kind of funny if it was like a paw. Oh, what if that's the Mage's hand? He died in Beirut.
Oh my god, yeah, no, that's Ash's hand. I was thinking like Kiel or something like that, but no, that's Ash's hand right there.
And you know what? I think we are kind of mature, thank you, or at least I am, pointing over at Sam. We get these ridiculous requests from Clive all the time to make shitty games, and we turn them down. Look at this. Clive, unit gear solid. I would actually play that.
JG pointing towards the screen. If it's just a Metal Gear Solid game with Carter and Clive's face over it, I might actually play that one, actually.
Carter is Gray Fox, who is actually Snake's friend. I don't think Clive understands that. He probably just watched Suletta play 5 minutes of it, and yeah. I like those games, holding last.
Laz shakes
Oh,
her
they're
head.
ruined for me, but yeah.
Yeah, Laz shakes her head. Thank you so much, guys, for not making that one either.
We turn them down all the time. How do you turn them down? We just don't respond to the email.
Elizabeth shrugs. They go most of the time straight to our trash. And if we're really feeling like it, we might even block the email they send it from so they go straight to spam instead.
The unit at earthgov.com.
How'd you know? She points towards Samantha. That is their actual email.
Because I'm signed up for their newsletter.
They got a newsletter now.
Yeah, they put out news. It's a quicker way to follow his YouTube.
Oh, okay. So it's basically like summarized YouTube posts then.
Oh, then now they've got, since they hijacked Laz's website. Sam Laz. Now they've got their own website too. www.theunit.edu.
Laz is shaking her head. Quite literally the least educational website I have ever seen.
Benny handing Elizabeth a sandwich. Eat, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth will take it and she'll start to eat it and smile big at him.
It was a good idea. Free education, especially on the frontier, but not anymore.
It was a very good idea, and now, well, hopefully I'll get another website to use it with, because otherwise, no more free education for the Alliant colonies, or the frontier colonies.
Yeah, we got the final talk from Laz's mother. No more band for us come discharge day in the military. She's starting her career right after we're discharged. Sam, good. Playing with the iron sights on the gun.
JJ puts the drink up. Has a
Yeah,
little
who's gonna
sip.
manage the band? Pointing at JJ. Memorian.
Yeah, Memoran can do it just fine. He shrugs. She's a quite smart girl. You know that, right, Benny?
Yeah, but who's gonna do all the technical stuff, like setting up the mics, moving closer? Mercurius units.
JJ nods.
We're also starting our career.
Yes, we are. Me and Oz are going to be working at the production company, and my beautiful wife here at Rainfall Cosmetics and Beauty, aren't you, love?
She nods her head as Benny. What the fuck about the band, though? We were supposed to do this band thing for at least 4 years. How could you just turn your back on the band? Looking at Oz. I don't want to dedicate my life to a band, I'm sorry.
Laz looks over at Benny.
I
Besides,
don't even get to play in the fucking band. I'm there to connect cables, which any monkey can fucking do. Our son Monkey Boy could do it. It's just like Memorian. Carter is such a... I'm not talking. Idiot. I hope they get inducted to the Hall of Fame. They don't induct songwriters. So Carter gets to go up on stage without her. And he's gonna waste how many years of her life?
Laz clicks her tongue as she takes a bite of her sandwich. Luckily, I'm pretty sure they've shortened the time down to the amount they get the band for to 2 years, I think.
Yes, it's 2 years. I still hope they get inducted. So she has to sit in the audience and watch him go up, because it's always got to be about Carter. Stupid fuck. Then he laughed.
JJ snickers a bit as he takes another sip of the drink. And Elizabeth nods. Honestly, I'm quite looking forward to, it being only 2 years. I actually quite look forward to running Snarf's workshop, I gotta be honest.
Well, you have to be in the band because they need you to sing because you're actually good at it.
She smiles at Sam. Thank you, Sam. That means a lot coming from you.
But she'll clear her throat. After those 2 years, you'll be free.
Yes, we will be, and then we'll be, well, full-time running Snob's Workshop, and that actually sounds quite enjoyable, doesn't it, Benny?
Yeah, it does. I don't know. The band is cool, though. I think only Colt's really the only one who's really still into it. And that's because he's best friends with Carter. Otherwise, if he used his brain, he probably wouldn't be.
And he's a husband with the drummer of the band as well.
That helps. Yeah.
That would probably change my mind on the band as well. If you were the drummer, I would probably learn how to play guitar like that. And he snaps his finger.
Leave it to the 2 most immature members of the squad to want something as trivial as being in a band. Oh, and by the way, they're the ones that got the guy killed. Blinking, looking at the rifle. Oh. Imagine that.
Elizabeth looks down at her sandwich and clears her throat as she just takes another bite of it.
What a coincidence. One of the 2 of them surrendered to the enemy that killed Bash. Imagine that. Cocking the charging hammer back on the gun.
Laz shrugs, looks it back at us. I mean, she's right.
No, I've always thought Kata was not immature. He's meek. Was, back then. Soul has always been immature, in my opinion, yeah. And I'm proven right by showing up pregnant and getting fucking manipulated by the enemy. Hiding it from the family, you know, not just telling somebody.
Laz nods. If there's one thing I have to give Carter, it's that he wouldn't have been as easily manipulated as Soul was in this situation.
No, he just would have rolled over.
Laz chuckles. Why can't I find a good argument for that one, Sam?
Maybe because he surrendered to the guy that killed Bash. Or guys. Oh, and then Ricky got pushed off a moving train going 60 miles an hour. Oh. Benny groans loudly.
Elizabeth sighs as she rubs the side of her temple and puts the sandwich up to Benny's mouth for him to take a bite.
He'll take a bite. Well, I don't wish death on anybody that was there to protect us, but the only good thing that can come out of that man's death is those 2 in particular shape the fuck up. Because now they've got blood on... Well, they've had blood on their hands, but now they've got more.
I would have to say quite a bit more on their hands nowadays.
Did Carter do things like write songs for Memory Ann before they, got together?
Laz takes a bite of her sandwich. She looks her straight in the eyes and swallows. I think you know the answer to that question, Samantha.
God, what a dweeb.
That's a good term for it. He was quite a bit of a dweeb back in the day.
He was writing songs, but he wouldn't just pick up the wrist computer and dial 1-800-MEMORY-ANN.
Laz shakes her head. You hit the nail on the head, Benjamin.
Well, no comment. Sipping the...
Elizabeth nods, points over to us. I'm gonna have to second that no comment right there.
Dun, 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 peering into the front door. Laz notices Sam is drinking her coffee. Benny's watching her play with his gun. Laz notices him, though.
Laz looks over. She drops her sandwich onto the plate in front of her and just sort of haphazardly puts her hand onto Oz's face and starts
What's wrong?
She turns his face towards the door.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Opening the door, coming in, scanning the room.
Hi! She waves at him. Are you Mad Max by chance?
His head turns slowly like Arnold in The Predator, scanning the room. Sam will finger wave at him, and he pulls his pants up and scurries off.
JJ just dumbfoundedly looking at where he just ran off from.
Looked like he had a stick up his ass.
Mad Max is hunting us. Or, Carter, I should say. I guess I scared him. You were holding a gun, Sam.
Yeah, you are holding a rifle at the moment, love. And
See, he's not as stupid as Clive and Scar, I think.
Laz nods.
He still has a survival instinct somewhere in that messed up brain of his.
He's just scanning the restaurant looking for fucking Kana. Oh, God. They're hitting up our favorite fucking spot.
I mean, he literally looked around like Uncle Scott did back in the Terminator, you know, the whole...
And she does the whole head scanning thing, one side to the other.
They see him fucking walking past this direction. Sam, wow, he's subtle, alright.
Very, very subtle. He puts all of us to shame with how subtle he can be, can't it? Doesn't he?
Well, oops, sorry. Penny's wrist computer going off.
Elizabeth looks down at the wrist computer. Who is it?
It, if the token will appear, is Clive, thinking he's calling Carter.
God. No doubt that you have finally encountered Mad Max, and, well, you have been either put under citizen's arrest, or I'm answering the call of a dead man.
He's not here. Hitting the charging handle on the way.
Clive's eyes open and he looks over at Samantha, then at Benny.
Oh, God damn it! Carter isn't here with you guys.
He went to a funeral of a man he helped get killed.
Ah, I see. Raped him up the ass, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Now it strikes Clive. He's looking at looking right at Sam, knowing Elizabeth has already turned down the offer once, but he sees the perfect Suki for his live-action Clivatar show.
Clive puts his hands out in front of him, making a box with them.
Her head recoils.
Like he's framing a picture. He closes one eye, tilts his head to one side, tilts his head to the other.
Oh, that's perfect. Sweet.
Oh, I know I'm perfect.
Yes, of course you are. You're right. Benjamin, bring me closer to her, if you please.
Okay, he'll put Elizabeth on the counter. Bring Clive close.
Ah, yes. Now, I have an offer you just cannot refuse, Samantha. Are you prepared for this?
Oh, wow, look at her. Is he in an In-N-Out fucking outfit? It fits, Clive. Check this out, brother. We're good to go for tomorrow.
Oh, that is perfect. Like, Carter won't suspect a thing.
What are you thinking? What are you looking at her for? Ugh. He dismissively gestures at JJ.
JJ's hands fly up as Clive points at Samantha, leans over to him.
That's our Suki right there, mate.
He double takes at Sam. Oh my god. Honey, we got an offer you don't want to refuse. Would you be interested in portraying Suki alongside Krellin, who's Soka or whatever his name is? He's not important to the plot, you know. Anyway, would you be interested in playing Suki? She snickers. I'll have to talk to my agent, and I'll get back to you. My agent doesn't want me around the lane, 'cause Carter, you know. God damn it!
Now, God damn it. Okay, I understand. Do you have the phone number of your agent, just so we can possibly reach him directly if we haven't heard from him in a week or two?
Yeah, I'll give it to you next time I see you at the lane, but you know I don't like being at the lane too much, Carter.
Now, I gotta be honest, sweetie, I don't like being around the lane much either. No, not anymore. That's why I like spending most of my time at Fort Bragg. You understand.
Why the hell are you in an In-N-Out costume, Uncle? Classified, you fucking cunt. Penny said recoil.
Black bag shit, you wouldn't understand, Benny, old boy.
And you, looking at JJ. Nice fucking hair, you fucking gaybo.
It's natural.
Sam starts laughing.
It's natural. It's how it's always been. You've known me since I was quite literally 2 years old, and it's
Yeah, and
always
just
been.
so you know, your mother had an affair to have you and Nicole. There you go. Suck on that tit. Suck on that hind tit. You and Nicole are illegitimate children of Hunk. We've always known it. Welcome to the real world, bitch. He flips 2 birds to JJ and looks over at Clive. Anything else to say to this fucking little bitch? Pretentious fucking man, woman.
Well, mate, I think it's actually quite simple. Oh god, he looks at JJ right in the eyes. You've never been a true rainfall, and you never will be. That's all I gotta say about that.
Where the real rain falls, motherfucker. Flipping JJ off with big double paws and hanging off. Sheep. Well, apparently Aunt Nicole and you are illegitimate.
JJ blinks a couple times.
Which, we all know you're both adopted. I mean, she was, whatever.
JJ just blinks a couple more times. Not an actual rainfall. I got more rainfall blood in them than they ever will.
I think everybody, you, Aunt Nicole, have more rainfall blood than, just ignore them, please.
God. He covers his mouth and then uncovers it. Monkey Boy has more legitimate rainfall blood in him than those 2 ever will.
She'll flutter her eyes at JJ and kiss him to calm him down.
He receives the kiss and puts his arms around her and brings her in close to him.
Well, that's 2 people I know now that have been offered roles in this shitty show. They've been going after Elizabeth Hard to play Toph. Yeah, who's Suki again? I don't even remember.
The Kyoshi warrior, the warrior that Sokka gets with at some point during book 2.
I was sending a picture to JJ's Earth's computer. There you go.
He,
Sam. Oh, her, right. I always liked her.
He looks at the picture, then looks at Samantha, and then looks back at the picture, and then looks back at Samantha. Say, love, would you... I don't know, would you mind dressing up like this at some point, please?
Sure, buy the material. I'm sure I could do that kind of makeup. Squinting at the picture. Buy your cosplay set. I'll cosplay her for you. Benny.
He smiles wide at her, leans in and gives her another kiss. You would make a smashing Suki, I just have to say, love.
But, I mean, you know, the dresses that these Kyoshi warriors wear are not really revealing. Who says I'm gonna keep it on long? Oz chuckle.
Oswald, my man, if she wears that in front of me, it's gonna be on the floor in a matter of seconds. I'm sorry, it's just true.
Apparently I'm their Suki. Yeah, and Elizabeth's their Toph.
Elizabeth shakes her head. I'm not playing Toph, please. She looks at Benny. Please don't make me play Toph, please.
He'll hug her. No, you heard Pequod. She's not gonna make you play Toph.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Wait a minute, is Krellin Sokka? Sam starts laughing. He
What?
said alongside Krellin, who is Sokka.
Laz nods. That he did say Krellin was Sokka. I'm like, I couldn't think of a worse person to play Sokka, honestly.
Who the fuck is the other guy, Katara? Who's Katara on Suletta?
Elizabeth nods. And, this is actually quite funny if you move past how depressing it sounds, but instead of a waterbender, she's going to be a whiskey bender.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, God.
In fact, I believe in the few preliminary scripts they sent me, just so they could possibly convince me to play Toph, they call her Whiskey Dick Suletta.
That is so sad. Does he even care the woman's an alcoholic? Hey, times are hard around the lane. We all deal with our problems our own way, y'all.
Me, I throw, JJ shaking his head. Me, I throw myself into my work and my duties as the unit commander, and my dear wife, well, she has her own vices, let's just say that much, mate.
Sam pulling up a picture from the newsletter. Oh yeah, they do want you to play tough, don't they?
Oh God, that's the picture they sent me. I gotta admit, I would make a pretty good fit for her, but I don't want to play anything that has to do with a unit production.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you cosplayed tough for me. But I don't think you want them to see it, because then they'll just be angry.
Elizabeth shakes her head. No, I don't want them to see it, but I wouldn't mind if you saw it, sweetie.
Benny nodding his head, I'll, going on his wrist computer, buy you a cosplay set.
JJ on his wrist computer buying the Kyoshi Warrior cosplay set for Samantha.
Oz reading the newsletter. This retelling of Clive's childhood, apparently it's his childhood, will feature bleeding edge movie visual effects not done by the time deity. Okay? And he has a production still from the show, honey. There you go, Les. Petting her head!
Les starting to laugh. That's the bleeding edge for the technology that they're going to be using. They photoshopped his face onto the water spirit.
So, let me take a wild guess. Hey, Samuel, I need bleeding edge effects on this. You have to get this done. I want to put that time deity bitch to shame. He just nodded his head and produced this, and Clive was like, wow, it's incredible. Sam, probably, yeah. How many awards has she won for her effects? Like 40?
The good majority of them for every Academy Awards in the past, 20 years, sans a couple because of the issues in the family.
Right. Looking up at the picture of Clive! That is just stupid. I cannot believe it's gonna get probably greenlit. Oh, I hope not.
JJ looking at the picture. Yep. And Samantha looks at JJ, and in his eyes, she just sees dollar signs.
Would you greenlight it?
I would.
Resting her head on his shoulder.
He puts an arm around her waist. I would greenlight it. I would greenlight it. That's just peer credits right there. That is literally credits in film form right there. You guys have to see that, right?
Pequod picked good. Glaring over at JJ.
Goddamn right she did. He points over at Benny. Because then people like you can have all the kids they want, and then your kids can have their kids, and they won't have to worry about credits or this or that. Because you know what? I'm making the credits for them with the production company. That's my job, and I'm gonna do my best at it. And that right there is peer credits for the family right there, mate.
Sam kissing him on the chin as during JJ's whole rant, Mad Max has come in, seen the picture of Clive, and walked back out.
Les pointing at the door laughing. That's the third time. That's the third time he's either walked by or came in to the shop.
Wait, who? She looks over at the door. Mad
Yeah.
Max got scared away by Water Lord Uncle Clive.
He came in again, looked at the picture, and then immediately turned around to leave.
I don't blame him. He looks fucking stupid.
That's the most stupid looking thing I've ever seen. Like, that's even worse than some of the Army Clive pictures that he's made before.
Wait a minute. Scar is going to be playing Zuko, and Frederick is playing Azula. She laughed.
JJ starts to laugh and he nods at the Fwedewick fighting against his worst enemy. Scarco, right there. That's perfect in my opinion.
Apparently, major rewrites have been done to Avatar: The Last Airbender, which apparently is also about Clive, but they took a lot of liberties with Clive's youth and childhood. But yeah, apparently it's being heavily rewritten by Clive himself to focus more on Clive. Go figure. And there's the fucking picture of Fred Zula. Oh, God help me.
Why is that one so much better photoshopped than that one is? Like, he's the main character. That one should look better than that one. Fwedewick or Azula doesn't even come up until book 2 of the series.
Actually, you should cosplay her, Elizabeth. She's hotter.
Elizabeth looks at Benny and nods. Okay, sure. I'd cosplay anyone you want me to, Benny.
Toph is, like, blind and bleh. She's way better than Toph, I think, looking at the picture. Though that is a big turnoff, seeing Uncle Frederick dressed like that.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, for sure. He shakes his head. I can't look at Azula the same way ever again. If I ever watch the cartoon show ever again, I'm just gonna imagine Fwedewick's face on her.
And Scar is Zuko, so who's his uncle? Zap. I think that's actually a good casting decision on their part, looking at JJ.
It actually is. Zap definitely exudes that, how should I put this? Weathered, old, obese man who is certainly wise beyond his years, even as old as he is. So I think that's a very good casting choice, in my opinion.
Mad Max wandering by the store again. Does he think Carter's just gonna show up here? Is that what he's doing?
He probably thinks Carter's just in the restroom every single time he either walks by or walks into the shop, and every single time he does, he thinks he misses him just probably by a couple seconds or something like that.
I'm tired of that guy fucking skulking around. So you listen here, whipping the gun out of Sam's hands, which angers her greatly. I'm gonna show you how it's done. Let's go up to Gateway. Strap your boots on, Samantha. Picking up Elizabeth in one arm, gun in the other. It's time to get schooled by the Ranger Major. The future Ranger Major, that is. Walking out!
Oh, the boy just knows how to dig a grave, doesn't he?
She kisses JJ, cracks her neck, and walks off.
I have to go follow after her just to make sure.
Let's go. Did you get your Suki cosplay ordered?
Oh, yes, I did. I ordered it within 10 seconds of her saying yes.
Flashing to the beach. Davine rolling over, seeing Hunk still asleep. He's like moving around though. He's waking up. Oh.
Davine rolls on top of Hunk, hugs around his neck, and starts to give him kisses, leading down his cheek, down his neck, onto his chest.
He'll wrap his arms around her. Oh, unfortunately, we have to get up.
Oh, darling. She cracks her neck. I suppose we do.
We got a boxing match tonight. We got guests coming, and yeah.
Davine starts to giggle to herself. A boxing match in which I am rooting for Fwedewick to win. I don't think I would ever be saying those words, darling.
I'm rooting for him harder than I've ever rooted for anybody at any sporting event. 2v1, getting up, getting dressed.
Davine joins him, getting up, getting dressed, putting all her clothes on, everything. Like, 2v1, she looks back at Hunk. You know, if it was just Scar, I think he would have it in the bag fully, but we both know a numbers difference can make the difference of a world, darling. So, do you really think he's capable of winning, even with that numbers difference?
Picking up Davine, walking her out. I want to say yes, but no, because the unit is dirty. They're going to fight dirty. I don't think he's going to win. Bringing her out here. Oh, yes, they are. Popping the top off of whiskey. So it begins.
Oh, darling, how many of those have you had on this fine day, may I ask?
Oh, just opening the bottle now. First drink of the day. Setting Davine down. Yeah, and by the way, dear, it's 9:30 in the morning. Kissing her on the cheek.
Oh, well, she looks around, looking at Hunk. Mark it down, I suppose. First drink of the day. 9:30 a.m. It's a new record for her, I think.
I'm gonna go make you. He'll double take at the bottle breakfast as he will turn Davine's head slightly to look at Suletta, and she's just raw dogging it from the bottle and walk into the kitchen.
Oh my god. Oh, she's like rubbing her cheek as she shakes her head, looking at Suletta. Maybe we take it a bit easy on the bottle today, yes, darling?
Oh no. I need this right now.
I know it's a hard day, a very hard day for you, darling, but well, you have all of us here with you, so maybe you could lean on us a bit more instead of the bottle, darling.
No, the bottle will do just fine. It's my happy juice.
Of course, darling. Davine starts to rub Suletta's shoulders as she looks over at Blaze with a worried look on her face.
He actually looks over at Davine and shakes his head in disgust because Davine had a big part to play in this.
Davine sighs to herself as she goes back to rubbing Suletta's shoulders. It's okay, darling. We'll find a way to fix this, I promise.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not angry or bitter.
Well, I still don't like seeing you. Let's be honest here, darling. Destroy your body like this with alcohol, so...
Oh, the time deity comes to heal me every morning.
That's still not a good thing, darling, that she has to come down and heal you every morning.
I enjoy her company. I wish she would have found me cool, then I could have had another daughter. But you had to have her, didn't you? Of course you didn't appreciate her.
No, I didn't, darling, and now I truly do.
Which one of your children showed up on the first holidays at the lane? I can't remember. Wasn't Julius the one you actually birthed? Sure as hell wasn't Patricia. Can't remember.
Nicole did, darling.
Oh, she swigs down alcohol. Must be nice. I can barely get Mimrian and Carter to come over on Sundays. Were not for Carter, I don't think Mimrian would come. And Carter just drinks the whole time. Can't blame him.
Davine thins her lips as she leans in closer to Suletta and puts an arm around her. I apologize very deeply, darling. I am so sorry for all of this.
Perhaps a movie. Ugh. Gesturing to the screen. I assume I will be assuming Scar's position. Are you actually going to allow Scar to be your DP given his current mental state, madam?
Blaze sees a very sudden attitude shift in Davine. Her eyes get a bit more wider. Her eyebrow, only one of her eyebrows, raises up, somewhat like the Rock from WWE's eyebrow, and she, like, absent-mindedly puts a non-existent cigarette up to her lips as she looks over at Blaze. Oh, darling, he could not handle being on a set with me at the moment. So yes, you will be taking his place as my director of photography on Big Trouble in Little China, darling.
Suletta, looking confused that Davine's cigarette-less finger, Blaze will come over, and I assume you're looking for these.
Oh, darling, I always have one in my hands. It's muscle memory at this point. Thank you very much. She takes one out. She pulls out, I forget what it's called, but it's the cigarette extension thing that, like, Cruella de Vil has.
Cigarette holder.
Cigarette holder, yeah. She puts it in it and leans forward. Light me up, please, Blaze.
Happily. He'll light her up. I would like to watch Big Trouble. Filming is scheduled for next week. I assumed you weren't going to have Scar on set.
No, no, no. She takes a large drag off the cigarette and pulls it out. No unit business on my set. If I hear one iota of the unit talk or see any member of the unit other than Fwedewick, Krellin, or Samuel on set, I am going to be very displeased. Let me tell you that much, Blaze.
Understood, madam. It's a lot on the line. Is the Razzie? She cuts him off. Oh, JJ got his fucking Razzie, and now she's ashamed. What a waste of talent. Scar was actually so talented.
She closes her eyes. He was quite talented, and as the greatest director of my age, I cannot have my beautiful son of mine having a Razzie. I am going to change everyone's opinion on him for forever and always. The perfect storm may have started to shift the alignment that is perceived upon him as a good actor into his favor. But now it will forever and always be in his favor. With this leading role, he will be absolute perfection in this movie, and I will accept nothing less, darling. As she looks at Blaze.
Blaze goes to say something, Suletta, but Kurt Russell's character doesn't have a Boston accent. What if Samantha wants him to do the accent in Big Trouble?
Then oh well for poor Samantha. She looks over at Suletta. He will be doing a good impersonation of his father. He's always had a good one. He drops the British accent that he has, and he talks just like his father, and that would be just perfection, in my opinion, for the movie. So if she wants her husband to be considered a wonderful actor, as he truly has the capabilities of being, she will not mind him dropping the Bostonian accent that he so poorly puts on for most of his movies.
Wow, I think Grandma's drunk too. Looking up at Davy.
And Thomas is looking up at her, just blinking, and he points at her. I think she's pretty badass right now, honestly.
She looks cool with that cigarette. I see my mom smoke sometimes.
Yeah, no, she looks pretty cool. And why is she talking like that? Director and everything like that.
Integra knows.
Well, it's quite simple, Thomas and Hale and, well, all of you. Whenever Grandma wants to direct a film, she gets a certain way. We call it, pretentious dating is what all of our parents call her. Pretentious dating means exactly this, except for usually she has aviator sunglasses on, a beret on, has that same exact cigarette holder, which I suppose she always has on her, and plays with her scarf just oh so much more, and talks exactly like that. She holds a very strict movie set, and whenever she is directing, she has to have everything absolutely perfect, or else it's not good enough. It has to be exactly as she wants it. Think other directors like Stanley Kubrick or someone like that. I just realized you guys probably don't know who that is either.
Jace's anger building. Wants Samantha now. He's gonna cut Integra off.
Yeah, who gives a shit about Stanley Kubrick or anything like that? Where the fuck is Samantha?
Chill out, dude. I was listening to Integra looking at Jace.
Rebecca just looking up at the sky, rolling her eyes. Oh my god, Samantha again? And she just takes one of her chicken nuggets and eats it.
No chance! That's what you got!
Playing from his hover chair. Hale points at Jason, laughs loudly.
Thomas starts to do the same. All the Rugrats that I play points at Jason, do the same, and does the same. Jace points back at Mr. Snuffles. It's not funny, Mr. Snuffles. You know what?
I have more of a chance than anyone else. I have just as good a chance as anyone else on this lane does, I'll tell you that much, mate. Even better chance than anyone else does.
Bow, 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 bow. I'm sorry, what was that?
No chance, so that's what you got.
Hale throws her milk carton at Jace, laughing at him.
He gets hit in the head with the milk carton. Tom is starting to laugh. He picks up a handful of carrots and peas and throws them at Jace.
It's the perfect song. Bow, bow, bow. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty damn good choice, Snuffles. That's really good.
Aunt Samantha's with Uncle JJ.
As she always is, because she is brainwashed by him. Oh my god. Rebecca rolls her eyes. Even she's getting tired of it at this point. She picks up a chicken nugget and throws it at him as well.
Throw Integra, handing Integra her apple.
And she takes the apple, tosses it up in the air a couple times, looks over at Jace with a very exasperated look on her face, and chucks it right at his face.
Letting the sound loose from his hover chair.
Ow, that one really hurt. Why do you guys always throw things at me just because I'm right?
You are not right. He looks at Hale. Is there anything we could do to convince him otherwise? And anything at all? He looks at the other two girls as well.
Nah, he crazy, dude. Hugging around Thomas.
Integra shakes her head, crosses her arms. There's quite literally nothing we can do, Thomas. I can't think of anything as well. I really can't. Well, that's just great, isn't it? Other than continuing to throw things at him, and she picks up another chicken nugget and throws it at him again.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Coming out seeing them throw things at Jace. What's going on here? Looking down at the kids.
Thomas waves at Hunk, and then he points at Mr. Snuffles and does a little hand sign of play it again.
No chance, so that's what you got.
Looks confused at Jace, and then the cat.
He points at Jace, and then at where the song came from, and back at Jace.
Ah, kneeling down with some food. He got no chance with, what?
He pinches the bridge of his nose.
Wouldn't happen to be Samantha, would it?
He nods, he points at him suddenly and starts nodding. He gives him a thumbs up.
Son, looking at Jace, you've got no chance. And he'll go over here with the food.
Yeah, that's what they all say, old man. That's what they all say.
Clearly he's brainwashed by JJ.
Clearly, thank you.
Thank you. He's clearly brainwashed by JJ. Even his own father. Has he no dignity, JJ?
He is fucking nuts, Thomas.
I think he's more. He goes on to his. I like to imagine they give him a little mini wrist computer just because he's so advanced for his age. He's more nuts than this guy is.
Who the fuck is that? Pointing at the picture.
Some weirdo named Cornstalk or something. My mom made a comic of him, I think, and well, this is an actual. Integra and Rebecca point at Mr. Snuffles, and they start to laugh.
They're having fun over there. Looking over at the kid. Crazy Indian guy. Jace, is this guy your actual dad?
Jace looks at him.
No, that's not my actual dad. I look nothing like it. He doesn't even have hair. He looks nothing like me.
Bow, 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 bow. This is me anytime Jace talks about Samantha. Hell, laughing.
Thomas laughing, Rebecca clapping.
Keep going, Mr. Snuffles, keep going.
When Jace professes his love about Samantha for the 40th time that hour.
Integra's laughing so hard she's starting to cry. She's like hitting the side of her hover chair and wiping the tears away.
That is our cat when we grow up, Tom.
Oh yeah, for sure. You want to live with us, right? Right, Mr. Snuffles? Hell yeah, Mr. Snuffles. You got a place at our place of dwelling anytime you want.
Jace is done with this. He sees an opportunity. Thomas's mini wrist computer. He can call us in.
He lurches forward to his wrist computer and quickly dials Sam's number, which he has memorized.
Thomas. She big smile on her face, expecting Thomas. Calling me Thomas? She'll flip her hair. Thought you only had eyes for... Oh, God. Seeing Jace.
Yeah, I like to imagine she sees Thomas in the background face palming with his arm outstretched and Jace taking up the majority of the frame as he waves at her.
Hi, Jace. She tilts her head.
He blinks a couple of times, whips the hand out, and boom, right in front of his face.
Ugh. She'll throw a half-hearted kiss at Jace.
He puts a hand onto his chest and gives her a little bow as he'll blow a kiss towards her.
Nope. Reaching with his paw, turning the wrist computer off.
No chance, so that's what you got.
Thank you, Mr. Snuffles. We'll be taking that back, using kinesis to give Thomas his wrist computer back.
Thank you, honey. He puts the wrist computer on, tightens it like 2 notches tighter than he had it before, just so he can't steal it again.
You need to put a screen lock on that, Thomas.
Yeah, I will. So he puts in he opens up the screen lock management thing and he puts in the date where they shared their first kiss.
Oh, smart. Perfect. Hale's smiling, watching him do it. Yeah, so does nobody else care about the cat with the soundboard built into it? Is Davian's still in pretentious mode?
And I swear to all that is holy, if the unit ever makes up... I hope you're writing this down, Blaze. If you are going to be my...
Holding up his wrist computer, he's written everything down.
I hope you are writing all this down, Blaze. If you are going to be my director of photography, you are going to be right next to me the entire time, and I don't have time to be looking through my notes or anything like that. Is that understood, Blaze?
I plan to win an Oscar, madam.
And I will assist you as best I can, and when I give you my best on a movie set, darling, well, rest assured you will be winning that Oscar you so desire, Blaze, darling.
Alright, let's settle down. Why don't you have some steak and eggs?
She looks down at the steak and eggs. She blinks a couple times, takes the cigarette out of her mouth, and takes the cigarette out, stomps it out on the ground, and puts the cigarette holder away.
Yes, I apologize about that, darling.
No, it's good. It's okay. Running his hand through her hair. I like it. I like your director mode. It's hot. Sitting down. But you need to eat.
She will stand up and take a seat onto his lap.
That is true, darling, and as do you.
As she'll take some steak and eggs and put it up to his mouth.
Oh, you need to eat as well, pointing at Soletta. Oh no, no food for me, thank you.
Darling, you need food in your stomach, please.
Oh, why would I need food when I've gotten a letter from my loving husband from the front lines? Apparently Memory Ann gets these once a day as well. Clive's sending a letter to his beautiful wife from the front line.
Dear my sweet Suletta, my sweet, scrumptious Suletta, I hope you're doing well. The front lines are getting worse and worse as we speak every single day. The onslaught of Carter and Thomas, well, I do not wish to give you nightmares with the details of what we are dealing with on the daily, but let me just say, they are not good. Carter is teaching Thomas on how to use his roofie press against the women of the lane. And the males, for that matter. I think Thomas may swing both ways, but he certainly favors the men. I will do everything in my power to stop this onslaught from happening, Shaletta. And I will protect the anuses of everyone on the lane, my love. Attached is a picture of me with the good old Titan tank boys that we have at Fort Bragg. I don't have time to give you all their names, but the man in the hat with the goggles next to me, his name, that's Williams right there. He passed a couple days ago, and Carter got him. He raped him he raped his anus so good that he bled out right in front of me. And
He really writes one of these every fucking day. Yes, closing it.
every single day, darling.
Blaze, if you would please retrieve the things from the ship. No, right away. He'll walk off.
Davian watches him leave. She turns to Soletta. What things from the ship, darling?
Oh, just some things we're going to get rid of. Don't you worry.
Davian looks over at Hunk. I'm quite worried about that, actually.
I'm still caught up on the whole thing about Thomas can roofie breath people and prefers male.
When all evidence, she gestures towards Thomas and Hale as he's giving her a kiss on the cheek, points to otherwise.
Yeah. Looking down at Thomas. So, roofie breath, a green mist, Carter, and Thomas can spit out and it knocks you out so they can fuck you. It's quite common among lizards like Carter, they say.
And apparently they got poor old Williams with it, darling.
Hey, are they letting outsiders on the lane? No, it's just people photoshopped into the stupid picture.
The Titan tank crew, darling. Don't you know?
The Titan tank crew. Goddamn, those front lines out there must be getting horrendous, sitting around Fort Bragg in their fictitious world.
In their fictitious world with their 3 parking barriers, darling. No one's getting through those, I'll tell you that much.
Cutting edge defenses.
Cutting edge defense. Forget the barriers and the weaponry and everything we have around the lane, darling. It compares nothing to what Fort Bragg has.
We're actually gonna tail Samuel tomorrow, dear.
Oh, yes, we are. We're finally going to find out whether or not they truly get all their weaponry that they so desire from the actual GL or not.
Something tells me they don't.
Davy nods. Logic tells me that they do not, but the burning curiosity... She tilts her head. I let's just say I must know whether or not they truly get it from GL.
No, that would be too easy. Chugging the whiskey down.
Oh my god. Davine rubs the back of her neck, leans over to Hunk. Perhaps while she's asleep we can give her actual nutrients she needs to stay alive.
He goes to say something, Suletta. On the bright side, I might actually get to go see Fort Bragg if we, greenlight this Legend of Clive show for at least a pilot episode or 2. All the filming will be done out at Bragg.
Oh, she tilts her head. All the filming will be done at Bragg, but don't they go on like a, worldwide adventure in Avatar? Wouldn't that be quite difficult to film in only one place?
Well, not necessarily, because here's the rewritten. Clive rewrote the script here. She hands it to Davine. Davine sees its base. Every scene is just about Clive. And sees that Clive grew up on what would become Rainfall Lane. Clive is the founding Rainfall.
Davine flipping through it slowly at first, and then increasing her speed, and then increasing it even more.
I'm sorry, did that say founding rainfall?
The founding rainfall?
Apparently so, even though it's your last name from Gallia, which happened 400 million years ago.
He quite literally says right here, I am the founding member of the Rainfalls, and he's supposed to be 12 here.
And mind you, this is before the Skylander saw his moxie. Even though the Skylander is Sokka.
So he managed to master all the elements and save the world from the Fire Nation, and she flips the page a couple times. Carter's Comet.
Carter's Comet! Looking down at the script.
Yes, apparently it's Fire Lord Carter who is the main antagonist of the show.
How's that gonna work? Carter ain't gonna work with those guys. They'll film him without his consent. Uncle laugh.
Oh God! But that raises another question, darling. They do know that Carter has no capabilities with fire magic, right?
Well, you don't understand. You see, Scar was a master spellcaster before Beirut. He was even greater than Nicole. Glaring at Celeste. And when Carter fucked him, he drained the ability out of Scar's anus.
Davine's eye starts to twitch slightly.
Face it, Scar was the original time deity.
My elfin ass he was.
So they believe.
If he was the original time deity, would he not be dead and eaten?
Well, no, then it got handed over to somebody else when Carter ripped the mana out of his anus.
Right, of course. They just have an answer for everything, don't they?
Of course, they're the unit.
And what a...
She closes her eyes and shakes her head.
What a unit they are, aren't they, my love?
Blaze coming with a large trunk, opening it up. Soletta, if you'll excuse me, we'll start going through the trunk. Blaze will sit down.
Davine's gonna try to lean forward and get a peek of what's in the trunk.
Atari centipede. Fare thee well. Throws it into the ocean. I don't know a lot about games, but aren't those expensive? Prohibitively, yes. Yes.
Davine nods.
The Atari was like the original home gaming console, darling. And there it is, right there.
Into the ocean!
Oh my god, she's throwing away all the entirety of his collection, isn't she?
Pitching a large CRT television into the ocean. Yep, that's polluting.
Oh my god. Well, thankfully no one's ever going to find out about this because, well, at least we own this place. Oh, that's an NES.
That one's worth trillions. Chucking it into the water!
Oh dear lord.
She starts to rub the top of her forehead.
Super Mario Bros. Chucking it into the ocean!
Well, to look on the bright side of things, I believe this is at least therapeutic for her, at the very least.
Oh, the PlayStation mug he swore he'd never use again. When he embarrassed himself in front of the Ranger General in a bathrobe and boxers. Chucking it into the ocean!
Oh, darling.
Back when he was sane.
Davine rubbing the back of her neck.
Oh my god.
And now the piece de resistance. An original Game Boy and Pokemon Red. Pokemon. His eyes go up.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Soletta, no.
Wait, I think she's about to throw it. Soletta, wait, she's not stopped.
Soletta, please, wait. She puts her hands out. Instead of throwing it in the ocean, perhaps you can gift it to one of the kids instead, maybe?
She looks over her shoulder. Oh, sure. Give it to Samantha. She likes Pokemon. You bought her one already, but not an original Game Boy. I'm piecing out Clive's collection since The Clive I knew is dead. That's fair. Samantha will take good care of this and appreciate it. Trust me.
Yes, she will. She will love this like no other gaming system or game she has ever had before, darling. Trust me on that.
But when he becomes normal, he's gonna miss those things. Well, I need space for my own collection of games that I'm starting with his money. Okay.
Okay, fair enough, darling. Is your collection going well at this point?
Oh, I'm gonna start today while we watch the movie.
Okay, darling. That sounds good.
She smiles at her, like a very wary smile, and then leans over to Hunk.
Perhaps it'll get her mind off of quite a few of things, darling.
Yeah, she should play, what are those games called, dear? The RPG, the long games with a lot of dialogue.
To like JRPGs or RPGs as a whole. Yes, darling. Very long, very someone to call them tedious in some ways.
You should try, I'm trying to think of ones Nicole's told me about. Saga Frontier, I'll look into it. Trust me, as Jace is laying out another battle plan, and he hasn't realized that they all went down to the beach to play in the water.
He has the straw from the carton of milk that was thrown at him, and he's like drawing it out in the sand. Okay, so here's the plan. This right here, he draws a box. This is JJ's house. It's quite simple, actually. Let's say Samantha is right here in this corner of the house, and JJ's over here. We have to wait until they are furthest away from each other in the house, perhaps while she does his laundry and he's cooking dinner for her.
Having fun, Jace?
He looks up and looks over.
You guys never listen to me when I present my plans to you.
Integra's starting to get incredibly angry with Jace.
Integra just rubbing the back, not the back of her head, the sides of her head with her hands. She closes her eyes and starts shaking it wildly as she glares over at Snuffles.
Handle it, Snuffles.
Nah, bitch, you handle it. Scream at him. Be like your mom. Lay down the law. Looking over at Jace, who's walking up.
He walks up as Integra turns around and leans down in front of him.
You have no chance. None at all, Jace.
No chance, so that's what you got.
Exactly. You have less of a chance than probably Monkey Boy. She probably likes Monkey Boy more than you. You understand that, right?
Monkey Boy definitely doesn't require the attention you require.
Yeah, and she probably enjoys when he asks for attention, just like how she enjoys when Rebecca asks for attention, because she doesn't do it nearly as much as you do. And she enjoys females more than you do, believe it or not. More than she enjoys males like you, Jace, because you have ruined them for her because of your neediness and your dweebiness and your nerdiness and all of your other nesses that you have that you need to work on, or else you are going to be a very lonely boy. And you know what? When you are a very lonely boy, I'm not going to feel sorry for you at all, Jace. I'm just going to point at you and laugh. Jace.
She is breathing heavily. She blows some of her hair or some of her bangs out of her eyes and goes back to looking out across the ocean. And she cracks her knuckles and she looks back at him.
And none of that is a threat. It's all promises. All promises. Fix up your act, young man.
She looks back out across the ocean. Young man? She... Jace, staring at Integra, looks down at his feet. Then he looks at Hale. Hale, I'm sorry to say, but I think she's been mind controlled.
Oh shit, am I next? Looks feigned shock on Hale's face. Feigned shock.
I think you might be, because, I mean, he got to Integra, of all people. You might be next, Hale. I'm sorry.
Can you go pick me that apple up, Jace, please?
Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. He'll go over and pick the apple up and then bring it back over to Hale.
While he's doing that, what the fuck? Looking around the floor. Nothing you said got through. Looking at Integra.
Integra's like entire little body is shaking. When he hands you that apple, you hand it to me, Hale. Please and thank you.
Okie doke. Smiling at Rebecca, she'll take the apple. Here you go, Integra. Integra wanted it.
Yes, thank you so much. She rears her little hand back all the way and just decks Jace across the face with the apple.
Knocking him unconscious.
He goes unconscious immediately and hangs limply across Mr. Snuffles' hover chair, like halfway in the dirt, halfway onto Mr. Snuffles' hover chair.
Bow, bow, bow. Good job.
Integra puts a hand onto Mr. Snuffles and starts petting him. Thank you very much, Snuffles.
We're gonna have to buy him hookers or something when we get older, I swear.
He looks up at the sky. Do you know how much those cost?
Well, I mean, at this rate, he's never gonna get an actual girl.
No, he isn't, and that actually saddens me quite a bit.
There's always blow-up dolls like that Xander Haas guy Uncle Clive and Uncle Scar are always talking about.
Rebecca nods. You know, that those would probably be cheaper than buying him a prostitute.
He's turning into crazy, Jace. Actually, I retract that statement. He is crazy, Jace.
Thomas shakes his head. What can we do to fix him from being crazy, Jace? There has to be a way, right?
Bow, 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 bow. Tolerate him till he picks on somebody that's gonna beat him up.
And how long do you think that's gonna be, Snuffles?
Bow. 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 Weeks. Months. Years.
Right. Thomas looks out across the ocean, and then back at Hale. That just means we're all gonna have to be a good, constructive unit with each other to...
Unit!
Oh, God. Hale, honey, are we gonna be a part of the unit trying to deal with Jace's nincompooperi?
Remember that time we were on the special police force that captured Jace and beat the fuck out of him?
I remember quite well. Me and you, we were the head detectives on that case, and we had to go to a special safe house where Jace had JJ tied up, and he was torturing him to let go of the roofing and brainwashing that he had on Samantha.
Remember the time Integra piloted a Gundam in that show and we were the supporting characters?
Oh, I remember that quite well. I really do.
Integra nods.
It was a good moment, wasn't it?
Or Rebecca just gets a horse and tramples him, looking over at the unconscious Jace.
Rebecca holds her hat up in the air slightly. Yeehaw! As she puts it up, and Thomas strokes his chin. We'll keep that one on the table. That one feels like a last ditch effort, but we're gonna keep that one on the table, okay, sweetie?
Oh, look. Now Granddad's picking him up. Oh, come here, buddy. He's sleepy. Come bringing him over here. Now he's gonna wake up in Granddad's hairy arms.
And he is gonna absolutely hate it. Thomas shaking his head.
Jace coming too?
Jace slowly opening his eyes. My head is aching. What the hell?
He feels he's in someone's arms. Thinks they're Samantha's.
His eyes open up suddenly. Samantha! He makes
Feels the hair on the arm.
He makes direct eye contact with Hung as he feels the hair on his arms. Oh God! You want Samantha? His eyes widen as he is looking around suddenly.
Hey, you can go back to sleep. He'll hold him on his chest while holding Davine there too.
Oh God! Anyone, hand me to Davine. I'll even accept whiskey Dixuletta at this point.
Does he put his arms out to Suletta?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Starts drinking.
Oh my god. JJ's gotten to her as well.
Now, shall we begin watching the movie, madam? Your
Yes.
cigarettes.
Thank you, darling, thank you. She puts one in her mouth. She doesn't light it up as there is a child nearby, but she puts it in her mouth. And she nods towards the screen. Make sure you take notes, Blaze, darling. You are going to need them.
Does you like it when Granddad holds you? Looking down at Chase. Hale clapping loudly. Oh, they think you do. Is Granddad your favorite? Great Granddad, I should.
Jay's leaning back in Hunk's arms, like trying to get away from him, reaching out to Suletta as both Thomas and Integra do like a little whistle with their fingers in their mouths towards Hunk, saying all that he's saying.
Not too close to the water there, Thomas. Keep her away from the. You can't go out yet. You're not old enough.
Thomas squints his eyes. Yeah, really? As he'll hold her hands and move out just a bit more.
Thomas!
Mm.
He's scary.
He holds her hand even tighter and then will go lead her back closer to shore.
We can build a sandcastle, looking over at Jace.
Yeah, we can. Let's build a sandcastle while he's being held by Grandpa Hunk. Please, anyone else? Blaze, my man, you don't have hairy arms. Please, can you hold me instead?
Flashing to the press conference, Tommy getting ready, the camera not live yet. Look good sitting in her seat, Commander.
Well, let's be honest, Sheriff. If I wasn't the commander of the unit, I probably would have been the general of the Rangers, don't you know, Scar?
You look like fucking idiot. Looking over at Clive. That seat for dignified combatant and hero, Fwedewick.
I know. Not gonna show him how little he really is qualified to sit in that cell, the little son of a bitch that he is.
Ah, so this is press conference, ha ha ha. Boxing match, 2v1, still make no fucking sense to Tommy. But, we're going to do press conference, you follow my lead, okay? Nah. Clive's the host of this fucking show, motherfucker. Alright, fine, here's your fucking mic. He'll throw it to Clive and walk out. Real shoulders slump.
Yeah. At least he knows what his place is, unlike some of the people in this room.
Lazy-eyed motherfucker.
Lazy-eyed son of a bitch never did anything for this family. Fucking anything.
Not a goddamn thing. And he supports Carter. Let's get this show on the road, Samuel. We got better things to do than look at Frederick's fat ass all day.
Yeah. Give us a countdown, Sammy, old boy. You know how it goes.
3, 2, 1.
And welcome everyone to the conference of all conferences for the fight of all fights. The two members of the unit, Clive and Scar, versus the traitor himself, Fwedewick.
Turning the camera to Frederick.
Fwedewick has a steely-eyed gaze in his eyes. He's just staring at the camera. He cracks his neck and rolls his shoulders a bit as he does a few air punches.
Camera on Clive, please, not him, okay?
Yeah. No, camera on me. Who cares about that son of a bitch right there? Now, it's quite simple how this is gonna go. We're gonna talk a bit. We're gonna ask a few questions. He's gonna answer them in the stupid way that he usually does, and we're gonna answer them in the correct way. Because the unit is always the correct way. Isn't that right, Scar?
Goddamn right.
Yeah, you got that right. Now, before we start with the questioning and everything like that, I just want to give a shout out to my boys, Mad Max and Xander out there. He hits his chest twice and then puts a finger out. I love you, boys. Members of the unit to the end right there.
Yeah, and, for the fans of the unit out there, if you're paying attention to the newsletter, here, we'll give you a sneak peek.
Whoa! It's the UU podcast! It's the You Podcast.
Wow, sound like cat dying.
Sounds like the stupidest shit I've ever heard. You really had to use the take where you fucking cough in the middle of it?
You podcast.
What the fuck does a UU podcast even stand for? You idiot.
Unit, motherfucker. Standing up.
I can't believe that. He stands up himself, hands on the table, leaning forward to Scar. That's the stupidest name I've ever heard for something. You podcast, unit podcast. That's just so useless of a name.
The unit deserves to be named twice in the name of the fucking show.
Why wouldn't you just call it the TU podcast? The unit podcast. There you go. Simple as that, you idiot.
Yeah, you are truly mind controlled by Carter with that fucking attitude. Taking it up the ass every night after he's done fucking Hazel, huh? Probably got an STD up that anus of his.
You want to fucking talk, you son of a bitch. I don't have a catheter up my ass, and I'm not wearing a fucking rubber butt plug up there, too.
Excuse me for protecting myself from a fucking rapist.
You protecting yourself from a fucking rapist? What are you, fucking gay? Oh god. Do you have that set up your ass all the time? I would suspect it's mostly out of pleasure and not fucking, out of necessity, like you always claim it is.
Comes in with a stack of papers, walks out of her own office. I hate to see her leave, but I love to watch her go.
Oh,
Yeah, fuck you, Frederick.
you sick son of a bitch. You checking out the window? That's a married woman, you idiot.
A married woman who's willingly given herself over to Carter. Thank you.
She would kick your ass worse than I'm gonna kick your ass to the death for damn so.
Oh, please, you're going downtown, the beatdown in Motown.
You won't even know what hit you, mate. The unit is going to give you the classic 1-2 right across the chin, up on the stomach, and then boom, boom, boom. You're going to be hitting the floor before you even fucking know it. 1 through 10, that countdown's going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Going fucking crazy, making Suletta fucking drink, turn her into alcoholic, causing drama in family. You the fucking loser. Oh, stand down, motherfucker, stand down.
That's just her vices, because Carter got her off the ass, mate.
Did I ask for Carter to be born a demon spawn? No, I didn't. I'm simply, if not the unit, then who will stop Carter? Sit the fuck down, Krell.
No one is going to stop Carter, because no one has to stop Carter. He's... So, he may have been an idiot in the past. I will give you that, Scar. He made some really stupid choices. I will give you that 110% of the way. But he has been a very good man to Memory Ann, to his mother-in-law, to everyone on the fucking Wayne, and he has grown not only as a person but as a leader and so on and so forth. It's been said so
Oh, you're
many
so
times.
indoctrinated. You don't know how to shut up. You don't know when to shut up. You are so indoctrinated by Carter. And you know what? When Hale is ruined by Thomas, you're gonna come crying to my boots and Clive's. Then you're gonna say, God, wish we listened to you two. Wish we would have garroted that little fuck in his sleep.
Thomas is literally 1 year old. You cannot put that kind of pressure on a 1 year old. Okay? He has made literally no mistakes.
The savior of Gallia.
He's the savior of Gallia.
Show Galleon's worth.
And, he sows the galleon's worth, and you know what? He's gonna fix a whole lot of problems around the Wayne. A whole lot of problems.
Yeah, like ruining our godchild. Thank you very much. Hale. One of many.
She is not your godchild, and she never would be your godchild.
Julius and Pequod slapping his head.
Why would you guys ever be considered to be their godparents? See, you weren't even around when Hale was born.
Oh, is that jealousy I hear, Clive?
Hey, fucking excuse me. Just 1 second. Yeah, I hear some jealousy in your voice, but excuse me. I'm the one who bears Tail. I am the one who held her in my arms.
Who do you think was his nurse on stat in that hospital room?
Exactly. I helped birth her. The scar was right there next to me, and as thanks as it was with all the other girls and boys who we are the godfather and mother of, we helped them give birth, and as thanks, we are now the godparents of her. Are you that dense, mate? Are you that stupid that you can't even realize that much? Are you that indoctrinated by Carter that you can't even remember that much about the entire situation?
Boom! Nursing degree, Xavier University of Louisiana. Only for black people, idiot!
That isn't. He stands up and points towards the diploma. That isn't all black school. Are you kidding me?
It's an all Leogan school, thank you, my alma mater. They wanted me to be dean. Hey, Laz, here's one to you cunt. Flipping off the camera. I got more degrees than you. I got 20 to your 1. So take that 1 mathematics degree, shove it so far up your ass it takes us 10 months to find it.
Oh, you are such an idiot.
I'm
You
going to
will-
rip you brain out. Go, bring it on, try it, motherfucker.
You know, he's not gonna have to weigh a fucking finger on you, because I'm going to whip your brain out with my bare hands, and his brain out with my bare hands. You just mock my fucking words, Scar.
Zap pulling Krellin back. Oh, he's Fredericks. He trained. He gets him. You have to sit this one out. Glaring at Scott. Shove it so far up. Yeah, fuck you, Frederick. Why don't you go fishing out of Laz's ass with us? The fucking little loser. He gets cucked by Carter willingly.
You know what? You probably fucking climb on the down low. Just a minute. What you guys doing?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. If I was, good on me. We're gonna produce good kids. Good genes. That's the commander of the goddamn unit. We're gonna produce something, not the spawn of Satan like Thomas and Carter. The
Yeah.
actual savior of the Rainfalls.
Oh yeah, no, all the children you guys would have wiping each other up the ass.
Oh, you're just a gold digger like fucking Davy.
Gold digger.
Okay, for one, David is not a gold digger, and two,
I ain't a gold digger either.
if anyone's a gold digger,
We
Alright.
are at war.
Remember that?
what
Dear
the fuck?
President John Frederick Eden, let's chat, shall we?
Picking on your disabled neighbor junkyard?
Oh, are you- what the fuck are you even talking about?
All those who oppose the junkyard haters will fail.
Yeah? You remember that, big guy?
No, I don't Quellen. What is all that?
I don't know. He just being stupid.
Whatever. You know what? All that top of the line stuff you have at Fort Bragg, hey, it's just paintballs, man.
I can't hear you. My degrees are too loud.
Those are printed out straight off of a website. Those aren't even your name. Those say like Paul Fwedewick or something.
That is my real name. Thank you. You've made it public knowledge now. When I'm a
well-
classified operator.
Well, if anyone made a public knowledge, it's you putting them in front of the goddamn camera.
Oh, it's shame on me for wanting to put Laz in her fucking place, the pinko bitch.
She's not a pinko bitch. Oh my god, my hate. Clive gestures towards Scar and then Fwedewick. He doesn't even think she's a pinko bitch. It's right in front of you, mate.
It's too much disrespect for the commander of the unit. He's gonna slap Frederick hard.
Clive just stands straight up, and he doesn't go for an open hand smack. No, he goes straight for the backhand, right across Fwedewick's face.
Oh, grabbing Frederick, pulling him back.
No, let me at him.
No,
Let me
wait.
at him.
Wait for the fight, big man. Their time coming. The clock running out against them. Holding Frederick back.
I'm gonna tell him a new ass. Then you guys can have a catheter. Start off that one too.
Comes over and clocks Frederick with an open hand slap, pulling him back more.
Oh, let me at him, Seth. Let me at him. We'll start this match right now, right here. Dirty fight, dirty rules. Hit the fucking bell, Samuel. Hit the bell.
Clive now wants to spit on the brainwashed Frederick.
Clive walks straight up to him, leans in close, and spits right into Fwedewick's eyes.
Samuel having to come, the camera hitting the ground, hold Frederick back!
Where we go? Where we go? Where we kill him? I'm gonna kill him. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill him. There's not a body left to see.
Lick my hairy sack from the fucking back, Fred.
Clive double birds him.
Lick my sack from the fucking back, you useless, brainwashed fuck.
As Clive and Scar will leave the room, I assume Frederick continues screaming as they double bird him off.
Oh yes, continuing to scream at the top of his lungs.
Flashing here, Benny about to finish running the course, not done yet. Watching the press conference, Sam. Well, that is a press conference, to be sure.
I think it's going to be the most interesting boxing match that's ever been aired by the Rainfalls, that's for sure.
Bro, you're too busy watching that fucking presser when you should be watching me, Samantha.
JJ looks over at Benny with like a roll of his head. Yeah, what's that?
Oh boy, I want to kill them, but I think Frederick's going to do it for me. I'm typing on his wrist computer. Well done, Benny. 75% accuracy, and you finished in under 215, 214. That is above average, to be sure. Booyah, bitch! To Sam.
Elizabeth was just about ready to run up to him and wrap her arms around his neck and everything, but she hears him call her a bitch, and she stops in her tracks and takes a step back.
That resting bitch face ain't gonna get you a better time or accuracy. Hey, she takes the gun from him than me watching her.
Oz can see that JJ's resting a hand on his now unnanobited ODM gear.
He'll learn his lesson, trust me. Just relax, breathe in and out, mate.
Called my wife a bitch, mate.
Yeah, she'll put him in his place. She's good at that. They saw this whole exchange.
Carter walks up behind Benny, puts a hand on his shoulder. Benjamin, what the fuck did we talk about bragging to people who are better at us than stuff?
I got the Ranger Major gun, dude. You don't get it. You might have a sword, but over 80% accuracy and under 214 or 215. Booyah, Carter! Oh god.
Soul points to Oz. Didn't you just say 75% accuracy?
Yeah, I did. It's a C accuracy rating, Benny, but the time is good, for sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to watch very closely, Benjamin, at Samantha, and just... Yeah, this is gonna be a good teaching moment for you, I think.
The horn goes off and she begins running the course. Quickly! Like she's done this a million times, headshotting every Hecker target, continuing into the building. Part of the course, you have to throw a flashbang in, go in. That's where a lot of people lose time, because the flashbang affecting them. Benny, she ain't gonna beat my time.
Dude, she's on a pretty fucking wicked pace.
Jumping out of the window here, rolling in, another bang in, going in the room. Not even fucking close, Ricky. Crossing his arm!
Benny, she's going faster than I was the last time I did the course.
It's been at least 5 minutes.
Carter's looking at the time. I assume it's only been like a minute or so.
It's been 30 seconds. And she comes out! And it's 32 seconds.
32 seconds with, 99% accuracy.
She takes the magazine out and puts a fresh one in. Looks at Ben. Oh.
Minimal ammo usage as well. Damn good job, Samantha.
One mag. Crosses his arm.
Elizabeth puts a hand onto Benny's shoulder.
She's very good at what she does, Benjamin.
She'll slam the rifle into his chest. Oh! What'd you say, Ricky?
That factors out to what? A single missed shot? What do you think you missed it on, Sam?
She looks over her shoulder. I didn't miss a shot. It's 100%.
Carter clicks his tongue. Well, there you go. He pats Benny on the shoulder. That's about 25% better than you did, bud.
Gripping the rifle tightly. I even 2-for-1 quite a few of the targets. It's the only way you can do it with one magazine.
JJ smirking at Samantha, he gestures for her to come over close to him.
She'll come over as Benny grips his rifle. So how was the funeral?
Hard. Really hard.
It was, well, yeah, there's no other way to describe it other than how Ricky just did. It was hard to watch.
Now I kind of wish I had just went. You should have. Kissing JJ on the cheek.
JJ holds her in close, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yeah, there's no one better than you on the squad, love, as he just starts kissing her.
How do you even 2-for-1 targets? You gotta be cheating with this rifle. You wait till they crisscross each other and shoot the one in front.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dad tries to train and see how many he can get in a single row with his.
Damn it. Looking at his gun. Where'd they bury him, Carter? Turning around, looking at Carter.
Carter looks at Benny. Arlington, right next to Bashanokir.
Yes, and Colt's mother was glaring at Soul the whole time.
Soul looks down at her feet and nods. The entire time.
If looks could kill, yeah, I think it would have gone straight through Soul into Colt.
Oh, well. If it makes you feel any better, Mad Max was stalking us around New York. Colt laughed.
Carter's head shoots over to Oz. All over New York? What?
Well, we were just in the coffee shop. He came in, looked around, walked out. Came in again, looked around, walked out. I think he came in like 3 times total, and then he was just like pacing outside the self-serve coffee shop.
Did he say anything to you guys?
Nah. Sam looking at Carter.
Well,
So he just came in and walked out. He was looking for me, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head.
Oh my god, he rubs his face. I'm sorry he bothered you guys while he was looking for me. I'm sorry about that.
yeah,
That was quite funny.
that doesn't make me feel better. If we were there with you, we would have got to see Carter get attacked by Mad Max.
Would have gotten to a fight, probably, yeah. Benny's sitting down with his rifle.
And then we wouldn't have had to deal with Mad Max anymore.
Just remember, Benjamin, the man makes the weapon, not the weapon makes the man. Yeah, I'm starting to get it.
Elizabeth hugging around Benny.
Yeah, no, I also wouldn't go around calling yourself the Ranger Major, please. Benny.
Yeah, no, I'm getting it. Holding his rifle in his hand. Just excited to get it.
No, you should be.
She smiles wide.
Yeah, no, you definitely should be. But Blaze worked quite hard on it, and I'm happy he worked as hard as he did on it, and it is quite a nice weapon, but we gotta keep our attitudes in check most of the time, okay, honey?
Okay. Nodding his head. Did you catch the end of the press conference? Looking over at Colt. Colt, no, we didn't actually. Oh, you missed the show.
Oh god, what happened?
It almost broke out in Mom's office.
What?
Frederick and... Or, I'm sorry, Clive and Scar really drilling Frederick hard.
They managed to get Frederick, like, ready to fist fight then and there?
Sam will pull up a picture that's zoomed in on Frederick's face. What does it look like?
Frederick's face looks of one of pure rage, disgust, and disdain for whatever he's looking at. His mouth is wide open. His jaw looks unnatural from how it is agape. His eyes are squinted with the pure rage, and None of the kids knew he could do this, but his eyes look red from just his android optical units changing colors to signify his anger change as he looks like he's trying to lunge forward to kill someone.
The argument got so bad, my mom came in with papers and just walked out.
He looks like he's mid-transformation into the Hulk.
I can't wait for that fight. Holding Soul, looking at the picture of Frederick.
Soul nods.
Oh my god, yes. Jeez, he's gonna absolutely destroy the two of them. The numbers advantage aside, I still think he's gonna destroy the two of them.
He's gonna.
Did you say he's buried next to Bash and Okir?
Carter nods. Right next to him.
Probably on purpose, but Arlington is for heroes, and he was a hero. Oh, holding Carter.
Carter clicks his tongue and nods. He was more of a hero than any of us would probably have ever realized. But yeah, no, I definitely think that they did it on purpose, putting them next to Bash and Okir, given that we visit their two's graves so much.
That's what I would have done. Looking at JJ.
JJ nods. Well, you are the Ranger General's daughter, so there you go, love.
Yeah, Mom knows how to send the point home.
I would have to say so, and I would have to also consider that an understatement, Colt. And Soul hugs around herself and nods.
She certainly... Yeah, no, she certainly knows how to send a message, that's for damn sure as well. I could still feel her staring into me.
On their way down to Rainfall Lane, stopping to confront Carter.
Carter, Carter, Carter.
Oh, not now, please.
I'm not in the mood for this.
Nate?
Nay?
Can't hear you if you're talking. It's Clive.
I assume you saw that press conference that we had going on.
Oh, yes, he saw it, all right.
Oh, yes. Well, let me just say, all that we threatened onto Fwedewick, all those insults that we threw onto him, just know they go tenfold onto you because, well, mate, let me tell you this much. We both know, me and Scar both know, that he is not the true cause of all of Fwedewick's issues. It is you. You're the one who brainwashed him. You're the one who roofied him. You are the one who made our radio man turn against us. And that's the most sick thing I could have ever thought of, mate. So let me tell you something, Carter. We're gonna strike against you. We're gonna strike against you when you least expect it, mate.
And I know you're having an affair with the Ranger General, Carter.
What? As Carter turns around looking at Scar.
Don't try to deny it, you shake-fuck. We also know that you're having an affair with Samantha. And with Lash.
Look at that fucking hairdo. Fucking throws his hand up at JJ's hair.
JJ inhales deeply and then exhales.
Carter put that gel in your hair for you in the morning right after he lubes himself up to get inside. Yeah.
My hair is all natural, Uncle Scar. I've never had to put hair gel in it unless I was styling it a certain way.
Am I interrupting something, Captain Rainfall?
Carter turns to Sasha. Yes, please, ma'am. Anything. Please interrupt it, please.
Stepping back with Clive. Get up to the office now.
Understood, ma'am. Understood.
Well, you heard her! Smiling at Clive and Scar. We've got to be going.
Yeah, see you guys later. I'll tell my dad you're still upset he's dead.
Yeah. We'll be seeing you around, Carter. Don't you worry. Pointing at Carter with his cigar. And you. I got my eye on that hair of yours, cocksucker. Clive and Scar, anything Clive wants to say before you leave?
He flips Carter off. Double birds.
Lick my shack from the back, Carter.
Let's go. Let's get out of here. Come on.
Let's get up to the Ranger General. Move out, B Squad.
Yeah, so when I walked in the office, Frederick, you can still see his salivation over there, Ash. Pointing behind Ash's chair.
By the gods, what did they say to him?
I don't know. Apparently I'm having an affair with Carter. Down slap!
That raises as many questions as it answers.
I don't know. They were yelling and screaming back and forth, and Frederick just got angry. I don't know. I came in with the debrief papers and then walked out because I was not aware they were doing this debriefing in my office. Or this press conference.
Well, given you saw him in person, on a scale of 1 to 10, how badly fucked are they?
Oh, incredibly. I'm putting all my money on Frederick. If I was a betting woman, all my money's on Frederick. I don't care if it's 2v1. Nor do I care that they're most likely going to fight dirty.
Then I will most certainly be placing a bet on Fwedewick. Should make a decent penny for the shop.
Yeah, Town's looking at his wrist computer. Right now, all the betting sites have Clive and Scar winning by a landslide, because boxing rules 2v1. Sasha, trust me, Frederick's gonna win. Nodding her head.
I'll send them to you now, but put 20 million credits in my name on Fwedewick.
Yep, done. Town's typing on his computer. So you debrief the kids when they come in, I don't. I'll talk to them briefly, but I don't have time, and nor do I have the toleration level today to deal with them, so...
Understood. Pretty simple, right? We've got the nexus found. We need them to go and turn them off.
Yeah, and if they miss the boxing match, too bad. Shaking her head.
Nice and simple. We can get them out of here quickly.
Speaking of the devils, Sasha looking up as B Squad comes in. So what were we interrupting, Carter?
Carter walking in. Clive just threatening me. Ma'am, thank you for interrupting it. I would much rather be doing anything like this, please.
Benny's got his helmet off. We'll go to sit down with Elizabeth. No. You stand during briefings from here on out. No getting comfortable in the office. Yes, ma'am. Stands up straight.
Understood, ma'am. She'll stand up straight at attention.
Alright, children. We've got a little trip for you today. He's going to pull up on the star map where the planet is. We, through great work with Nicole's sister, have found where the teleporter nexus is, or at least where we believe it is.
On a Nova, squinting her eyes.
Yes, on a Nova. You are going in, and you're going to shut it off. Should be a relatively simple mission. I would doubt that Strat knows where it is, so they can't be there to muff it up, do you think?
I don't think so. Sam, how are we gonna shut it off? We don't know how their tech worked. You'll find a way. Glaring at her daughter. She'll actually get scared and look at her feet. Yes, Mom.
It shouldn't be too hard. I mean, one of you turned it on after all.
Looks over at Soul.
I turned it on. I can find a way to turn it off.
Good. You'll go there, turn it off, report back. If you miss the boxing match, well, that's too bloody bad.
Damn. This is all Carter's fault. And Soul's.
That could be debated, but I would say the entire squad shares a blame in it.
Oh well, no boxing match.
Oh well. It's pretty simple. Get there, turn it off, return. And please, I shouldn't have to say this, but please do not cause an incident of some sort with the Enovians. We don't really have the favor of Clive being sane enough to fix it this time.
It's still their home planet, Anova. We plan to help them move back in the near future. So, plans got thrown awry when he went fucking nuts.
Exactly.
Started to claim things like I'm sleeping with Carter. Looking right at Carter!
Understood, ma'am. We'll keep any damages that we might incur, hopefully none, but any damages that we might incur to a minimum, ma'am.
Towns, odds are we're gonna be down at the lane getting ready for the match by the time you guys get back, so if we're not here, report down to the lane for debrief. Man, I don't want to miss the fight, Carter.
Carter looks at Memran. If we miss the fight, as they said, my love, oh well.
If we miss the fight, let's just leave now so we don't miss the fight.
Yeah, I'd rather just get on the road.
Carter nods. He looks at Sasha and Ash. Is there anything else, ma'am, sir?
Not from me.
Be careful, be quick, and don't do anything stupid.
Yes, sir. Saluting all three of them.
Understood. Carter, all my characters will salute them all. Move out, B-Squad.
Oh, by the way, Carter. So,
Carter stop. Both of them stop and turn around to look at her.
nice to see you at the funeral today.
Thank you, ma'am. Carter thins his lips and he's gonna turn and start walking.
They get up here to the elevator. Oh, so you saw her at the funeral, Carter.
Carter inhales heavily and then exhales.
You
She
said
saw
she
her.
was staring at you the whole time, but we were 1,000 yards away watching with binoculars.
Yeah, she was staring right through. That was too.
Well, that just probably angered her more that you came and didn't even go. What are you thinking? It's Carter in the side of the head lightly.
Carter takes the head. He looks at Samantha. That we were the reason he died and we didn't deserve to be there.
Yeah, and if they don't deserve to be there, I sure as fuck don't.
If you're the reason he died, it takes more guts to stand there as the coffin goes in the ground.
Carter inhales heavily and then exhales. You are correct, Samantha. He shakes his head. It's just... It's not a mistake that I could fix, and... There are a lot of things that I probably could have done to prevent it, and I don't... He closes his eyes and shakes his head. I just don't think I deserve to be there at his funeral.
She'll shrug. I'll make you feel better. I'll tell you about the unit wanting to cast me in their new show on the way to the planet.
No shit.
Sam nodding her head. As flashing here, Icy, Julius, and Pequod are on their way home. Samuel's helping Integra ice skate Blaze, watching. Krellin's now helping Rebecca ice skate, trying to cool off from the boxing match. Where's Frederick? Turning around. Krellin? Samuel? Very angry. Go right to fucking train. You know, see press conference? No. Putting little ice skates on Thomas's feet.
Davine doing the same for Hale. No, we were watching Big Trouble in Little China, darling.
Fucking Clive saying terrible things. Frederick angry.
Oh, okay. Well, I certainly understand. Would understand if he just needed to go out and cool off after. Well, what kind of specific things were they saying to him, darling?
Calling him fat fuck. Taking it up the ass from Carter.
Well,
Davine looks, pays more attention to tying Hale's shoes.
I would probably most certainly need to cool off after hearing that as well.
The babies calm me down. Beautiful children, the best of gene splicing, rainfalls and browse blood. Sitting down with Rebecca.
Rebecca smiles up at him as she's holding onto his claws, and she closes her eyes and lets out a yee-haw.
And the second best, Hale, pointing over, and Thomas. Now skate. He'll use kinesis to help Rebecca skate.
She does like a little wee, and then she lets out another yee-haw. But they notice something weird about this one. Yee-haw.
What was that about? Looking over at him. Don't know. Watch this. Spins his hand so she can do a twirl.
And she does a little twirl. Eh, she puts her hands up over her head, her fingertips touching like a little ballet dancer as she starts to spin and twirl.
Samuel, not wanting to set Integra down because he's afraid she'll just fall on her face. Set her down. That's Patricia's daughter, trust me. Looks over at Davine.
Davine smiles and nods, and if Samuel looks back over to Integra, Integra has one of her eyebrows risen, and she points down towards the ground.
He'll begrudgingly set her down and stand back. No kinesis needed on that one.
She will start to... Oh, that's weird. She will start to skate around.
Samuel clapping loudly.
All around Samuel, and then she does the stop where she like suddenly stops and ice blows out in this direction, as little as she can, create with her little body. And she looks up at him, hands on her hips, and she gives him a wink.
Samuel will put his hands on his hips and pose in a very impressed manner.
She smiles up at him and starts to clap.
Samuel will twirl his finger, see if she can twirl.
She will start to skate around, builds up a little speed, and then twirls right in front of him.
She's shocked! Told you! She'd be fine with it. She'd be fine at it.
Oh yes, Dolly. It's like it comes naturally to her, almost.
Where's Jace? In the penalty box with Ansula. Looking over! What's Jace doing?
And Jace, he's done with it. He's absolutely done with it. He's fed up. He has his arms crossed, and he's just looking around. He looks at Mr. Snuffles, shakes his head. I got a chance. I definitely got a chance. If anyone here has a chance, it's me. And then he spots the whiskey.
Suletta's half asleep. The bottle's almost empty.
He looks around. You know what? She's drinking this all the time.
Try it. It will make you stronger to take down JJ.
Really?
Yes, it's why Suletta drinks it all the time, to keep herself powerful.
Oh my god, that makes so much sense. It really does.
You have to drink it very quickly.
Very quickly. Okay, I got you. So no, like, savoring it or keeping it in your mouth like you would apple juice or something like that.
You need all the power to defeat JJ you can get. No savoring. What about... Think of Samantha.
Think of Samantha. You are so right, Snuffles. Thank you for being nice and actually trying to help me out this time around. Thank you. As he'll take the whiskey bottle, open it up, and take a swig from it. And immediately spit it out onto the ground and throw up. Oh, that's gross. How does she drink this? It hurts so much.
Guess you won't be strong enough to beat JJ.
No, I can do it. As he tries to do it again, and he spits it out in front of himself again. This is made of pure fire or something. It burns so much. My chest feels warm.
It's called Fireball Whiskey because it gives you the ability to make a fireball to defeat JJ.
Oh god. Okay, he'll try to take another swig out of it. This time emptying the bottle completely and spitting it out in front of him and throwing up again in front of him.
You fucking suck.
Oh, I do. I can't even drink this potion to create a fireball to defeat JJ. I'm useless, aren't I?
Hunk storming over, seeing this. Hale. Jace is in trouble, I think. He looks angry.
Oh, he is. He is in so much trouble.
Is Jace drinking? Looking over.
Julia's pointing over to Jace. What the fuck?
He was just scolding as Hunk picks up the bottle and smashes it and glares angrily at Jake.
Jason puts his hands up and nods towards Hunk and does a little sign for "I'm sorry."
You should know better. You should know. I'm gonna tell your mom and dad what you did. Pointing at him.
He puts his hands out in front of him, shaking them wildly and shaking
No,
his
I'm
head.
gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him. And I'm the only benefactor on your side, kid, because I'm the one that's stopping your dad from beating you with a fucking bat, picking him up. Mr. Snuffles, ha 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 ha, meow, 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 meow.
Jace looks back and glares at Mr. Snuffles as he looks at Hunk and starts waving his hands again.
We're gonna tell mom and dad, aren't we, dear?
Oh, yes, we are. We're going to tell them that you were trying to sneak shots of whiskey.
3 shots. 3. He got down 3. He
What?
quad glaring at Jason.
He puts his hands up up to Pequod, and Julius pinches the bridge of his nose.
What the fuck? I didn't even know babies were capable of, even trying to ingest whiskey like that. Jesus Christ.
I'm not covering for him, but he's a baby, and he was over there isolated with Aunt Suletta, and there was a drink. You are lucky, young man.
That is true. A drink that does look somewhat like apple juice, or a drink like that, Dad.
Never again. Putting his finger in Jace's nose, basically.
He shakes his head and does the little like Holy Mary across the north, south, east, west, and shakes his head again.
How is it his fault he got trapped with Whiskey Dick? Hunt Roll. That name really stuck, didn't it? Jeez, I called her that for like a joke, basically.
It did stick quite well, didn't it? Now everyone is calling her Whiskey Dick Suletta.
Look, she's passed the fuck out. Clark.
Julius points at her. That's probably the best sleep that I've seen her get in the past week.
She mumbling Clive? Yes.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah, no, she is.
Alright. Never again, Jace, okay?
He shakes his head again.
You never drink anything Aunt Suletta's holding. You can drink what I'm holding most of the time. Anybody else but Whiskey Dick, okay?
He nods and points over towards Suletta and shakes his head, and then points towards Hunk and nods his head.
Alright. He'll give him a light hug and set him down on the ice. You want ice skates on, or you want to go on your own? Samantha's not here, and she's not going to be here for a while.
He purses his lips, puts his hands in his pockets, and kicks his foot slightly, and then points towards his feet and points towards the ice skates.
Alright, come on, I'll put some on you. You see, I think he prefers a girl to do it. Pequod will do it. No, I won't. Walking away from Jay.
Julius looks at Icy. No, she won't, Nicole.
I'll do it. Coming over. I'll do it.
Thank you, Nicole. As he'll go over to Pequod and put his arm around her waist.
Yeah. Well, we got Thomas. Look at Integra, son. By the way, Pequod. Not surprising. Watching her skate around.
Yeah, no, she's quite adept at it, isn't she?
Not surprising at all. Was Krellin helping her, or is she doing it on her own? He's giving her some assistance. Rebecca.
Yes, he's giving her a touch of assistance with his telekinesis, darling.
It's cute. Smiling, watching them go.
It really is. Look at her go, as
she skates up to Pequod, smiles up at her, and very broken, it sounds like, she says, "Fun."
Having fun, kneeling down, putting her forehead against Rebecca's.
She smiles wide and nods. "Fun."
You stuttering?
She opens her eyes and tilts her head and shrugs.
Just baby talk, honey.
Yes, she's what? Almost as old as Thomas is. She's, still learning how to say some words, darling. That's one of the first words I've ever heard her say. She's, still learning, so it's quite normal for a baby to stutter or blabber out words like that, darling.
massaging her cheeks, Rebecca's cheeks with her hands. She's so adorable.
She smiles wide and she grabs her grandma's hands and starts to kiss them both.
She'll spin Rebecca around. Yeehaw.
Yee-hee-hee-ha!
Icy sets Jace down. Alright, Jace, what do you want to do?
He puts his hands in his pockets, looking around as he'll reach a hand up for her to hold, and he'll point across the ice rink and just like skate is what he says.
They'll skate around casually together. Hunky likes his women, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, most definitely.
Hunk turning around. Thomas and Hale are already on the ice. Watching go.
Thomas has Hale's hand in his, and he's leading her around backwards, like he's facing her while she's facing frontwards, and he's like skating them around Krellin and Samuel in a figure eight way, and he's like holding her around, and then he holds her by the waist and manages to jump up. Yeah, they can notice a little shadow clone giving them a bit more of a boost as he does a little twirl with her in his arms, lands perfectly, and continues to skate around.
Maybe our son will be an Olympic figure skater. Icy, good career choice. Watching him go.
And Julius just gestures towards him. What the fuck? He certainly doesn't get that from me.
Doesn't get it from me either. I mean, I can skate, yeah, but I'm not like that.
Julius puts his hands on his hips. God damn, I am damn proud of that boy.
He'll do right what Carter could not. Actually treat her well.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. As Julius, with a big, wide smile on his face, Hung sees him start to tear up, as just out of pure pride for his son, looking at the two of them.
I get the same feeling when I think about you and JJ, my sons. I do. Squeezing his shoulder.
Julius,
Big shot, fucking hot shot to be general in the military, head of the headhunters, making Integra proud every fucking day.
Julius chuckles and puts his arm around Hunk and nods. I certainly hope I'm making her proud every day, Dad.
Who's not making her proud?
Who's that?
Old whiskey dick over there.
You can't. Julius gestures over to Soletta. You can't blame her for not making her proud, Dad. It's every cause has an effect, you know what I mean? And she's more of the effect and not the cause.
Skating around with Jace. We have pictures of Integra like in every office we have on Gateway. I cannot look at those pictures of her anymore, knowing Scar can't remember her. Pequod's size picking Rebecca up. I struggle to look at them, yeah.
And Julius shakes his head. It's real tough to look at him, Dad, especially the one at the headhunter space. I can't look over to my left and look her in the eyes anymore.
Now, I think about her a lot too. I do. I'd like her to see JJ now, you know. See how far he's come. See his beautiful wife. Head of a production studio. You know she's looking down.
She is most certainly looking down on us, and he smiles, keeping an eye on us and making sure we're all A-okay. And, well, he nods over towards Icy, keeping the family together.
Yeah, yep. I think we owe Integra and Nicole our lives.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And that's just another thing to be thankful for her for that, well, I can never repay.
Next time, we aggravate some deity, Dad, and you train a little harder so you can do something to the next deity, I see coming up here, laughing.
And Julius looks at Hunk and tilts his head.
Some type of anti-deity weapon or something like that. I see scoffs at Hunk.
You're joking, right, Dad?
Oh, we gotta, train a little harder so next time we can at least put up somewhat of a fight,
Do you want to try to fight a deity, Dad?
Oh, you did all right.
Yeah, I did all right for being a mortal man.
Knocked him down quite a few times.
Yeah, no, I did. And then he broke both my legs. There was nothing I could have done. He was literally a god. That's like you telling me to train to fight Nicole better when she could just snap her fingers and unmake me in a second.
He was a fucking jerk. Here you go, Jace. Teleporting a burger into Jace's hand.
Jace smiles wide, eats the burger with one hand while he's holding her. Icy's hand with his other hand.
He was a jerk, and no, there's nothing Julius could have done. But you know who Julius could do something against? Who's that? Those two jerks looking at us from the... over there.
Julius looks over at the two of them. You know, have we ever considered the thought of me killing the two of them, and then instead of wiping Clive's mind, we wipe Suletta's mind of them? Like, have we ever considered that?
I'm down. Looking at Clive as Clive is looking in the penalty box. Oop. Clive is looking in the penalty box. Carter got her again.
God damn it, you know what, that's probably roofied, mate. That whiskey right there, that's probably roofied.
We all know it was Carter who sent her down this path of alcoholism.
Goddamn right.
He juts his finger out towards Snuffles.
You're supposed to be keeping an eye on that, Snuffles. Yeah, stay silent like you always do.
Fucking piece of shit, fat fucking cat.
You
Walks this way, go ahead.
useless piece of shit, fat fucking cat. I could roll you down the street and you'd be more of use.
As he walks off towards Scar, slipping on his way and barely managing to catch himself on Scar's shoulder.
Spinning around with Thomas. What a fucking goon. That's gonna be Jason 20 years.
Oh god, please don't say that, honey.
Oh, just take a kiss.
He kisses her.
Glaring at Clive and Scar. Samuel cracking his knuckles. Yeah, so tensions are high post-press conference, in case you haven't noticed. We saw.
Yeah, no, we noticed. We definitely noticed.
Nice hockey rink you got yourself here.
Thank you very much. It's almost like two people I know built it. Isn't that right, Dad?
Yeah, didn't you help with it? You built it, right? Do we look like we got time for fucking construction of sporting arenas? That looks like more like a rollies kind of thing, you know, low IQ, low income stuff.
Maintenance type stuff. I mean, do we look like maintenance men to you with our BDUs on and everything? So, come on, I thought you were supposed to be a legend before marrying the affair haver over there.
Excuse you?
The affair haver. You really think she's your child and she came from your loins, or JJ, for that matter? No, she had an affair and had those two kids under your heads. Sadly, that weasel right there is your child, and so is Pequod.
Which explains a lot when you take into totality the weasel. Gesturing over at Julius. Krellin cracking his knuckles behind Clive.
Yeah.
He puts his hands on his hips and looks around.
You know, whoever did build this thing did do a crack-up job.
He turns around and looks at Krellin.
Yeah, you might want to back off, Crowley, old boy, before you get hurt.
Me back off. Takes one step back.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Saving you for Fwedewick.
Oh yeah, shaving you for Fwedewick, like we aren't gonna eat him like he's a pig on a platter.
Like a fucking stuffed pig, as Samuel will step back. You lucky Frederick never forgive us for getting to you first.
Oh yeah, how lucky are we? Like we couldn't take those two in a fight, mate. Especially while they're brainwashed by Carter.
My goddaughter Integra could take Frederick in a fight. Just look at her. She does a spin in the air with her skate.
She hears
I taught her that!
You did, mate. You did. You were You're an Olympic level ice skater, mate.
Out of Xavier, they had an ice skating program. My alma mater.
Out of Xavier.
Julius pinching the bridge of his nose. The All Black School. I remember that well.
Only for African American.
Yep. As he thins his lips and nods. Only for African Americans.
So, what do you two want? Well, you got this hockey arena built, wasting all that money. Might as well use it for something.
Yeah? What would you suggest?
Well, it's quite simple. It's quite simple.
He cracks his neck.
We're here to challenge you, Team Carter, to a bit of a game against Team Unit.
You mean Team Hunk? It's always Team Hunk.
No.
That's what you think.
No. It's Team Carter. Don't try to convince us otherwise. We all know who's truly pulling the strings behind your back, Hunk. Like you could ever see. You can't even see that she's having an affair with everyone and their father.
Look at her over there. Look at her. The time deity. She doesn't look anything like you, okay? Or your mother. Or Davine. She comes from someone else, clearly.
Clearly.
Oh, Nicole, by the way, are you ever going to be on time sometime this century?
I don't think she is, mate. I don't think she is. I mean, hell, I would highly doubt she was even on time to her birth. She was probably born late.
In the back alley somewhere.
In a back alley somewhere, or in a taxi cab. We both know that's how JJ was born.
So you want a hockey game, do you?
Julius putting a hand onto Hunk's chest to hold him back.
Yeah, we would like a hockey game. And we would like to kick your asses in it. Because we all know that we would.
Clive's going to be the coach of our team. Suppose you can pretend to be the coach of your team, but we know Carter pulls the strings. Either way, one condition, Carter's got to be on the ice. Oh, I'm sure he'll be happy to.
Carter's got to be on the ice, and he's got to be playing, and not in some pussy-ass goalie position or anything. No, he's got to be one of the attackers, mate. The attackers.
You're going to be the coach. 3v3? Nah. 4v4. We got these two goons behind us. We got to break the mind control on Frederick. Me, Crowlin, Frederick, Sam, versus your four best. One of which has to be Carter. You're on!
Julius pats his father on the chest a couple times. If you wouldn't mind, I would love a spot on that team, Father.
Of course. I think you're gonna have a good time. Good time.
Oh, I think we're all going to have a very good time when, especially the other two on our team, Carter and all of them. They hear exactly what they've been saying about their grandmother.
Oh, by the way, we got something for you, Time Deity. He reaches into his pocket with both hands. They don't really understand what they're doing in front of Davine. Clive double birds, I see. And so will Clive.
Clive double birds her as Davine, Pequod, and Hunk can hear the ODM gear start up on her waist.
No. Save them for Frederick. He's trained hard for a year. You will get your chance, mother. Trust me.
She flipping off my istrum, darling.
I know. And do you think this is the last time they're gonna insult her? No.
I can make it the last time, but I don't think I'm going to get that opportunity at this moment.
Nope. Save them for Frederick. They will insult Icy again, I assure you. Glaring at... See you later, motherfuckers. See you at the fight. Oh, bring a body bag for Frederick. Fat fuck. Let's get out of here, Claude.
Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Let my sack from the back, bitches!
Fuck you, Thomas. Walking by, disappearing. Yep, that's gonna be Jace, wrapping her arms around Thomas.
As they're leaving, Thomas flips him off.
That was good. She'll, with her little finger, flip them off.
Fuck you too, man. Jesus Christ, what'd I ever do to that guy?
They're just idiots, and Jace is gonna grow up to probably be partially like them. Fuck you, Thomas, for having a girlfriend.
I'm bound to... I feel like he's gonna be a very good friend of mine, Hale, but I'm bound to kill him. if he starts to do stuff like that.
I don't know if I can put up with him the way he is now in adulthood, Thomas, I'm being honest.
I don't think I'll be able to either. So either we excommunicate him from the family, or I kill him. And you know what? Whatever happens first happens first.
Spin me again.
He will do just that. The little shadow clone propping them up, giving them a little boost, and he spins her around.
Gesturing over Hunk to Thomas and Hale. You would think it'd be easy. You know, we were having such a good day till they strolled in here, watching the kids, watching Thomas and Hale and Integra, Rebecca. Oh boy, I'm ready to kill somebody.
Davine holds Hunk's bicep very tightly as she looks over at Icy. Istrum, come here right now. And she points next to her.
Coming, comes over, snaps her fingers. I muted my ears. I didn't hear a word they said.
Davine hugs around Icy and starts to kiss her cheek. Oh, you are my Istrum, you understand? And they do not insult you like as they did.
No, they don't. And apparently they think you're my illegitimate daughter. Don't they know I'm, like, a Novian? From, like, 2 other people who are long since dead? They don't remember, Nicole.
They don't remember. They also think that JJ is Mom's son, but not Dad's. So that's another thing.
Oh, looking at Davy! But Elizabeth is yours, right? And Dad's, because she looks a lot like you do.
Yes, she is the spitting image of us, so I assume they are smart enough to believe at least that I didn't have an affair to birth Elizabeth. And apparently Julius and Pequod are both Hunk's biological children as well as mine.
Why don't people understand? I think it says more when you can have a child who isn't yours, personally. That's just my opinion. Like, you look at somebody as if they're your child, as I look at you and her. I think it says more, personally.
It does. It really does. I mean,
I regret not being able to have been. I think that says all it needs to say. It does. Dad, holding Rebecca.
and Julius puts a hand onto Hunk's shoulder. It does, Dad. Don't worry. It really does. Thank you for saying that.
And the Laz and Oz feel the same way about little troublemaker over there. So I just... Where do they come up with this shit? I don't get it.
I really don't know, Dad. I think in their minds that they just choose the first thing that sounds, insulting, and they just run with that. And because they run with it, they think in their minds that it is completely true, i.e., something that she would never do, have an affair.
It's topics. Pequod typing on a wrist computer for their new fucking podcast.
The UU podcast, Dad.
Whoa! It's the UU podcast! Whoa! It's the UU podcast!
Stop fuck playing that! Pequod, sorry.
Sorry about that, son. Sorry.
So fucking stupid. Just copy Pequod the CU podcast guy's theme. Yes.
Oh my God. Davine shakes her head.
You know, I still have the pin that they gave me hung up on a little board that I have in our room.
Yeah, Samantha has a replica. Yeah, looking back at the photo, they were, if you remember, they were pretty integral in getting me elected. They were my platform, basically. I remember, yeah.
Trust me, darling, I remember, and I thank them every day for what they did for, not only the family as a whole, but for your campaign as well.
And now their legacy as podcasters is being disgraced. Looking at the photo, they even took their damn splash screen. You can see Pat's caricature hairdo behind Clive's head. Look. Oh my God, you can't.
And Ian's. Look, right there. Can you see?
Well, look, I don't think they'll mind too much. They're happy. They got a good payday. They retired shortly after I got elected.
Yeah, and if they do mind, it's quite simple. They're quite agreeable folk, so we could just probably talk to them and handle everything from there lickety split.
I can't believe you greenlit them a podcast, Patricia. They didn't run it by me, really. They just sent me the newsletter. She air quotes, and it's like, okay, whatever, fine.
Julie's shaking his head. Besides, Dad, I don't think there's any way we could have stopped the podcast from happening. We really couldn't have, I think.
Well, what about Clivatar? I saw some of the script. He's claiming to be the founder of the Rainfall. Oh, I didn't know that. Looking down at her feet.
Julie's grimaces a bit. Oh, yeah. He looks at Pequod. You still sure you want to greenlight this thing for a pilot, honey?
Give them a chance.
Julius closes his eyes and shakes his head.
Julius turns Julius's head to Thomas and Hale. How many kids do you think they're gonna have?
So many.
How many more kids do you think we're gonna have?
So many.
Don't you two plan to have like 10 more? Yeah. Minimum.
Minimum, yes.
You can't have any more? I see, not sure. But if I can, I want more. I rest my case.
I know that, honey. I know that, and I thank you for making the important decisions in the family like that.
But this guy's love for fucking women, you know he's gonna have some. Holding Jace up with his burger. That I'm not sure about. Looking at
Julius opens his mouth and it closes it. If Pequod looks at Rebecca, Rebecca's just shaking her head.
He'll find a girl. Rubbing his head. I
I
hope so.
Hunk can hear Integra starting to laugh when he says that.
He looks over his shoulder. Are they laughing at me?
I
don't
think
think they're
so.
laughing at you.
I think they're laughing more at Jace than they're laughing at you, Dad.
He'll find a girl. Kissing him on the cheek, does that make him feel better getting a kiss from a woman?
Yes, it most certainly does. It doesn't make him feel as good as a kiss from Samantha or Sasha would make him feel, but it certainly makes him feel good that a woman gave him a kiss on the cheek.
Icy will watch. Snap her fingers and polymorph into Sam.
His eyes widen as in Rugrats talk. Oh my god. You were hiding from me the entire time, Samantha, weren't you? Hiding as a ploy to get JJ away from me, weren't you, Samantha?
She'll give JJ the biggest, wettest kiss on the side of his lips that knocks him out.
He gets the kiss. All the parents and Rebecca can see him get lightheaded for like a couple seconds, taking a deep breath, and then get knocked out immediately just from how high his blood pressure got from blushing.
Holy shit, he's out like a light.
My god, he got knocked out like that, and she snaps.
He loves his Samantha and Sasha, that's for fucking sure.
Oh,
And he's gonna have to really, I mean, to get a girl like that, you gotta be like all-star level. JJ was all-star, yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, you have to be a JJ or a Towns, or he nods towards Hunk. You, Dad, you have to be like your level of all-star, and well, I'm not gonna count him out all the way, but you know, I don't think my grandson is gonna be able to match up to that kind of all-star level.
With enough guidance and stroking his unconscious head direction, Grimaces looks over at Suletta. Can you go check on Suletta, son?
Yeah, I got you, Dad. As he'll go slide over to Suletta.
Carry me.
He'll pick her up and carry her down the way.
She is fucking knocked the fuck out. Oh, Clyde.
Julius leans forward, knocks on the penalty box. Auntie.
I think he wants out. Julius, open the door.
Julius will open up the door and gesture for Snuffles to get out.
Hitting Julius in the back of the head.
Why?
Oh shit, that cat! He's got attitude!
Yeah, he certainly does. What the fuck?
I'm just probably pissed he got trapped in the box with Suletta. Oh, it's the hooligan.
Julius will slide in and sit next to Soletta and gently nudge her over so she's resting her head onto his shoulder. How you doing, Auntie?
Oh, I've been better.
Right. He'll hold her hand. Well, if you want to keep napping, I'm right here. You could be my pillow for, until the boxing match happens, okay?
Oh, I'm fine. Picking her head up.
You sure? Another nap could do you some good.
Hair of the dog that bit me. Unscrewing a flask.
Oh, Jesus.
You know, I'd just like to tell you something. Pointing the flask at Julie.
What's that?
Integra would be so proud of you.
Julius's eyes widen and he leans back a bit. Yeah?
She would be. She'll start swigging down the whiskey, like, quickly. She would be, wiping her mouth. I remember, I see you now when I'm drunk, and I remember all the field reports she would send up to Gateway about you. Always spoke so fondly of you. Even early on.
And Julius smiles to himself. He looks down at his lap. And he is going to bring her in for a pretty tight hug and rest his head on her shoulder. Thank you, Auntie.
However, she'll stand up. Now she's dead.
Julius lets go of the hug and nods. Yes, she is, Auntie.
Much like my husband, Memrian's father, and Clive, my second husband. Dead and gone. Take a drink of her whiskey flask and walk off. Disappearing.
Oh, Jesus. Julie stands up. That was really sweet for a couple seconds there, and then it got really depressing.
I think she is really depressed. Rubbing Julius's cheek, it's okay. Kissing her.
And Julius kisses her on the forehead. You sure there's nothing we could do for her?
Nope. We're gonna wait, guiding Julius out till Thomas and Hale fix them. Looking over at Thomas and Hale skate around. However long it may be, because our son and mother are responsible for this.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. He closes his eyes and shakes his head. Still does not mean I wish I could, She's my auntie. She's been my auntie for 30 years at this point. Jesus Christ.
Oh, mine too. Looking back at Julius. What, you let Whiskey Dick walk off?
He shakes his head. Yeah, no, we let her walk off.
Off to get more whiskey for Dicks. Watching her walk off.
Davine looks over at Krellin. I don't think that... Yes, darling, she's going to go off to get more whiskey for Dicks.
Flashing to Anova. The planet of Anova. Beast Squad finally showing up. Oh, that's ominously creepy. Looking up at the statue.
Yeah.
Carter grimacing, looking at it. Yeah, very creepy. He looks at everyone. Keep on guard while we're here, understood?
Noted. Cocking her LMG. Ranger Major Jr. at your service. Cocking his rifle.
Elizabeth puts a hand onto his bicep. Well, we talk about that, honey. What did we say?
Oh, Benny, combat medic at your service.
There we go. That's a much more lovely name and more suiting of you for right now. Okay, love?
Okay. Nodding his head.
Can't be the Ranger Major in a day, bro.
Just as Rome wasn't built in the day. He's looking around. He starts to nod. He nods towards Ricky. Start to move up a bit, Ricky.
Yes, sir. He'll slowly move up.
Carter will follow after, and Sol will put a hand onto Colt's shoulder. Do you mind if I go up after Carter?
Sure.
She'll join following after Carter.
Fan out.
Watch your step when you hit this portion. Looks like there's some water seeping in some cracks in the rock.
It's amazing how their structures are still like mostly intact.
Yeah, I mean, how long has it been? Like, well, since the first void incursion, right?
400 plus million years.
Exactly. Jesus Christ. Carter will go up to the statue to get a better look at it, see if there are any clues or anything.
Oh, there's text he can't read, but yeah.
JJ looking around. I'm getting like a very prickly sense on the back of my neck for this place. It's not like, it's dangerous. More dangerous than the normal dangerous feeling you get from a nova.
Is that a depiction of Kamul gesturing up to it? One we've like never seen before? Colt, I don't think so.
Soul walks up, shakes her head, and she looks down at the text.
Teleport a gate guardian is all it says.
She puts her finger up to it, traces over it a couple times. Gate guardian.
I didn't know she could read Anovian. Whispering to Ricky.
Yeah, it's news to me too. And I don't like the sound of what she read.
Since when can you read Anovian, babe?
She looks back at Colt. I think ever since I turned the teleporters on.
That's pretty hot. Walking up the stairs.
She smiles slightly, looking at him, and then she'll look back at Sam and nod back towards the statue. In all depictions of him ever, he was never called a gate guardian or anything like that, so this is most certainly not Kamul.
Wonderful. Looking at the statues around. Well, there's statues of him everywhere.
Seems he was very important person, or they, or whoever they are.
Maybe he was,
Doesn't look much like a person. Go ahead.
maybe he was the dude who was in charge of keeping an eye on this place back in the day.
Hopefully back in the day, and only back in the day.
Hopefully. As Carter looks over at Lazanos. You guys find anything the direction you went?
Ah, no. Just statues of your best friend pointing up here.
Right. My very best friend, as he's looking up at the statue, and he gets like a little chill going up his back.
You got the sword of man. Don't doubt yourself. Nothing to worry about. He will probably answer to you.
Yeah, probably, actually. He shakes his head. Not getting, doubting myself or anything. It's just that feeling of heebie-jeebies that you get that you can never really shake when you go to any kind of tomb or anything like that. He nods towards the statue. That's the feeling I'm getting about this place.
And if he doesn't answer to Carter, he'll answer to this. Slamming a magazine in his gun.
JJ looks over at Benny, looks over at Sam. Do you need to teach him another lesson, love?
I'm thinking so. He's really getting on my nerves today. Glaring over at Betty.
He's getting on my nerves too. And Elizabeth puts a hand onto Benny's shoulder again. Be careful loading it, love. It's a delicate piece of machinery. You know that.
Watch this. Smiling down at Elizabeth, translucent helmet turns it black. Looks over at JJ. Nah, JJ. Her eyebrow starts to twitch.
JJ actually just activates his ODM gear and shoots a sword out and catches it and points it right towards Benny.
Nah, bro. Guns are where it's at, not swords. I'll be going up the steps first. Walks up the stairs!
Isn't it smarter to have the guns in the back?
No. That's enough, Benjamin, please. Before somebody kills you and throws you into the water down there.
Carter pinching the bridge of his nose. Samantha, can you shut him up, please?
Walks up the steps. Glares at Benny. Okay, I'll be quiet for now.
Thank you, Samantha. As he'll also walk up the steps, holding Memory Ann's hand tightly.
Yeah, nice one, Sam.
Death glare. Pumping her eyebrows at Ricky and then death glaring Benny again.
Hey, I'm not dumb enough. I felt it. I'm not dumb enough to go for it again.
Can we leave? Looks at Ricky, then looks around. Can we leave or get into the building? How do we get in? The door is behind Ricky, and there's a giant statue of whoever that dickhead is, guardian.
Right. Carter looks at Soul. Are you picking up anything at all? You would have a better sense of this than any of us.
It's a sundial, gesturing down to it.
She points down towards the sundial. She gets on her knees, and I assume there's like some dust and stuff she has to like push off of it as she starts looking for any answers on it.
Yep. There's text.
She tilts her head, leans in close, and squints her eyes at it.
She can discern that it'll open next Friday. An hour ago.
She checks her wrist computer, and then at that, back at the sundial. Shit. She closes her eyes. We missed the opening by an hour.
Great, Mom's gonna be furious. Walking back down the stairs.
She leans back. We have to wait until Friday of next week, but get here at least 1 hour earlier to get through the opening that I assume opens from right there. As she gestures towards the statue on the opening there.
Oh, something tells me we're gonna be sent here at 0600.
Oh, we will. Why is it that the one time that spellcaster shit would have been the perfect excuse, it's right after we're not allowed to use it anymore?
Fair point. Looking at the sundial. Well, clear your Friday.
Carter sighs and nods as he'll help Soul up and, yep, clear your Friday. It doesn't say anything else, and Soul shakes her head. No, that's all it says. Friday, 1 hour earlier is when the door will open up. At, in a fancy, ancient Enovian type text.
Great. Shrugging, helping Soul up. Oh boy.
Well, at least we've got an answer. I mean, that's more than they had before, right?
Means the teleporters are going to be open for another week.
Carter nods. They're going to be open for another week, which is just another week for Strat to implement whatever plans they have ready to go.
I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but those guys, Strat, whatever plans they had are probably already done, in my opinion.
Yeah, at this point, you can't unscramble an egg. They've been open for long enough that if they wanted something through, it's through.
Probably through hours after you opened them. They weren't going to waste time.
Soul nods. But an additional week of it being open can be used to, I don't know, implement any additional plans that they might have had that we don't know about. She shrugs.
Then when their plans come to fruition, we'll stop them.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
We've got Suki on our side. Oh,
Carter.
yeah.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh. I mean, how could we lose when the greatest Kyoshi warriors are here with us, guys?
Yeah, and I get fucked by fucking Sokka Krell, lucky me.
Yeah,
She crosses her arm!
I was gonna say, that's your love interest, man.
Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Looking up at the sky.
JJ looks at Samantha. I'm sorry for this, love. You talk much too. And he gives her a kiss.
She'll put her hand on his cheek and kiss him back.
Carter starts to laugh as he covers his mouth.
And they want Elizabeth to play tough, do they? Looking up at Elizabeth, which ain't gonna happen, bitch. He says that to Memory. Benjamin.
Carter points at her. Yeah, no, that's not happening again.
Nah. Just hit him, please, Soul.
Soul will teleport behind him up in the air and smacks him upside the head. Teleport back next to Colt. You do not call my sister-in-law a bitch ever again.
Round of applause, pulling away from the kiss with JJ.
All my characters will give her a round of applause, except for Elizabeth, who's like petting the top of his head.
Good form.
That gun went. Go ahead.
Oh, good form.
Yeah, that gun went straight to that boy's head.
Laz is shaking her head.
Oh my god, I didn't know. Just being given a gun could give you that much of an ego boost.
No more weapons from Blaze for Benjamin from now on, Elizabeth, please.
Understood. I just thought it would be a nice gift to give him.
No, it's an excellent gesture. You picked well, patting her on the head. But, you know, it's a clone of the Ranger Mage's gun, so...
Yeah, good gift. Just maybe be careful that Benny doesn't turn into another unit.
I'm getting real tired of this standing up
Tired of what, Benjamin?
and dicked on and knocked out.
Well, maybe don't make comments like calling any of our significant others bitches, or that you're going to be the next Ranger Major, or anything like that.
Uncle
Benjamin.
Clive and Scar do it, and they don't get it knocked out this much.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're victims in a situation that me and my grandmother created. Mostly me and my father. But we don't bring him up because he doesn't fucking remember.
Putting his arm around Soul, and most of the time they do it from the ridiculous fake military bases.
Yeah,
From the ridiculous fake military bases over video, and in all reality, they're not hurting anyone. Sure, they've roofied a couple people a couple times, but they're not truly hurting anyone. Or you know what? Calling my wife a bitch to my face, Benjamin.
Fine. Sorry. Nodding his head.
You're forgiven. Just make sure that it doesn't happen again, please.
Well, how you gonna feel when your band gets inducted into the Hall of Fame and she's gotta sit in the crowd? What? Looking at Betty? What is he even talking about? Hall of Fame?
Carter closes his eyes.
All about Carter, isn't it? Carter. Benny, let me tell you something. Carter's band is wonderful. People love it. We're up there on the charts. To get inducted into the Hall of Fame, you have to be a band for, I think, at least 10 years. The only way you could get inducted is the people's choice. You can get voted in by the public. They do allow that. Maybe that could happen, but not anytime soon. Looking over at Carter.
Carter looks over at Samantha and then at Benny. And I'll have you know, Benjamin, I would fight tooth and nail so she wouldn't have to sit in the audience, thank you.
Yeah, I think the band's got to play a bit more before you even worry about Hall of Fame, Benny. Relax.
Elizabeth nods.
Like she said, minimum 10 years to, be inducted into it, and then People's Choice Award, sure, but, there are plenty of bands that are more popular than us, Benny.
Nah. We're the most popular, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth blinks a couple times.
Did you just do the no to your future wife?
Yeah, but I'm supporting our band with it, so it's okay.
Well, that is true. You are supporting our band with it, but I would appreciate it if you didn't do the na thing to me, please.
Okay. Hugging her?
She hugs him back.
It's okay. Just please, I feel like that's very disrespectful when you say that.
It definitely is, at least coming from Scar. Sure.
Yeah. You know your eye twitches every time he makes the noise, Sam?
Really? She touches her eye.
JJ looks at her and nods every single time. I mean, Benny, he looks over at him. None of us are going to be angry at you if you do it. Just this one's just an example. Go ahead.
He'll point at Sam. No. It starts twitching.
JJ puts his hand up. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah, oh wow, it does. Looking at her reflection in her wrist computer.
Yeah, no, it twitches quite a bit. You've never noticed that before.
But no. Shrug.
Oh my, well, yeah, no, you get very angry, and even though you're quite good at hiding it, love, it's quite noticeable to everyone else, love.
We got Suki on our side.
Hey, we got Suki. And I guess being offered the role of being paired with Krellin is better than what Zap was supposed to get from what you said.
I don't even look like her. Looking over!
Yes, you do.
I do? I don't remember what she looks like without the makeup. Sure.
JJ nods. You do. You do look like her. That's why I want you to dress up.
Oh, was she your favorite?
I can neither confirm nor deny that, but I will say yes. Yes, she was my favorite, love.
Carter's wrist computer ringing.
Carter closes his eyes. I swear to Christ, as he opens it up.
Ka ka ka.
Krellin?
Hanging up. Dumbass.
What the hell was that?
That is the best.
Oh, they're imitating my fall.
Hey, I don't mind. That's the best phone call we've watched you get in weeks, bro.
No, that was great. I'm happy to get that phone call.
Ka ka ka. Ho 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 ho. Hangs up. Next, they're gonna be doing Ding Dong Ditch at the lane.
Carter starts to laugh as Zol pointing at his source computer. It didn't even sound like he fully said your name. It just sounded like ka ka ka.
You know, I miss the days on the lane when the Stooges would just do like weird things, like Ding Dong Ditch, putting his arm around Soul, and that was the most problems you had at the lane, like adolescent children doing adolescent things.
When they offered
Oh,
you go.
I miss that too. I really do.
She shakes her head.
It was a simpler time back then, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd much prefer when they were offering us like $20 to walk Mother Goodash around the lane as opposed to, getting threatening calls from Mr. Clive.
Maybe Skylander.
When our biggest goddamn problem was trying to hide that Mother Goodash exists from our parents and not, the unit as a whole.
Oh, she's been forgotten to history too, probably still in the pantry.
Yeah, most likely. Just in the pantry. Our poor woman hasn't been visited by her children in years.
Can we leave? Looking over at the picture of Suki, my cosplay's probably home.
JJ looks over at Carter. Yeah, no, we could get going, right? As Carter gestures towards the sundial. There's nothing we can do. It won't open until next week around this time, so yeah.
The fight.
Yeah, we can get going. We can catch the fight. Let's get going, B Squad. Move out.
Yeah, we'll get you home for the fight. As here, the Skylander's in the ring, drinking his KFC. Everybody else has come down from Gateway. The whole fanfare here. Hunk leaning back in his seat with Davine on his lap. Banksy, here you go. Handing him a big gulp. Thank you, son. Here you go, dear. Drink.
Yeah, Davine takes a drink out of the big gulp and swallows and looks over at Banksy.
Thank you, darling, very much.
You are welcome. Handing some popcorn down to Icy for everybody to have. Popcorn down to Ash. And Hunk, so like I was saying, then he said, no, Nicole is clearly, Davine had an affair, and Nicole is not actually my daughter. But Patricia and Julius are. He's talking to Ash and Sarah. Sarah's what? I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. He's telling you guys the truth. Looking down.
It sounds like you told us 3 different stories at the same time.
Oh, and who is not my... Oh, JJ. JJ, the kid who looks most like me, is not my son. We all know, Laz, Bunker Laz, but no. JJ is from another man that Davine had an affair with. Pequod. Sigh.
The young man who quite literally got 99% your genes.
Literally, Sarah's leaning over, looking down. He looks like how I imagined you. When the first time I saw you, I was like, God damn, he is fucking smoking hot. No offense, Davine. Sarah's nodding her head. And I was like, I wonder what he looked like when he was younger. And then I met JJ as an adult and was like, okay, that's what he looked like. Still smoking hot. Thank you!
Exactly, watching him grow, it was like watching, going back in time and watching Hunk grow.
Thank you! Putting his arms out. He's very upset about what Clive said.
Extremely upset.
He's gonna be on this for probably a month. Stroking her dad's head.
A month, if no mention of it ever happens within that month. If
if it gets mentioned again, he's gonna be on it for another month, and then another month after that, and so
I-
on and so forth.
I mean, I personally think it means more. I see. Oh, here we go. Looking down at her lap. If you can look at somebody as if they're your child and they're not, right, dear?
Oh, most certainly. I mean, JJ is not of my blood, but I see him as my little boy. He is my little boy. He is my son, and I think that just means so much more than if he were to be my son fully through blood. Pequod and Istrum, they are not my children either, but I still see them as my little girls. They are my daughters.
Sarah's petting Rocco, listening to Davy. Well, maybe they were just having a bad day. I was watching that press conference. It got heated. No, they just like to hit you where it hurt.
Wait, I just realized. You said that they told you that Julius and Pequod were your biological children.
Yeah, there's no General Rico in their headcanon, okay?
That means that they're blood siblings and married.
Oh, that one went over my head. Wow, okay. Sitting back in his seat, Pequod. Oh boy. Looking at Julius.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that. Oh my god. Julius shakes his head. Apparently we're into incest, honey.
Well, I see they think me and Julius are having an affair, so... Pequod, yes they do.
Do they think that the family tree is just a wreath?
Sarah's laughing. Sasha, no, they don't think. That's the problem. Smiling down at Thomas and Hale while holding Jace.
They don't think at all, Ash, and like Sasha said, that is the problem. The thought of a family tree has never crossed their mind, and if it has changed from on a week-to-week basis.
Whiskey Dick sitting down behind everybody eating her popcorn, drinking whiskey. I'm surprised you let them have the press conference in your office. Yeah, I didn't. They were just in there. He was sitting in my seat, as if he owned the place. So, yeah. Pequod, oh. Handing Julius some popcorn.
Julius
You go.
Julius takes the popcorn. He looks over at Sasha. I'm surprised you didn't just shoot him right then and there, honestly, Sasha.
Given the expression on Frederick's face, and I can read a room really well, it looked like shit was about to go down, so I just... Well, you saw me, I walked in on camera as they were saying I was having an affair with your son, and I walked out.
He's very lucky because Tommy got shot for a lesser offense.
Yeah, I know, I should have never shot the guy. Looking over at Tommy, who's prepping. And he wasn't even there to host the press conference for you. Yeah, he told us he just got fed up with Cliven's cigar and left.
Which, honestly, fair enough. I think any, normal person would get fed up with them very quickly. Only those, like, basically cult members of the unit don't get fed up with them immediately.
Like fucking, who's that guy? Mad Max the Mandalorian. That's his name. Mad Max and Xander Haas and those type of people.
Please,
Yes.
let him actually try to attack Carter. I would really relish in that dipshit in the mask getting ripped in half.
Oh, he will. Samantha sent me a text saying Mad Max showed up at the coffee shop looking for Carter.
Oh, please, let me know when that goes on. When he actually gets fought, I'd like the footage.
Oh, if only we could be there. She snickers to herself.
Yeah, odds are he's probably gonna attack Carter in like some weird ass area where he would least expect it. I don't think he could get to him on like a mission or something like that, but I don't know, in the coffee shop or I don't know why, but like at a fucking library or something.
You guys are making a new Avatar show. I follow their newsletter. Unfortunately, Saris. Shrugging, looking over at Pequod. Unfortunately, we might be.
Davian sighs heavily.
I thought you said that it was nearly too perfect and you didn't want to risk remaking it.
Ah, you would think that, Ash. Hunk looking down at his lap. Well, down at Davine's lap, because she's in his lap. We're just greenlighting a pilot, Ash. We're not saying they get to remake the whole show. Here, Ash, here's a script.
He's gonna take it and open it and start reading. Why is
Just ignore the founding rainfall part, Ash.
No, yes, of course. Why are 3/4 of the lines Aang?
Well, Clive rewrote the show to focus more on Clive's childhood journey, which apparently took place here on the continent Rainfall Lane's located on.
Oh, so it's not you making an Avatar show, it's the unit making an Avatar show.
This show will make money. People love your comedy stuff. I know! Pequod gets happy!
It'll make a lot of money. I apologize I won't be watching it, but it'll make money.
Oh, it's not for everyone, just like Krell and Frederick and Samuel show. We'll see. We're gonna greenlight a pilot, see how it goes. Yes, we are.
Sadly, we are. Davine looking down at her lap. Julius leans forward and points at the script. Yeah, so they wrote out every single scene that does not feature Aang in it. At least one line of dialogue that Aang has. So all the scenes with Zuko talking to Uncle Iroh, Sokka and Katara, just finding Aang in the first place on the boat and everything like that, completely written out. So basically no other character makes any lick of sense.
Hunk, from what I saw, the show just picks up with Clive busting out of the iceberg, and Aang and Katara, or whatever, Sokka and Katara are just magically there.
Okay, so he's Aang. So
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is.
So that obviously means that Sokka is Scar.
Oh no, Krellin is Scar.
Krellin, okay, that doesn't...
I am Katara. Holding Suletta's hand, rubbing it.
That's wonderful, Suletta. Well then who's playing Iroh?
Zap.
Oh, poor Zap.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing. There's no lines for Zap in this script.
He's supposed to be in these scenes, and they're responding to him, but there's no lines for him.
There's stage directions. Oh god, Pequod coughing. Like, Iroh comes in, exits scene, like there's stage directions, but no line.
What other poor unfortunate souls have gotten pulled into this?
They want Elizabeth to be Toph, which is not happening. They want, apparently, who was it? Samantha to be Suki, right?
Samantha to be Suki, yeah.
And probably other people, she shrugs. I know they don't want me to be in it, or Julius, because they hate us. And they hate Soul, so they don't want her to be in it.
They're going to have Carter in it unknowingly to Carter. They're most likely going to be filming him unknowingly, darling.
Sarah's, I was just gonna say, they hate Carter, how are they gonna work with him on set? Just film without his consent, you know how it goes.
You know how the unit rolls, Saris.
Okay, I just have two more very simple questions. I'm assuming Zanzibar plays Oppa?
No. So if
it's a water buffalo first, not a sky bison. But look at page 2 of the script. He's referred to as a water buffalo.
Ah, his water buffalo.
Go ahead, son. Finish off.
Yep. And if you notice here, the name is Sapa. Samuel is going to be playing Appa, he does a little drum roll on his seat, a Chinook helicopter.
With a water buffalo's headpiece taxidermy thing they already bought, spent like 20 million credits on, gigantic one. And they're gonna put it on the front of the helicopter. Remind you of anything?
It reminds me of when Malcolm tried to make Avatar.
Somehow I think their show's gonna be worse, though. Crossing our arms, eating some of Davine's popcorn.
I think it might. Which brings me to my last question. Where is Fwedewick playing?
Ah! Fred Zula. Pequod gags thinking about...
But you're filming a pilot.
Well, you know. When they think the show's gonna get greenlit, so... When it gets greenlit, Fred Zula.
That lucky bastard.
I mean, you gotta do test footage and all that stuff as well, so I guess they're just gonna be filming some test footage with Fwedewick as well.
And then he's singing some ridiculous song over the intro and the outro credits. Some rap music song that is a tribute to you since you're dead, Ash. Serious? Oh, his favorite rap song. Ash loves rap.
Yes, it's my favorite type of music. And I know I'm dead. We just got another condolence card from them, last week, Saris?
They are persistent and sweet. They send a black rose every Friday.
Black
Julius nods.
To a flower shop!
In fact, just another reason they're so nice. Go to the very last page of the script, Ash.
He flips to the last page.
It says in big bold letters, in honor of Asharian Valorius, the best of us, from the unit.
In honor of me. I'm flattered. I don't know what to say, Julius.
Ellie playing with Zanzibar's face. He loves attention from beautiful women. Ellie, it's not actually true. They sent a fruit basket once. Wait, they did? Looking over at Ellie. Uh-huh. And then I was like, wow, rainfall tea. And then I went to drink it, and that guy came busting in. No, don't drink that! And they grabbed the fruit basket and ran away.
Davine puts a gentle hand onto Ellie's shoulder. Oh, darling, I'm very glad they prevented you from drinking that. You almost got roofied with quite a bit of laxatives and stool softeners.
They meant to give the fruit basket to Carter, probably. There was about a month span here where every day Carter would get a fruit basket on his front porch, and Carter just is not that dumb. He's a lot smarter than people give him credit.
He's very smart. Never drink anything that came from those men, Ellie.
No, yeah, I mean, I was about to, but then he came busting in, salivating at the mouth. I can't really do him great. I see, no, drink that! Julius does better. Looking over at Julius.
Julius knows, no, don't drink that!
Oh, it's okay if they roofie you. It builds character. I've been roofied 3-4 times now. Sarah's rubbing her hand. Oh, poor woman. Poor auntie.
Oh, poor Suletta. He rubs her other hand.
Yeah! Fucking, it was last week or something. She accidentally drank a tea. We were at our house, dinner table. She drank a tea. He came in and had the nerve to blame me for her getting roofied when him and Scar are the ones roofing them. So I got so angry, I stood up, threw Davine off my fucking lap and clocked him in the face. And then Scar went to make a move on me, and Frederick fucking destroyed him. Because thankfully Frederick was right there, which is probably what we're going to see tonight. But yeah, no, so even when, they blame me that I didn't have the foresight to be in the unit.
The foresight, I believe they also brung up Moxie, my love.
Yes, Moxie, yes.
Ash is gonna turn to Sasha, and they wonder why you're hesitant to move here.
Fucking roofie me. If they roofie me, it's game on. I'm gonna kill them. I'm not waiting for Thomas and Hale. Smiling down at them, kissing Jace to knock him out again.
Jace immediately goes unconscious, and Thomas, what a fucking dweeb.
He loves his girls. Kiss me like that?
He gives her that same exact kiss.
See, I don't get unconscious. I just want more kisses.
Yeah, okay. As he'll start to give her more and more kisses.
Sarah's smiling down. It's so adorable, but so fucking weird. Pequod, what do you mean? Looking over.
Well, look at them. They look like miniatures.
Oh, yeah. Smiling down at them. You get used to it. Big smile on Pequod's face. That's why I said earlier, I wonder what Integra would think of them. Saris, she would fucking melt, knowing Mom.
She would, and I am scared for the day that I see the two of them walking on Gateway and have a heart attack thinking that you two de-aged.
I mean, for God's sakes, we've got the deity of time. Can't somebody resurrect the woman? Playing with her fingernail.
I mean, it's very difficult even for her. And to my knowledge, nobody's done a resurrection of that sort, right, Icy?
We could use that woman. She was a peach. She was perfect. She's... Oh god, if only we had her experience and expertise now, Strat would be defeated. We wouldn't have to worry about the children going out there, and you could have crazy Integra versus crazy Clive. I know you think about it. Pointing down at Julius!
Julius looks down at his lap and then he looks at Icy. Did you tell her about that?
When she touches you, she can read your mind, lest you forget, drunk or not.
God damn it, I forgot about that.
Crazy Mom versus crazy Clive.
She'd kill him. She would just kill him.
That would be a hell of a fucking show. That broke my heart seeing Integra that way once you guys got back from the Majestic. But the one thing she maintained during the crazy period was her fucking ferocity.
I don't think that there's a force in this room that could stop Mom from killing him. I think she'd go through even you, Icy.
Crazy Integra versus crazy Clive. The ultimate battle. It's just something Julius thought up of and then we thought together. It would be kind of funny to make a cartoon about it.
Have at thee, Clive. Come on, you bitch, put him up.
As long as Integra wins. Pequod, oh, absolutely.
There isn't a universe where she would lose, Father.
Fuck, I remember coming out of my room up on the second floor before I shifted out of that room so somebody else could have it. But you come down, going down to the gym to be with that hot-ass elf babe, kissing Davine on the cheek. Can't wait, and I see Integra just marching around with her saber, waiting for Ash to come out of his room, like, oh god. Mom was dedicated?
She was extremely dedicated. I will never forget the time he closes his eyes and shakes his head, shirtless up on Gateway.
Oh god.
Trying to challenge Ash, who was just random people that she was talking to, holding her saber up to them, trying to challenge them to a duel.
I'd see her gripping her fucking hilt of her sword, staring at the fucking door, and I'd be like, hey, Integra, why don't you come down and get some? And she'd just be like, quiet, boy.
I remember the time she missed shooting me in the head by about an inch.
She didn't miss much either.
No, I was very fortunate. I was walking out of the gym and heard her pistol go off.
Whatever happened to that old Mercurius unit that used to battle Mom back? we laid him to rest.
He did his duty long ago, so we laid him to rest.
Died with honor. Shrug.
He deserves it. He's in robot heaven right now.
He was beat to hell. Yeah, that's because Integra would beat the fuck out of him with the sword and shoot him and all this shit.
I remember we even held like a small little funeral almost for him, where we all gave him a salute and then we shut him down for good.
Oh. No debrief up on Gateway, huh? Sasha, no, we didn't want to wait for them. Over here, Carter.
And Carter nods. He walks right up to her.
Debrief, and then you can take your little brother and Hale and get ready to commentate.
And Carter nods. We reached the planet, no issue, ma'am. We got to the portal nexus.
And all the teleporters are shut down, music to my ears.
We came across a sundial, ma'am. It seems that it only opens at certain times of certain weeks. Or certain times of the week, I should say. It seems that we missed the sundial by an hour to get into the opening for the portal nexus, which means that we have to go next Friday, which is next week, 1 hour earlier at least, ma'am.
Excellent. You'll report to Gateway at 0400. Told you.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
0400 Friday morning, picking up Hale and Thomas.
Thomas, somehow knowing what 0400 means, he sort of grimaces, shrugs, and gives Marianne a look of like, sorry, and gives her a hug.
Oh, she kisses him on the forehead. And you'll be camping out all day by this sundial, and you'll go inside and turn them off at any cost.
Yes, ma'am, at any cost.
And should you encounter anything powerful, you, looking over at Soul, should be able to deal with it.
She nods.
I will be able to deal with them, ma'am.
Oh, for fucking 100. Taking Thomas and Hale. Come on, Carter.
Carter nods. He gives Sasha a salute and then makes his way up towards Tommy.
That means we have to wake up at 3, Carter.
I know, honey, I know.
Ah, don't worry about that now. Friday, a long time away.
That is true. We should worry about in the now. He sits down next to Tommy, nods up towards Krellin. You doing okay?
Doing fine. A very bad day. See replay of press conference?
Like, we saw a little bit of it, yeah. Fwedewick seemed really mad. Is he, calming down? Is he holding on to that anger? How's he doing?
I'm bottling it up to kill them. Give you a mighty gift today. Oh, I drink a big gulp. Oh, and you could drink family value drink. Remember, oh, thank you! I don't really like soda, but thank you!
Thank you so much. He nods towards Krellin. I know how much these family value drinks mean to you, Krellin, so it means a lot that you give them to us.
The most dignified of drinks. Walking back into the ring, Memrian will put a straw in the drink and that one's yours. Put a straw in the drink and that one's yours. Hey. Holy shit! Starts drinking it.
Oh my god. Is this what they call the Holy Grail? Or what, Hale? As he starts to drink it.
And people are gonna wonder why they're our favorite aunt and uncle.
It literally cannot be a mystery at this point, right?
Hale, sucking hers down, resting her head on Thomas's head as hung. Samantha, we have something for you. A gift. She looks up. Here you go, dear.
Davine will take out the Pokemon game and the Game Boy and hand it over to Samantha.
You already bought me one. You didn't have to buy me another one. She gets emotion.
We know that, darling, but...
Wait, this is an actual original Game Boy.
Exactly. An actual original Game Boy with an actual original in-box Pokemon Red.
Oh, I am never opening this. Holy shit. She looks at the box. Where? Thank you. She smiles. You're welcome. It's from Clive's collection. But looks down at...
Davine smiles, then leans forward. We had to save at least something, because Suletta decided to, throw his entire collection into the ocean, including an NES, an Atari, asteroids, so on and so forth.
She threw a lot of shit in there to make room for her own collection. So, and she was about to throw those two in, and we thought of you. Thank you. Holding them to her chest, squeezing them tightly. So, if you want to go pick over the rest of his Pokemon stuff, go now. Not now, but, after the boxing match. Okay, smiling big.
Yes, darling, I would do it as promptly as possible. And she'll lean forward and take Sam's hand and give her a kiss on the hand. This is just to show you we love you very much, Samantha, and we are very happy you are in this family.
She will hug Davine and Hunk at the same time, because they're together. Ellie, Clive's gaming collection? An open vault? Hunk, you want to go? Pick it over? Suletta, help yourself, beautiful young lady. Looks at Ricky!
Hey, let's go. After the fight, I'm gonna take you there and I'll help you bring out anything you want.
But I feel so bad stealing from him. He doesn't like video games, Ellie. Tell her, Ricky.
No, they're children's toys that are beneath those with Moxie in the unit.
Oh, really? So we could just take whatever and he won't remember. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have Ricky go main drag of the lane. You go all the way to the end, and there's a storage shed, and there's these trucks that the Mercurius units use. You get a truck, you get in the truck, have Ricky drive you, back it up to the house, and Sam, and load the truck with whatever you want before Suletta throws it the fuck away. Benny, yeah, we'll be going over, sitting down beside Elizabeth, or behind Elizabeth, putting her on his lap.
Yep, think about it, Ellie. Better with you and me than in the ocean.
She'll kiss Ricky, deal! I say pick it clean, because she's gonna get rid of all of it. Looking back at drunk Suletta.
I think we got a fun weekend set, Ellie.
If I liked video games, I would go over too. Looking over at Ricky and Ellie.
Well, I would as well. Oh, I really would. Would have been nice to have that collection when stuck on the Majestic.
I mean, you know, the crazy thing is he does not remember anything about collecting, period. So when Hunk will air quote Thomas and he'll fix him, if he's like, what happened to all my games? We're just gonna have to come up with something. But given the fact she's throwing literal history away, yes, best to just give it to people who will actually appreciate it.
Hey, no, don't need to ask us twice.
Oh, the truck, it's all gonna be gone in the month, so don't wait.
Between the three groups going there, I don't think it's making the day, ma'am.
I get dibs on the Pokemon stuff. It's all I want. I don't want any of the rest of it. Ellie, deal? I'm smiling at Sam.
Yeah, fine by me. I'll take whatever you leave behind.
I would like to pick it over. He's probably got some Metroid games.
Last odds. I would like to go there myself. And she smiles at Oz. I don't really know or can think of any old school games that I really have my heart set on, but I would love to just look at through all the history. That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, as soon as the fight's over, get some food and go over and have fun. I could think of a few things I would like. Stroking his mullet.
Soul watching him stroke his mullet, she just grabs his cheeks and gives him a kiss and leans back. Oh, I'll get you anything you want, my love.
I'd say they deserve a treat for their good mission. Yeah, real good. They got there late. Oh, you guys pissed her off. Uncle looking over to the kid.
I know we did.
Soul nods. I think it was more a certain two people, Granddad, that really pissed her off.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Either way, we're gonna have a good night tonight. The show's about to start as the lights dim. Krellin in the ring, getting ready. Tommy, all right, Carter, how you want to run this?
Carter leans back, crosses his arms. Well,
Let's be honest here, Carter. I look in the mirror. I say, kind of okay guy. I look at you, very handsome, sexy guy. Who you think people want to hear talk? Carter, looking over at Carter.
No offense, Tommy, but most likely me.
I'll be your color guy, you be the host. Memrian, you also color, cause you very hot. No offense, Carter, and boys love you. I am, aren't I, Carter?
You are extremely hot, my love.
So, take it away, Carter. You are the star here. You and your band. Someday you'll be nominated to the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately for you, they do not nominate songwriters. Oh well.
Carter inhales and then exhales as he just rubs his face.
Thank you, Tommy, for telling me that.
You're welcome. We are live in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome, everyone, to the greatest bout to ever exist in the history of the Rainfalls. We have a 2v1 match, a bit of a rematch, if you will. Scar Rainfall versus Fwedewick Rainfall, but on Scar's side, Clive Rainfall. According to Clive and Scar Rainfall, a fight to end all fights, a fight to end. He looks at the little teleprompter in front of him and shakes his head. According to them, the fight to end my reign across the Rainfalls. This is going to be a very interesting bout. It is going to be high-packed, action-packed, and I would love to see who comes out on top. Who do you think's going to come out on top, Tommy?
I hate to say this, but I think Clive and Scar are going to come out on top. You know they're going to do something dirty. They already have the advantage. What do you think, Memrian? I'll rue the day Clive and Scar come out on top. Beat the fuck out of them, Frederick! 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 She starts chanting. Clap and chant, Thomas Hale. She starts.
Thomas starts clapping and chanting, and he'll even start saying a little, Fwedewick! Fwedewick! Fwedewick!
Fwedewick! Fwedewick! Tommy, I'm talking at their age. What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, well, Frederick is the fan favorite, I think, Carter.
Oh, most certainly. He's my favorite to win this as well. Call it, a bit of bias, a bit of, hope for the underdog, whatever you may want to call it. But you know what? I love a good underdog story, and what more of an underdog story can you have other than a 2v1 of people who are frankly out of your weight class? I mean, Scar, 7 foot, what was it again, Tommy?
5.
7'5", 300 something pounds, ready to box, and he's got strength behind those punches. Clive, he's not as big as Scar, but he still has that weight on him. He still has speed on Fwedewick, I would say. He still has some kind of speed on him. Still somewhat out of his weight class as well. And Fwedewick, well, he's the underdog here. He only has 2 fists compared to their 4. I just love an underdog story, and I can't wait to see this bout happen.
Oh, the Vegas odds. They're giving Frederick a 1% chance to win. Oh my goodness. Well, Scar has history. You remember Scar beat Frederick in match. Was not broadcasted, but replay was shown. Couldn't be broadcast live because match too short. Scar punched Frederick, fight fucking over. Memory on that is unfortunately true.
That is true, but if memory serves, Fwedewick didn't train nearly as hard as he did this year, did he, Tommy? I mean...
Oh, he going like a madman.
Exactly. Fwedewick this year, as compared to previous years when he did fight Scar, Fwedewick this year, he's a madman. I actually think we have some footage of him training this year, correct?
Yeah, I play some now, and then after I play some, we're going to go into actually crawling in position right now with Speaking of the Devil. Who need the footage when you got in the locker room with Trainer Zap and Frederick? Oh, wow, Frederick, look very dignified in boxing suit.
Fwedewick looks... I don't think anyone really realized, but he looks strangely muscular and fit for being an android who couldn't physically, lose fat like they thought he couldn't. And he's like hopping from one foot to the other. He's throwing air punches. Thank you very much, Quellen. Thank you very much. You're not looking too bad yourself, Quellen.
Going to beat the shit out of the unit.
Oh, gonna beat the shit out of them both ways this Sunday, I'll tell you that much. They're not gonna realize what hit them when the good old 1-2 android punch hits them.
He moves like lightning. Fred's been training for this non-stop for a fucking year. I've never seen an animal like Fred before.
Yeah. As he throws a flurry of punches off in that direction, and then starts dodging, doing a bit of shadow boxing before the real fight starts.
Why you no let Frederick fight them in Ranger General office, Zap? He's saving it for the fight. They gonna get it soon. Counting down. They gonna get it. You save for the fight. Handle it in the ring. Fred's a professional.
Fwedewick points towards the camera. Yeah, that's fucking right. You fight them into squared circle, everything's equal ground. And you know what? Even if it's not equal ground, because I know for a fact they're gonna fucking cheat on me, I'm still gonna win. They can put as many quarters as they want. They can wear brass knuckles. They can throw sand and dirt in my eyes. It's not gonna matter. I'm still gonna come out on top, because I'm Fwedewick Rainfall. And that's a damn fact.
Wow. What do you think of KFC? I don't like KFC.
KFC, beautiful company, beautiful food, family value meal, super affordable, just 5 credits can feed an entire family. My girlfriend, that's Sarion Valorius out there, I love him dearly. He's the CEO. Support KFC, support Ash, support them all. I love it all very much.
After fight, have Nashville chicken tender box for all of us to celebrate defeat of Clive and Scar.
I could think of nothing better, Quellen. I could think of nothing better.
Nashville chicken, me favorite, because alright, I'm cutting away from that interview. Tommy cuts away from Krillin talking about Nashville chicken. Tell me, Carter, what is your favorite dish from KFC?
I think it would just have to be, one of their chicken sandwiches. I just love their chicken sandwiches. 2 pickles on it. The spicy chicken sandwich, in fact. The hot sauce on it. It just brings out all the flavor profiles quite well, in my opinion.
Yes, I am a fan of the mashed potatoes, actually. The chicken good, but I fucking love the mashed potatoes. And the corn, and you mix the corn and the mashed potatoes. And we may not officially be sponsored by KFC, but fixing the position of Thomas and Hale's bags so the logo is facing the cameras, now we are. Marianne snickering to herself. Yes, we are.
Carter chuckles as Thomas will lean forward and do like how models usually present things, like waving his hand in front of it, presenting the name to the camera and giving a wink towards the camera for the bags.
Licks his cheek like Samantha.
he,
Oh, she laughed.
he smiles at her and will lean over and start to kiss her.
She learned that one from Sam, no doubt. There can be no doubt, Carter.
No doubt at all. She learned that one from Sam, and that just goes to prove that he is in fact her property.
Oh, God rest his soul. Looks like Samuel's in position with Father and Scar. Samuel walks up with a mic. Gestures to the mic for them to talk.
What's up? I'm sorry. What's up, world? It's Clive Rainfall, 67-star commander of the brigand unit, and this here, right here, this is Major Scar Valorius. What's up, Scar?
Gonna float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, Fred. You're going down tonight, motherfucker. Downtown, the beatdown in Motown. I'm gonna fucking put my paw so far down your throat, you won't know which way's up, down, center, left, and right.
Look at this footwork, mate. Look at this footwork. The camera pans down to Clive's footwork, which is, basically just him doing the shuffle or the running man. Yeah, that's right. You think you can handle this kind of footwork, Fwedewick? No, sir. No, sirree. We're gonna float like butterflies, sting like bees. Boom, boom, bam, bam. You think you could take down the unit, mate? Well, don't you worry, mate. We're gonna get you out of that mind control like that, mate. We're gonna get you out, and you're gonna be back on our side where you belong, because you're gonna be honoring Ash along with us.
Looks at the camera. Turns it. Marianne, well, what an interesting interview. Samuel is well known for his interviewing capabilities.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's quite the talkative interviewer, isn't he, honey?
Oh, yes, he, well, there's not much to say when the unit's on display.
No, there is not. Now, remind me, Tommy, you're more of our statistician guy here. How often has the unit, as their team name has been called, how often has the unit been training over these past few weeks?
Not at all. Not at all. Not in boxing. Maybe doing other things like unit maneuvers and stuff, but boxing, big fat zero. Meanwhile, Frederick training his ass off for the past year and a half, basically.
Yet another reason why I am personally rooting for Fwedewick, just the heart that he has in this fight, the heart that he has in taking down these guys. It just speaks to me so much more than the work ethic that the unit has been taking on these past few weeks.
Clive going to get shit beat out of him from the ring, coming back to the ring. I hope so, Krellin.
I definitely think he is going to have the shit beat out of him, Krellin. I certainly think he is.
Alright, well, anybody else find it strange how Frederick's kind of ripped? Sam, yeah. Looking up at the big Titantron.
That shouldn't be possible, right, Dad?
I didn't think it. What, did you turn him into a human, Nicole? I see. Nah.
Dude, he's basically got almost as good of a physique as Colt and I.
Hell, he's got me beat, dude. I'm still recovering.
Holy shit.
But Julius looks at Pequod. Yeah, did they spend credits to get him like a modification or something like that?
Nope. Shaking her head. I offered him money for training and equipment. He refused to take anything because he just wanted to beat the fuck out of Scarring. Well, now Clyde.
Zap is his trainer, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Zap was actually, if you look back in the Marine Boxing League, Zap was the champion for 2 years. Pre-Calamity. Yeah, pre-Calamity, but yeah. Sasha, it's true. nodding her head.
Sasha, can I make a request to have Zap come in and overlook the ranger training regimens and see if there's improvements to be made?
Oh, I'm sure he'd love to get off the lane. Saves him from getting roofied. He could. Yeah. By the way, I've had to turn down Krellin. I've gotten 85 different recruitment dossiers from recruiting offices all around Earth. Pequod, what? Hug? What? Krellin. She'll pull it up on our wrist computer while holding Jace, who's unconscious. Going to recruitment offices applying to join EarthGov. I see. Oh, he misses that.
I am so
he-
proud.
Turned him into a real soldier. I'm clapping loudly.
Davian doing a little golf clap and Julius shaking his head. He just wants to see his best friend again.
And get the fuck away from Clive. Pequod laughed.
And get the fuck away from Clive.
And all these recruiters gladly accept him because he goes in and you know who me is. Me lost Starchild. Take me now. Closest basic training date, and then they put the requests through, and I have Towns monitoring them. I've had him monitoring them all since I kicked Krellin out of the service, and yeah. He applied to the Navy 15 of the 85 times. I think he likes the Navy. I'm sorry, 50, I should say.
Well, that is certainly a huge majority of the times, goddamn.
Because Rangers fall under Naval Special Warfare. Sasha, that's what I figured.
He's smart, and if hypothetically he were somehow to get in, I would try to snatch him up for my ranger squads as quick as possible.
Oh, let him go fight. He wastes his talents with the unit. Pequod, no. Shaking your head.
We don't want to risk him. Onsoletta, we really don't want to risk him.
Benny, he wanted to join B Squad, remember? He was like, me be on B Squad. Team Skylander. Colt. No, thank you. No, thank you. We got enough to worry about.
Zonons, we definitely have enough to worry about.
Besides, at this point, I think joining B Squad is like a dishonor to him.
It's a step down, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, tell me about it. Sam looking over. Hunk. Oh.
JJ just holds her tighter and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
I'm very proud of how well you've been doing with B Squad, Samantha. You're doing wonderfully.
Thank you, sir. I try. Looking down at the Game Boy, then up at Ash. Some days are harder than others. Glaring over at Carter.
You're telling me I'm Ricky's father.
He's not that bad.
Anymore? Remember how you met him?
Yeah, I do. But after I put him in his place, he was fine. And he didn't surrender to the enemy. No, he didn't. Kissing Rick.
No, I haven't.
He got pushed off a train. Ah, looking over at Carter.
Yes, he did.
You know, if that had been me who got pushed off the train because he told me to surrender and stand down, I would have shot him on my way off the train. Okay, alright, Samantha, relax.
Davian reaching over, patting her on the hand. We know you would have, darling, and we are thankful that you haven't.
And now we're going to take call-ins from fans. Little time here, last preparations. The unit probably putting shit in their gloves to get an unfair advantage, because they fucking losers. Going to take call. Okay, let's see her. Mamrian, that is on your end. Mamrian, oh, there's tons of fucking people calling. She starts laughing and pushes a button. Carter!
Oh god.
Are you ready to talk to the madman, Carter? I've been looking for you. Points at Carter.
Have you now?
You thought you could hide from me at that self-serve coffee place. You knew I would respect the sanctity of the woman's restroom. I know you were hiding in there. Clive told me you would be, because you're a woman deep down inside. Well, let me tell you something, Carter. Next time, no woman's restroom's gonna protect you from me, Carter. Can you hold a conversation with the madman, Carter? Can you, Carter? Answer me! Answer me!
I think I can hold a conversation with the madman.
One of these days, Carter, I'm gonna catch up to you. And when I do, it's gonna be bing bang boom, citizen's arrest on you, and then you're being taken to Area 51 to be dealt with harshly. So stick 'em up, put 'em behind your back, and take the cuffs on, Carter. The cuffs are made of rubber because they're not a conductor. And you ain't getting me in the anus because I got a butt plug.
Right on, dude. Right on.
He hangs up on Carter. I'm sorry, Carter.
Carter puts his head onto the desk and he just starts to laugh.
Hale pointing at Thomas. Ready to talk to the madman, Thomas?
Can you hold a conversation with the madman, Hale?
Answer me!
Answer me!
Wow. Of course you would pick that fucking idiot. Tommy's sitting back in his seat.
Carter laughing. He sounded like a metal singer. Answer me!
Like Graw or Kill Switch Engaged or something. Holding Carter.
Something like that, yeah.
Tommy, well, nah, how about no more Collins? Typing on his computer, turning the device off. Oh, what a shame. I was hoping to get Xander Haas next. I saw his name on the list too, but I picked Mad Max. Maybe next time.
I think you picked the right one, honey. That was very fucking funny.
Wow, would you look at that? Frederick coming out right now. What's up? No fanfare, nothing like that. No fancy music, no fucking light show. All my characters in the stands, from fucking Flavor to Sunny to they're all cheering for Frederick as he comes out.
All my characters are standing up and giving him a round of applause, cheering for him.
Oz letting out sharp whistles and clapping, putting Laz back down on his lap.
Same with me, except you could faintly hear Ash scream to knock his head off.
You hear that? Owner of KFC telling you to do this.
Oh, that's a very good feeling. Ash believes in me, Chloe. Believes in me.
You gonna kill him, Frederick. You gonna fucking kill him. Sasha, that's my cue. Handing Jace to Pequod, she'll go down into the ring, putting a ref shirt on.
Fwedewick's just cracking his neck, rolling his shoulders a bit more, stretching out before the fight really begins.
Whoa! It's the UU Podcast! Whoa! It's the UU Podcast! Yeah, come on!
He's throwing his gloves up in the air, jumping around the ring, trying to get applauses from the crowd. None of my characters are... You could drop a pin and probably hear it. My characters are so silent.
Same for all of mine, except Towns, who just boo and boos at them.
What was that? You wanna go, mate? You wanna go? You wouldn't have the balls to step in the ring with us, with the unit.
We'll handle you after, fucking Mullet Senior, okay? And then, Colt, you're getting paralyzed again! Pointing up at Colt.
Soul
oh,
immediately tries to stand up.
Sit down. He'll wrap his arms around her waist. Sit down. It's okay. They can't hurt me.
No, they can't, especially when you have me right here.
If you the way you are now, you can teleport me around, zig-zag, boom, like nothing's gonna happen to me.
No, it is not.
And she gives him a fierce kiss on the lips.
He'll kiss her back as the opponents will meet each other in the ring.
Fwedewick.
I would say I want a clean fight, but she's looking at the boxing gloves. What's that? Quarters or nickels? Quarters. Nodding his head up at Frederick.
Not your monetary value, ma'am. Only the best for the unit.
Copy that. Well, you still want to go ahead with this fight then, Frederick?
More than you will, wise wings general.
Well, then bounce gloves, make contact, and head to your corner.
Fwedewick will put his gloves out.
Spits on Frederick's face.
Fwedewick takes a spit, and Clive just takes a step back without bouncing gloves, and he spits on Fwedewick's boots as he goes back to the corner.
You're gonna kill them, aren't you?
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him, and you don't stop this match. You understand me?
Understood. Nodding her head, walking back this way. Come on, Frederick, it's almost time. Just hold it in a little long.
Just gotta breathe. Just gotta breathe for a couple seconds longer.
Scar dancing around the ring like Apollo Creed. You! Paraplegic, I'm coming for you! Pointing at Cole.
Let him try, let him try. I would love to see them try.
Ellie, does he not realize that... well, maybe it's not my place. But does he not realize that Colt is Sasha's son? He's threatening to paralyze him again. He's standing right next to her.
Oh, apparently, Miss Sasha's having an affair with Julius.
Oh, so she's off the list of favored by the unit.
Yeah. She's off the list.
Yeah, no, my mom totally loves Carter. I think Carter is clearly my mom's favorite person, right, Soul?
Oh, yes, along with me. She just adores me and Carter at this very moment. She drops to her knees every single time she sees one of us.
Yo! Clive getting big britches. He's gonna try to... he's gonna beat the fuck out of Icy. He's calling Icy out.
Clive does the running man. Not a shuffle, but the running man up to the ringside and points off towards Icy. You, Wanovian bitch! You can't even get here on time to try and beat me up, so I'll just bring the fight to you!
Uh-oh. She looks at the ring.
Oh no.
Hunk feels Davian's entire body start to tremble in his lap.
He'll wrap his arms around her waist tight. Samantha, help me. She'll wrap her arms around TV.
Let me go, you two. I'll be
She's
quick.
really strong. Samantha getting tugged towards Ellie. Ellie tries to brace her. Ricky, help.
Yeah, he's gonna wrap his hands around all of them and limit break.
JJ, help it.
JJ uses his ODM gear, pierces it into the ground behind him, and is using it for leverage.
Let me go. All of you, let me go. I'll make it quick for them. I swear to God. No, I won't. I'll make it hurt. I'll make it hurt.
Go get him, sister. Not helping, Suletta.
Sorry, Miss
Son,
Davian.
please, help. Go ahead, Rick.
Sorry, Miss Davian, but Frederick's got dibs.
Icy will move over. So Julius...
Julius will scoot over and hug around all of them and limit break and start holding them back. It's okay. Holy shit, she's really strong, Dad.
The unit returning to their corner. Tommy, well, the show is about to begin. Here we go. As the mic comes down. Let's get ready to rumble! Then eat KFC. Ding, ding, ding! As Sasha will move around the ring, Frederick going out here, Krellin coming out here with Zap. Here we go! The match is on, Carter! Can you believe?
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Oh, okay. Fwedewick coming to the middle of the ring. Clive. Oh God! It looks like Clive is making a gesture. Come around the other side, mate. Come around the other side. Pinch him.
I'm on him! I'm standing! Oh, he's standing! He's standing! Can you believe it, Carter?
Stand and fight. What can he say? As Clive will start to throw a couple punches Fwedewick's way, as Fwedewick actually is dodging a couple of them.
A big punch hitting Frederick in the back of the head.
Ooh, oh God, ow! As Clive sees an opening and gives Fwedewick an uppercut straight into the chin. As Fwedewick, it looks like his eyes roll back in the back of his head for just a couple seconds, and then he comes back to normal and cracks his neck a couple times. Come on, is that all you could do? Is that all you could do? He tries to throw a couple punches, but grab him, mate, grab him.
Grabs Frederick, whips him around, kneeing him in the gut. Oh, apparently this is an MMA fight now.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see.
As Clive is going to run back, hits the buckle right here, stands on the bottom rope, and jumps off, Superman punching Fwedewick.
Big punch to the back of Frederick's head.
You want Woody? You want Woody for this?
This is not fucking good, Carter. Remember, no, it's not.
No, it isn't. As Clive straight up wraps his arm around Fwedewick's neck, puts Fwedewick's arm over his neck, and suplexes him back into onto the ring.
How the fuck is this legal? This is not boxing. There's
not.
one guy trying to box, Carter.
I know it's not legal. This is wrestling. It's not legal.
Frederick staggering to his feet. Scar running knee into Frederick's face.
He gets the running knee. He comes around this side, stumbles this side, as Clive grabs him by the throat, puts his arm over his shoulder, lifts him up, and choke slams him down into the ring.
Whoa! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! That's the unit!
Picking Frederick up. Going up to the top rope. Superplexing Frederick off. Slamming him into the ground.
He superplexes him off as Clive runs up to the rope, jumps off the middle rope, and frog splashes Krellin. Or not.
Oh yeah! Crotch chopping Frederick.
Woo! Yes, sir!
He takes a couple steps back, crotch chops him.
Shuck it, Fwedewick! Shuck it!
Scar coming over. Kicks Frederick in the side of the head.
Oh, God. Still not down and out for the count, are ya?
There's no god here today, just the unit.
Double power bomb, mate.
Double fucking power bomb from the top, brother.
From the top.
As Clive will pick Fwedewick up and put him on the top rope.
Carter notices something, though, as he's going up to the top rope. Carter notices Frederick has broken out of mostly of Scar's hold. Frederick's got an advantage here somehow.
What the hell?
Oh, it's over. Fucking turn the lights off, let's go.
No. Let's keep watching. Here we have Fwedewick somehow gotten out of his hold. As the Fwedewick, you know what? They're playing dirty. He's gonna play dirty as well. He just elbows Scar right in the back of the head.
You motherfucker tries to punch.
He somehow dodges out of the way. He spins around on the top rope around Clive. He hops back into the ring and sends 5 punches in lightning speed fashion straight into Clive's kidney. Ow!
The crowd erupting. Yes! Davine's calmed down now, salivating at the mouth, watching them get beat.
Yes! Fuck him up, Fwedewick! Fuck him up!
Letting out a roar, trying to dive at Frederick off the top rope.
Fwedewick does a roll underneath Scar's jump as he himself starts to run forward, and boom, one straight to the chest, one across the face, another across the face, and an uppercut, sending him down.
Falling back.
Now you're cheating, aren't you, mate?
As Clive will spin around and send 2 straight for Fwedewick's face. He dodges it deftly.
Grabbing Frederick from behind, dragging him into the ring.
Oh no!
Headbutting Frederick in the back. Come on, Commander, hit him good.
Oh yeah, here we go.
He goes up to right here. He starts to spin up his fist.
Oh, you thought.
As he starts to run backwards, hits the ropes, comes back forward slingshotting, and jumps up.
Out of the way, Scar!
As he jumps up and drop kicks Fwedewick right in the chest.
Falling backwards here.
As he He's obviously in a dazed state. He starts to look around. He looks at Fwedewick or Krellin, and he sort of starts to reach for Krellin.
Take them down, Fwedewick!
Taking them down.
Sweet unit music, brother. Super kick him.
Oh, sweet unit music. As
Holds Frederick in place.
Clive stomps onto the mat once, twice, 3 times, and then he shuffles forward and sweet chin music.
Frederick's able to break out of Scar's grip.
He breaks out of the grip, drags Scar forward, so he instead takes the sweet. No, Scar. In Clive's stupidity of being distracted, Fwedewick walks right up, picks him up, and boom! One to the chest, boom, one to the floating rib, boom, one across the face, and boom, one right to the nose. Come on.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're out. Scar. Oh, God.
Fwedewick lets go of Clive, actually. He takes a couple steps back, and he gestures with his gloves. Come on! Come on!
Ding, 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 ding. Round 1 over. Back to your corners. Looks like you're alone, Commander. Smirking at Clive.
Just like I'd like it, Ranger General. As he stumbles over to his corner, and Fwedewick over to his.
Frederick, last round of your life! The last one.
Fwedewick looks over at Krellin and nods. The last fucking round.
Sasha points. Memory will ring the bell. Round 2. Ding ding!
Fwedewick reaches the middle. Here we go. Clash of the fucking Titans. Fuck him up, Fwedewick!
Oh, Frederick, run through him!
Fwedewick puts his gloves up again. Come on! As Clive, he tries to throw a very weak right hook. Fwedewick puts his arm up, blocks the punch. Boom! 3 in a quick succession, right to his nose, 1 across his left cheek, up into his left pec once, twice, 3 times, and then up into his floating rib twice. 1 straight across his face again, Carter over here. Oh my god, that's the sickest combo I've ever seen. Get up, Fwedewick!
Uncle Frederick giving him the business.
Get up! 1, 2, 3. Oh my god! As 3 more direct hits straight into the abdomen, and then 1 up into the solar plexus. Clive stumbles back for a second. He leans against the ropes and comes back.
Hey, yeah, coming back.
Fwedewick ducks down, swings around, and uppercuts Scar right. Come on, as he gives Scar.
He's wobbly legged. Stumbles backwards and then forwards.
Fwedewick just ducks down, shoulders come up around his ears, and 1, 2 straight to the abdomen. But then he keeps on going, and he starts speeding up, and pretty soon everyone starts to lose count of just how many punches he's sending straight into his gut as he takes a step back and steps forward, and boom, right across his chest. That's when Clive tries again. Tries to Superman punch him again, and Fwedewick ducks down, punches straight into his stomach. Clive grabs his stomach as it looks like Fwedewick charges up for a second there. He leans back, cocks his fist all the way back, and boom, right across the cheek, and everyone in the auditorium hears bones crack as he does that.
So much force behind the punch, he bounces off the rope and coming back at Frederick now.
1 more punch right into the solar plexus, knocking the air out of Clive.
Sasha gestures with her hands to throw Clive out of the ring.
Fwedewick picks him up, gorilla presses him over his or his head, brings him over to the ropes, and throws him out of the ring.
Landing on Scar. Ugh.
Memory. And
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One final knockout sound. Out. Ding, ding, ding! Winner! Grabbing Frederick's glove, hoisting him in the middle of the ring.
yes, Quote
Fucking Krellin running in, hugging Frederick. Zap running in. Samuel will be shortly behind.
Carter stands up. He's holding Hale in his arms, bouncing her up and down. He did it! He did it!
Watch this, Thomas. She'll hold her hand up and make some little fireworks around the commentator desk.
Oh my god, yeah, that's a really good idea. He puts his hands up and does the same, except they look like little shadow fireworks all around her, bright and colorful fireworks.
Oh, kiss me, Carter.
And Carter wraps his arm around her waist, spins her around, pulls her into a dip, and kisses her.
Ah, that was beautiful. You feel better, dear?
Davine clapping wildly. She stood up off of Hunk's lap and just whistling loudly. That was beautiful, Fwedewick! Beautiful, I couldn't have done it better myself!
That's one hell of a boxing. She's standing up clapping / impromptu wrestling match, if I ever saw one. I see laughing at the comment. Yeah, you can say that again, Sarah.
It was incredible, and you want to know it's even better?
Mm.
I had 20 million on Fwedewick.
No shit. You see, everybody counted him out.
I think we got a very nice nest egg.
Saris, I think, what is it? Well, you won 300 million. Congratulations. Kissing ass.
I think it was a good investment.
I'd say so. Smiling at her son in the ring.
Julia's nodding towards him, crying with pride, just like he was towards Thomas. Damn proud of that boy.
When they're done, when they're
Go
done
ahead.
celebrating, let Krellin know that the KFC Foundation is now going to be known as the Krellin and Fwedewick Foundation.
Oh, that'll break their hearts. In a good way, I mean. Melt their hearts, I should say. You see, most definitely. Krellin handing Frederick the KFC bag for his celebration drink.
Fwedewick holds it up in the air. And he tips his head back just like how NASCAR drivers drink the milk and just lets it spill all over his face as he drinks it.
Sasha exiting the ring because it's the Frederick show, taking Jace from Pequod. Tommy coming in. Frederick, what a beautiful bout you had. You beat the fuck out of them. Samuel, get rid of them. Samuel, take them away. Taking them back to brag before they wake up. Frederick, all the fans out there, billions upon trillions of people watching you. What do you have to say for yourself?
Just treat your family well, man. Treat your family well. Don't do stupid things, like acting like you're part of the unit or anything like that. And just love, man. Love. And eat a KFC. It's a damn good company, please.
You know your mother very proud of you right now, Frederick. Look at that big smile on her face. And your father. And Hunk and Davine. Look at the faces of all the Rainfalls happy for you in the crowd.
Fwedewick points over at the entire family. They're proud of me. I'm proud of them, man. I'm proud of them. That's my family. I protect them through and through. Every chance I get, I provide for them. I protect them. They're my family. And I love them so much.
So, Frederick, early there in round 1, they had the advantage on you. What was going through your head when they start doing all these fucking wrestling moves?
Well, I mean, first thing that went through my head, I sort of expected this much, you know? I thought they were gonna come in with brass knuckles and quarters in their gloves, and, well, of course they did. They had all of those things, but I didn't know they were gonna be, you know, suplexing me and stuff. But I should have expected much. That was the first thing that was going through my head.
My God, Frederick. So, going into round 2, you catch your second win. What was that all about?
I just, I was weighing right there, and I saw Quelwyn right there, and he told me to fight. And sometimes that's all you need to hear. My will Queldrian, he told me to fight, and you know what? I fight. I fight for my family. It reminded me what I fought for. And I went out there and I put on the best goddamn performance I possibly could have.
Carlin kissing Frederick. Tommy waiting for the kiss to end.
Fwedewick kissing him back. He pulls away from the kiss as he looks at Tommy. You know what I did? You know what I did? I kicked their asses.
I would say the big turning point of the fight was the sweet unit music. Like, did you know they were going to try that? Is that their signature move or something? And how did you break out of Scar's manly grip? Big Leogan, man, he's got like 10 feet on you or something. It's ridiculous.
Well, it was quite simple actually. It's actually quite a popular wrestling move. For one, the stomping on the ground that they were doing, and on top of that, I had heard them practicing that on Fort Bragg a week ago, and they were there and they were practicing Sweet Tin music, Clive Sweet Tin music. So yeah, I believe it was their signature move as a tag team. On top of that, they did not train nearly as much as me, and I don't think they had nearly as much stamina as I did. So, Quiet's grip, or Scar's grip at that point, it was pretty, loose on me. So I managed to, with all my strength, break out of that grip. And when I did, I managed to stumble forward just enough to pull Scar along with me and make him take the hit that I would have taken across this sweet chin right here.
That was beautiful, Frederick. I have to say, the sweet chin music, unit music, Scar getting kicked in the face, and also Scar roaring and diving off rope, and you just ducking under him. 2 highlights of the past year for me.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. That means a lot coming from you, Mr. Wiseau. It really does.
Tommy will hand the drink bag to Frederick. Celebratory drink, do it again.
Celebratory swing! As he'll take another just huge swig of the KFC Mountain Dew.
And so, looking around at everybody, who's up for some fresh coney stew at our place, and then we go raid Clive's place? Well, I don't want anything from there. I know the wife doesn't, but then you kids can go raid Clive's place. Sounds good to me.
That sounds positively smashing.
Yeah. Oh man, you're gonna love her stew, Ellie.
Yeah? Really? Looking at Davy. Sarah, yes, you're in for a treat.
Davy nods towards Ellie. It is my signature dish, after all, dear girl.
And then we raid Clive's. Oh, and you raid it good. Take every last thing out of that house. Anything your heart desires. Chugging her whiskey bottle.
I'm spoiling you tonight, Ellie.
Thank you. Yeah, you get a truck and then you just load it, and then you can take it to the teleporter and get it through. As Suletta walks out, she's walking to go to Hunk's house. Hunk looks around before we go, and we catch up with Suletta there. Was it her as the loudest one cheering in the arena? Yeah. Look at Hunk!
She was louder than Mom somehow, and Mom was extremely loud.
She was standing up, pumping her fist in the air. Ricky took a picture of her. Sam laughed.
Yeah, look at it. It looks like they just won the damn World Series.
Yeah, it was her. I see nodding her head, looking over where Suletta was sitting. That's sad, kind of.
Maybe she's hoping that the unit gets knocked out of them.
I hope. Crossing her arms, shaking her head.
Oh, Jesus bloody Christ, if anything can from blunt force trauma, it's what he did to them.
And we are totally putting Scar getting kicked by Clive in the face on our television tonight.
Oh, yes, we are. She puts a hand onto Peacock's shoulder. Do you think it would sell well if we put that moment onto a t-shirt, darling?
T-shirt, what do you call those things? Watercolor painting?
Yes, darling. Oh, the works. Everything that moment framed perfectly on any type of thing that we can put it on. We do it onto coffee mugs, so on and so forth.
You should sell,
Good.
you should sell posters of it, ma'am. Do signings with him.
Sounds good to me. Smiling, looking at Frederick in the ring. Poking Soul on the shoulder.
Soul turns to look at him. What's wrong, buddy?
La 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 la. She can understand him now. I thought it was supposed to be a boxing match.
Oh, buddy, it was supposed to be a boxing match, but you know, this Clive and Scar are crazy right now, and, well, they made it more of a wrestling match than a boxing match.
Looking off in the direction they got taken by Samuel, as everybody will go back, take some of Clive's collection for themselves, the pieces they want, have some coney stew, and we flash to early the next morning. I see, I can't even think about food. Arms crossed looking at whatever Elizabeth's cooking. I ate, was it 10 bowls? It was 10, Nicole, yeah.
You certainly do like my coney stew, don't you, Istram?
That shit is fire. I see, yes, I do like it, and yes, that shit is fire.
Davine chuckles, looking over at Benjamin. Thank you very much, Benjamin, for the very sweet comment.
Has anybody heard Icy looking around from the unit? We haven't. Kissing Davine on the cheek.
Not a word from them. Neither of us have.
Benny, we have. Setting the small knife down.
Oh God. Is that... Which Metroid is that, darling?
It's apparently just called, Benny air quotes, Clive.
That's it!
They just want the game to be called Clive. And apparently Uncle Clive has boobs now. We got this at 5 a.m. We were still asleep.
And apparently he's also blonde.
Yeah, blonde and a beautiful woman with large brassiere.
With the large breasts and, well, but he looks like he's just screaming, holding a gun in that one. I really don't understand why they think these are good ideas.
Yeah, this game is not happening, Elizabeth.
No, it is not. I wasn't even considering it, Dad.
Watching the playback of Scar getting kicked by the sweet unit music, smiling.
Davine giggles a bit. How many times have you rewatched that, Istram?
Like 80. Every fucking day they call me fucking curse words and tell me I'm horrible at my job.
Is that so?
Every single... No, Nicole, please. It's the truth. Shrugging.
No, Davine sets down whatever she was doing and just walks over to her and gives her a big hug. They do not talk to my Istram like that.
They do the same to Julius, hugging Davine back. They really hate me, Julius and Soul. Like, for some reason, we're way up there on their hatred list. Because I think deep down they know you guys, they are amoebas to you three.
They certainly are. I will not take anything away from what Fwedewick did to those two. But what he did to those two is nothing compared to what any of you three could possibly do to him. So, they certainly take that to heart and find you to be dangerous to their egos, I want to say.
Giving Davine Eskimo kisses, Benny. One of these days they're gonna make a mistake, and Ricky ain't gonna be there to limit break to hold Davine, Mom, back. Same with Julius. Yeah, I know. Shrugging, that's, yeah.
Elizabeth leans over to her father. I mean, yeah, JJ, Ricky, limit broken, JJ using his ODM gear, you...
Samantha,
all of you were holding her back as best you could, and she was still dragging the four of you along.
it's a good thing they started the match and Frederick got to the, well, you know, he got beat at first because unfair advantage, but yeah.
Yeah, no, he got to the ass kicking quite quickly, thankfully.
I see. What are you cooking? Looking down at the raw fish.
Elizabeth points to the fish. Oh, we're thinking ahi tuna steak.
Hopefully I'll be hungry by the time it rolls around. Benny, you will be. Smiling down at the fish.
Elizabeth smiles. Yeah, we thought to do the fillets and everything else. It was a nice little treat, you know, from river to mouth type feeding.
Lorelai loves fish. And Julius. Nodding his head.
And I do believe both of them will be here for this dinner.
And fresh for her. Hugging the Icy. Yes, yes.
Davine's starting to laugh. She looks at Icy. Oh, please do tell me, darling. Is there any type of deal of Julius being shirtless for this dinner?
As far as I know, no. I don't think so. I don't think Sylar's coming. I don't think Sylar wants to see Julius's abs.
No, I don't think he does, darling.
No, I don't know. He's a very classy, dignified man. I don't think he... You know, most people in the family have seen Julius's dick.
Yes, even I have seen his dick. You know, lately is a relative term, I suppose. About 20 years ago or so, I've seen his dick.
She's proud of her man. She's extremely proud of it.
Oh, trust me, darling, we know. She starts to laugh as she holds Icy tighter.
You remember that time, she thinks back, do you remember that time we went to the convention where everybody thought Vamp was going to show up to attack Ceres? And then that lady showed up and Pequod just beat the living fuck out of her? Oh, God, yeah.
Yes, I do remember that. The delegate from Mars or something like that.
Yeah, she beat her to near an inch of her life in the matter of like 5 seconds. Fuck yeah!
I truthfully thought that she limit broke to do that to that poor lady. She shrugs. Turns out she did not, which is all the more impressive, honestly.
That beating Frederick was giving them last night just kept reminding me of that. Because we were supposed to be like undercover in case Vamp showed up, and Pequod just broke all of that and drew a bunch of attention to us. And I think that lady asked Julius out on a date or something. Yeah, she did. Something to that effect, if I remember right.
Davy nods. It was that of just flirting with him or something like that, but it certainly ticked your sister off, that's for sure.
Kudelia Ina Bernstein. Benny, what kind of nerd-ass name is that? I don't know.
A nerd-ass name of someone who gets beaten up by the Pequod, that's who.
Whatever happened to her? I see. When Pequod took over, she banished her, like, some political position to the far reaches of EarthGov-controlled space. And then the planet, which was just her and an office, it was a moon of a small planet like Pluto. Icy nodding her head. So it was her and an office and a bunch of Mercurius units. Mysteriously blew up. Sasha stopped investigating after like 20 minutes. She was like, you know what, Towns, just forget it. Stop wasting your time. I think we know what happened.
Elizabeth clears her throat and starts to laugh.
It blew up? Yeah. And there may have been a giant dragon out there too on the deep space radar. But, you know, it was just her and a couple units, Mercurius units, and a building. It was like a rock, a moon of Pluto. Think of a moon of Pluto. Benny, Jesus Christ, don't hit on Julius.
No, you just don't hit on Julius unless you want to get blown up by a dragon of Pequods.
See, all the Izzy drama could have been solved if she could have just got her hands on Izzy. Don't say that name, Benjamin.
Yeah, please don't say that name, please, honey.
Well, if she could have just gotten her hands on Benjamin 400 million years. Okay.
400 million years, Benjamin, please.
Well, I'm sorry I hate Izzy. We all do.
We all do, but that's also why we don't say her name, darling.
Right. Sorry. Looking down at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth descaling one of the fish. She stops and squints at Benny. You haven't seen my brother's dick, have you?
No, and I don't want to.
Okay, thank God. All the talk of multiple people seeing his dick, it got me worried for a second there.
Did you guys find anything at Uncle Clive's? Letting go of Icy. Find anything at Uncle Clive's for your collection? Yes, sir. Smiling. Ricky and his girlfriend took a big-ass truckload of stuff. Sam got all the Pokemon stuff. Nobody tried to fight her on that. Oz and Laz took all the Metroid and a bunch of NES and Famicom stuff. Stuff Oz wanted. We all got... He's got no collection left, save for the game Suletta has recently bought, which we didn't take.
Yeah, and anything that Suletta bought is completely hers. She puts a finger up. I'm actually quite proud of one of the steals we got. We got the Skylanders Dog Edition.
I see. Oh, you lucky girl.
Oh, darling! She gives him a little clap, and Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, it was there just for the taking, and no one else seemed to want it. So me and Benjamin, we thought, why don't we have it? And we decided to take it into our little pile.
Putting his arm around Elizabeth. Apparently, we're gonna get our own office building when we take over after the band, and we're gonna have it, the Skylander Dark Edition, on display in our office. I see. Nice touch.
Yes, we are, and it is gonna be like, imagine like a little like pedestal glass case type thing with a bunch of collectibles in it. That one's gonna be front and center as soon as you enter in through the building.
It was pretty wacko. Suletta was there, and she was like so drunked up because she didn't eat any of the stew. Ricky's girlfriend and Ricky were picking stuff, putting it into containers, and then they were going to take it into the back of the truck. And they picked over the living room, and Samantha was like, well, I guess that's it. And Suletta was like, oh, you forgotten about the Narnia closet. And she opened up the closet, and everybody's eyes just lit up, and she just grabbed a mound of boxes and pulled them out, and everything went on the floor, and then we picked over the Narnia closet. God.
It was quite literally a kid in a candy shop, guys. It was absolutely spectacular.
Did you get me an NES Power Glove? Squinting at Elizabeth.
She smiles, gives her a wink, and will open up her little pack and take out an NES Power Glove.
If I may relieve you, Benjamin. Lifting her over with kinesis and hugging her. Thank you.
She smiles wide, gives her sister a big hug. Oh, it's no problem, sissy. You're always a good sister to me. I might as well be a good sister to you, right?
You are the best, kissing her on the head as Hunk smiles, watching his daughter's embrace. Yeah, I think that Power Glove will look a lot better in your arcade collection, Nicole, than that movie he wanted to him with the Malcolm Force thing. Yeah. Nothing is...
Davine rolls her eyes and gags slightly.
Unit Force, I believe that's what it was called, and he was wearing the glove in the production stills.
Stupid fucking Unit Force.
That was really a Malcolm movie? Benny looking at Davy.
Davy nods. He called it Malcolm Force, darling, and, well, he was, she does the sign for drinking, tipsy all throughout, and, well, I just so happened to have quite a few scenes with him since I was his love interest, because of course I was.
Well, it's hard to argue that, you being as attractive as you are. I see will levitate Elizabeth back to Benny's arm.
She goes back to descaling the fish as she leans on Benny's bicep.
He snatched that Power Glove up too, because I think it was Colt was like, oh, I would like that. Nah, bro. And then he got really angry, and I said, Aunt Nicole wants it. And then he was like, oh, okay, fine. Yeah, don't do the nah thing, Benny, please.
Yes, darling, I think it would have been smarter to open with, actually, Aunt Nicole wants this, could we get it for her, please? Instead of the nah ordeal, darling.
Benny, see this glove? I see, yeah, the one I'm holding. Looking at the dumb picture of Clyde.
Elizabeth points to the one that Icy's holding. Yeah, no, that's the exact same one that we got her.
So, looking over at Benny and Elizabeth, tuna steaks take some time, putting his arms around Davine to cook and all and prep. But you guys want to come with us when we tail Samuel? Nicole, you want to come? I see, no, I'll stay here to greet Lorelai. Somebody more powerful than Lorelai needs to be around her in case she's really lusting after Julius. Laugh! Have to hold her back!
Davine starts to laugh as Elizabeth scratches her cheek and looks at Benny. You think we could, put this off to the side, leave it cook and stuff like that, and go with Mom and Dad?
Nah, we gotta perfect this. GL likes her fish done properly.
She smiles wide, looks over at Hunk and Davine. She shrugs. Sorry, Dad. We gotta perfect this fish.
No problem. well, yeah, no, we can't really push it back. We have to go because we know Samuel's shopping, and he'll look at his wrist computer a little while. But you guys can have us over at your house. I see rolls her eyes, and you could host Lorelai at your house, right, Elizabeth? And then you could be doing this in your own kitchen, right, Elizabeth? Right, dear?
That is true. Elizabeth points at Benny. We could do this in our own house. And think about this. Picture this, honey. I could be naked while doing this, and you could, come up to me and touch me however you want while I'm cooking dinner for you. You just think about that.
He taps the tip of the knife on his chin, thinking, very tempting. I'll take it under consideration after the ban. Ugh. Hey, that's actually progress. Putting up her finger.
Davine's head shrugs between her shoulders. That is progress, I suppose.
Groaning. Cancun's always available for you when you want to. Remember, I turned the teleporter off so nobody can follow you there.
Don't say it too loud in front of him, darling.
Oh, that's true. Side-eyeing over at Benny. As out here, Pequod lie in her bathing chair with a new red bikini. Sasha's doing the same in her brown one. Sam's floating around in a new bright red one. And Laz is doing the same in a pink one.
Julius, he's gotten beers for all four of them here, and he's just taking a sip of it, nodding, staring at Pequod.
Down.
Today's a good day. Today's a very good day, just staring at Sam.
Like I've always said, I don't understand why that woman was ever unconfident in her looks. Looking at Samantha, Laz, taking the binoculars and looking at Laz with them.
Julius shakes his head. If any of these women were ever unconfident in their looks,
Laz was, sir.
Trust me, I know she was my daughter. Trust me. Yeah, I know just how uncomfortable she was with her looks. Well, her mother would know more than me, but I was informed about how she felt.
Apparently there was no Mias at Rainfall Lane, fixing the binoculars, looking at Laz.
Julius starts to laugh. Apparently not. Staring at Pequod, taking another sip of his beer.
Pequod eating leftover popcorn from the night before. Mr. Snuffles floating around the pool on his hover chair.
Julius chuckles, staring at Pequod. He looks at Integra. That's your mom right there. You know that, right? And she nods, points at Pequod, and signs to her father, Mom. God damn, you're so intelligent, just like her.
Give me the fucking binoculars. I brought them from SIS, you clown. Oz, hey! He takes them back, focuses on his wife. JJ wants the binoculars.
JJ, uses his ODM gear to...
Shooting up his hand. He wears his combat gear, so he puts up a hollow shield and blocks him. Nice try, pompous hairdo.
It's not... Yeah, you want to talk, mullet head.
He chuckles slightly. Well, my mullet beats your fucking over-gelled hair. Do you really use gel? No, he doesn't!
I don't use a lick of gel, I never have.
Yeah, me and Colt don't on our mullets.
He throws his hands up. They just say I use gel because it does look stylized, but this is just how it naturally sits if I shampoo and conditioner it.
Wouldn't you be jealous of your hair if you look like fucking Clive? He chuckles slightly.
Julia's starting to laugh as well. I would be pretty damn jealous of my hair, yeah.
And I mean, he's got, Aunt Suletta is one of the most breathtaking women I've ever seen in my simpleton existence. He's got that waiting for him, and he's out there playing pretend tin soldier.
Pretend tin soldier with paintball guns and...
Fucking cocksucker's got no collection left. Towns, did you guys rate him clean? Clean as a whistle.
JJ leans forward. Do you expect anything less out of your daughter except for taking everything that man had to own of Pokemon?
No, you're right. Handing the binoculars over to JJ.
Thank you, sir. As he'll put the binoculars up to Sam and just watch his hot wife.
Everybody, like he's got no games left. Save for Suletta's games, Zippo. Nada, nothing. I mean, even the stuff that, didn't really catch anybody's eye, Suletta insisted they take. So Ricky and Ellie, they left with the majority of stuff. Because most of us were only there to get stuff we wanted, and Suletta was all like, "Oh, no, no, no! Where do you think you're going, Flower Girl? You're gonna take all this, too!" And she was like, "Okay!"
Let me put it this way, Towns. Me and Pequod have gone and visited that house after the raiding. It looks like the basic furnishings that we put into the house before anyone was really living in it. Just with a couple games added on from Suletta's personal collection.
Wait, did you guys breach the sanctity of Narnia? He chuckles and crosses his arm.
Well, technically, we didn't breach it. Suletta breached the Narnia closet.
Oh shit. He's got nothing left at all. Suletta was completely toasted, but she told us she overheard Scar and Clive talking about selling off the collection to help fund anti-Carter warfare. So that's why she just let us pick most of it over. Shit.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, she said to us multiple times, better you take it than the unit gets their funding for whatever thing they want to do to my son-in-law.
Yeah, she's quite protective over Carter, so yeah, better you take it than they get more laxative.
JJ laughs. How many laxatives do you really think they have on hand?
Oz, thinking deeply. 15, 25 boxes worth? He scoffs.
No. Think about it. How many laxatives in a box? Let's say 100 laxatives to a box, and that is pushing it. Let's say, he puts the roofies into a drink, and last time I checked, he was putting like 80 to 90 plus laxatives into one drink. That would mean
15 boxes would not go far, okay.
No, not at all. 25 boxes would not go far at all. I would say, what do you think, Towns? Minimum 100?
Oh, shit. At this point, I think it's well over 100 softeners and 75 laxatives per drink.
So, yeah, no. I would say minimum, like 300 boxes.
Pequod comes over eating popcorn. Try 7 digits.
And JJ clicks his tongue just like that. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right, Pequod.
She'll snap her thumb for Blaze to come over and take Integra so she can sit on Julius's lap. And then she'll take Integra and hand the popcorn to JJ.
JJ will take the popcorn and start eating it himself.
7 digits. They've spent over... I have access to my own credit card records. They spent over 100 million in laxatives and stool softeners. Oh my god.
So they have a good amount stored. All in Fort Bragg.
No, not quite. Area 51.
Oh, right. Area 51. Right on. And, they use all these laxatives to just to, I don't know the correct term for it, laxidate a roofie, just a single person's drink at a time, or a group of drinks like they did to the ODM Academy.
Popping a piece of popcorn in Julius's mouth, you'd be correct.
Well, JJ looks over at Oz and Towns. No one ever said they were intelligent, did we?
No! Pulling up the binoculars again. No, they didn't.
Julius started chuckling to himself, just shakes his head.
How did the Suki cosplay go over, friend? Looking at JJ. Suki. Looking at Julius, then JJ.
Suki, ma'am.
She
Suki.
is not playing Suki in the show, JJ. Come on. We're probably going to greenlight it. We need money, but no, she's not going to be in the show.
No, I understand. I understand she's not going to be in the show, but I mean, JJ looks over at Julius. You remember who my favorite character from Avatar: The Last Airbender was, right? And Julius nods. It was Suki. Yeah, no. And when I saw her, and then I looked at Sam, I just saw her in the Kyoshi garb, the armor, and well, he pulls up the picture and gestures to Suki and then over at Sam.
Is that he has a picture of? It's a picture of her in the cosplay. Is that her in the cosplay or from the show?
That's her in the cosplay.
Somebody had fun last night.
Oh, like you would not believe, Blaze. It was it was a very good time in my oh so humble opinion, as he's just staring at the picture of Sam as Suki and then back up at Sam in her bikini.
That's Sam looking down at the picture. Yes, Dad.
Oh, she leans down towards the picture. Oh, that is a wonderful cosplay. That is absolutely... She stops herself and then stands up, looks over at Hunk. Oh, he had a good time last night, darling.
Yeah, there is a bit of a faint sparkle to him. Look at it.
Yes, the glisten of a man who had a smashing time last night.
Do you guys see this? Hunk pulling up the picture. I see. Yeah, look at that, Julius. Pequod almost choking on a little bit of popcorn.
Julius pats her back as he looks at it. Clive? That's what they want to call it? Just Clive exclamation mark?
Let me guess. He lands on a planet, gets butt fucked, loses all of his armor, and he's got to get it back like the other Metroid game. Yes.
Just a quick question. Why does he have tits?
Well, you see, from what we were reading in the email, he had to undergo a transgender surgery too on an undercover mission to defeat Carter.
Right. Why wouldn't I just assume that at this point? Whenever they play a female character, they needed to undergo a transgender surgery so that they could be undercover against Carter. Why wouldn't I just assume that at this point?
Town's gesturing to the picture. Is this the only thing anybody's heard of the unit since Frederick dicked them? Yeah. Oz, I don't like that. Sitting back in the seat. I don't like that at all. That's worrying. Pequod, what do you mean? Let them sit out there and lick their wounds. Fuck them. No, I mean, it's too quiet.
Yeah, no, exactly. People think about this. If this shows us that the unit is still active, but if this is the only thing that we've heard from them, then that's unnatural. That's just not how the unit functions, and the unit is obviously still active.
Nobody's gotten like a catty call. Nobody at all? Blaze, not me, and I get them often. None of us. I see, nah, sure.
Davin shakes her head, JJ does, and Julia shrugs. Not me.
Pequod furiously typing on her wrist computer, calling her son, Carter. Pulling Carter up on the wrist computer. Carter?
Yeah, Mom.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm trying to start up the fire for Memory Ann. She's sleeping in a bit.
Is that Soul and Colt there in the background, I see?
Yeah, no, they're hanging out with their dolphin.
Have you gotten a Carter call at all?
No, thankfully.
Okay, well, just worried. Nobody's heard from them save for an email about a game, and Oz thinks it's suspicious. Very suspicious. Too quiet.
Carter squints his eyes. I happen to agree with him. That is extremely suspicious.
Watch your back, Carter. You're going out to get dessert, right? Watch your back.
Yes, sir. Watching my back, sir, not a problem.
Shill, how are Thomas and Hale?
They're doing great. They're well, angels as always. We've been having to keep an eye on them. They've seemed extremely affectionate today. or all of last night and today. I guess the win Fwedewick got really made them happy, but, they've been great otherwise.
Okay, she'll blow a kiss to her son. Be careful, Carter. You're going off the lane, so be careful.
Of course, Ma. I'll bring my sword with me and everything.
Smart boy. Smiling at her son hanging up. Too fucking quiet. After a defeat like that, whether they remember it or not, they're not gonna take it sitting down.
JJ's shaking his head. No, they are not. They're gonna... He clicks his tongue. They're gonna try something. Mark my words, they're going to try something today.
Hunk will whistle and... fingers in his mouth and whistle. Hey, last call for anybody who wants to tail Samuel and learn the truth about GL. Hearing that, she jumps off her raft and swims over.
Oh, I guess that's us, Dad.
Laz, you want to come? I wouldn't mind, but it's up to him. I'm enjoying the view with these binoculars.
Laz will go under the water and resurface back up here, pushing herself out of the water just to give Oz a really good show as she comes out of the water.
Yeah, sure, I would love to go.
Looks over at Jace. I think he's happy where he is. What's Jace doing?
Yeah, Jace is sleeping. His face is buried into her breasts.
I think he's happy where he is, and, when we said we were going to do this, family bonding, you wouldn't have to deal with Jace. Thank God. No offense. Smiles at last. None fucking taken. Look at him. Ugh.
No, none taken. She gestures towards him. He's quite clingy right now. I apologize for that.
Well, you can't go in your little bathing suits there, so get dressed and then we're gonna head out, because Samuel is supposedly leaving within the hour. Sam, dress me.
Yes, my love. You will go
admiring my Suki cosplay, are we?
Well, what can I say, love? It is, it's quite spectacular, as he'll smack her ass and pick her up.
Oswell, I'll dress you as well, come on.
Ooh, that sounds wonderful.
He'll walk off, Pequod looking at the picture. There's nothing wrong with it. I used to show off Julius, I still do. We know.
Yes, darling, I think if there's at least one thing we remember, it is Spider-Quad.
Well, no, Spider Pequod, but in general, I just used to show off Julius to everybody. You should be, maybe not the private part area thing, that was probably a bit much. Even Master Yen saw the guy's dick. Is that a phallus I see there?
Julius sort of sighs and rubs his face.
Yeah, no, well, there's no other kids around here. I guess it's just you. Honey,
he looks at Integra.
If you ever want to show off your significant other, go for it. I encourage you to do so. But if they don't want you to show off their private areas, don't do it.
And Integra nods, like she's intaking all of this knowledge. And they get the feeling that if she could write at this moment, she would have been writing this down.
You see, Integra, though, the thing is, you gotta be with a man that you're more than willing to show off. He's gotta be that good looking, so...
She starts to stroke her chin and nod towards her mother and gives her a thumbs up.
Between you and me, nobody like Jace. Turning her head to look at Jace.
Integra actually gags. Like, she actually gags and shakes her head looking at her mother.
Good girl. Patting her on the head.
She smiles wide, takes her mother's hand and gives it a kiss.
So you guys are going to tail Samuel, taking the binoculars back. I see, hey, because she picked them up, just wanted to play with them. Yeah, we're going to go learn the truth of GL. Towns chuckles. It's probably something really boring.
Most likely, yeah, it's gonna be something real boring, Dad.
We'll be back in time for dinner, give Samantha some space from Jace.
And she will be very grateful for that, no doubt in my mind.
Suki, Samantha, looking down at the picture. So, you guys, we were in the kitchen talking with Benny and Elizabeth. You guys remember that chick that you beat up at the Comic-Con thing, Patricia? Oh yeah, I remember.
Julie's nuts. What about her?
Her planet got, blown up. What a shame. Eating popcorn!
What a damn shame.
Julius clicks his tongue a couple times. Popcorn as he opens his mouth.
She'll put popcorn in Julius's mouth and kiss him on the cheek. Yep, that one got solved pretty damn quick. Playing with the banana.
No doubt, no doubt. Did you send your dragons there to investigate further, darling?
You know what? Towns wrapped it up so quick. Freak asteroid impact. What a shame. But thankfully, only her on the planet, so she shrugs. Not a big loss. I see chuckle.
Not a big loss at all. Right. Davian looks at Hunk. And that's why no other woman should ever flirt with Julius.
Yeah, gonna be dragon food, I think. Putting his arm around Davy.
Oh, most certainly, my love.
Flashing to Carter's house, memory and waking up. Carter making egg and ham sandwiches. Soul gets to watch Colt carry his daughter up and let his daughter pet the dolphin.
She starts to pet the dolphin, and she looks at her father, and she says, "Fish."
Dolphin. He smiles big down at her. Dolphin. Dolphin.
Dolphin.
Dolphin. Kissing her on the cheek, bringing her over.
She smiles wide at her father, and she holds him close and starts to mess with his mullet.
Egg sandwich. Putting it up to her. Small bite.
She smiles and takes a small bite out of it.
Oh, I am fucking surprised they're still here. Looking down at Thomas and Hale. Actually, let us keep them. Wow.
Carter nods as he turns around and hands her a ham and egg sandwich. Yeah, no, she even just called, asked how they were doing. I told her all about them, and it didn't seem like they were going to take them at all.
Memory and shrugs, kisses Hale on the head, then Thomas, and will sit.
Carter smiles as he takes a sit right onto Memory Ann's lap.
Watching the sweet unit music. Sorry.
Soul, as soon as Colt has walked up to her, she's been doing little finger men walking up and down Colt's chest.
I'm almost back. He flexes his arms. I mean, I'm almost back, and given how crazy Ricky works out, he needs a partner. So, sticking with Ricky's workout method is or regime, I should say, because he is highly dedicated. Regime has done me good, I'd say.
Soul lets out a whistle. I would say so, but honey, I just want you to know that any which way, any amount of muscle mass on you, I would find you the sexiest being in the universe.
Feeling goes both ways. When everybody was giving you a hard time for the chair, you were still the hottest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Oh, you mean when she was chubby?
Yeah, no, when she was fat, you mean?
He glares over at Carter.
Carter puts his hands up. I mean, it's true, though, that
She was somewhat rotund, as the kids would say.
Soul rolls her eyes and leans forward. They just couldn't handle the amount of comfort I was in.
They couldn't handle the chair, which we still have that chair, by the way. When she gets pregnant again, she's allowed to use it.
Ode to joy. We're gonna have to deal with Chair Soul again.
I hope you have some coupons for ice cream, given the fact she killed 2 cartons of ice cream in, what was it, an hour? A day?
An hour? Yeah, no, that. I think her record was 8 cartons of ice cream in a day, actually.
Oh, well, whatever she wants, she gets. Foot rubs, back rubs, whatever she needs from her little hover chair.
Yep, absolutely spoiled with that hover chair, I would have to say. Soul wraps her arms around his neck. They're just jealous. They're just jealous. As she starts to kiss at his neck and cheek.
If she wanted to be in the hover chair, letting her kiss him right now, I'd go get it for her. Yeah, show up to muster Monday morning with it. Should be a good show. Oh, I think Mom would just flip the chair whether you're pregnant or not.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, I'm not. Okay. I'm not that stupid. I'm not gonna use the chair during muster or anything like that.
When she would show up to muster in the chair, your mother would just stare at the chair. Not her, but the chair. Yeah.
It truthfully looked like your mother wanted to destroy that chair to Kingdom Come, Colt.
The first day was funny because you could tell your mother was waiting for Soul to get out of the chair and stand at attention, but she just didn't. So then she went along with the briefing, glaring at the base of the hover portion of the chair. Cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Soul looks at Colt. You know, when I do get pregnant again, if we do happen to be in the military and have to go to muster and everything like that, no muster in the chair. None of that.
No. And we won't get pregnant till we're out. So.
Exactly. We aren't going to get pregnant until we're out again.
But it was worth it. We got this cutie. Looking down at Rebecca.
Yeah.
Marianne, she is adorable.
Look at her chubby cheeks as she pinches Rebecca's cheeks and moves them around a little bit.
You can even ice skate.
Oh my god, that is just so cute! As she puts a hand onto her chest and looks up at Colt. We really do have the cutest kid on the lane, don't we?
Yes, we do. Rubbing his nose against Rebecca's forehead as Marianne smiling, watching. Ding! Oh, God. It's that time. Well, Father must be okay from his fight last night, 'cause he sent me a letter from the front line. She'll play it.
Dear my sweet daughter, Marianne. The Confederate Union, they're pushing us back. They took Gettysburg not 2 weeks ago, and we haven't recovered since. Attached to this letter, I have attached a photo of myself on the front lines fighting as best I can. You can even see in my eyes the fear. It is disconcerting to say the least, my dear Marianne, but worry not, for I will be returning to you. Please, keep your mother safe and in your thoughts always, just as you are in mine. I love you dearly. Stay safe from that son of a bitch Carter, and that little whore Thomas. I love you dearly.
Oh, Christ. Marianne closes the fucking letter, cold laughing. Wow, the Confederate Union, they're out there.
The Confederate Union, you know how it is. Carter shrugs. Just the right to anally rape anyone I want to. That's what the Confederate Union's fighting for.
Demon. Looking at Carter, pure and utter demon.
What can I say, love? You're the one who fell in love with the demon.
Passionately kiss Carter.
He returns the kiss towards her as Soul shakes her head. He called the 1-year-old a whore.
Oh shit, I didn't even pick up on that looking down at Thomas.
He called the 1-year-old a whore.
What they got against him? As far as I'm concerned, he's taking good care of his girl. Look at him. He's feeding her.
He's feeding her a goddamn egg sandwich as we speak. What does he have against little old Thomas right here?
Maybe it's just the fact he's your brother.
Maybe he doesn't put much faith into rainfall men of my bloodline, or he nods towards Thomas. People who look like my father, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they call your dad a weasel, but they don't seem to have too much against him.
That is true. That's the worst insult they usually give him, other than the wasted movement thing. Just, you're a weasel, Julius, that kind of thing. So, I really don't know what they have against Thomas.
Marianne, they're insane, that's what.
Soul nods. Yeah, only insane people would be angry at that. Look how cute Thomas is. And look how well he treats Hale. Only an insane person would be angry at him for treating his well, let's just call her as it is, his girlfriend, as he is right now.
Colt shrugging. I wish I had it all figured out when I was his age. Because it could have saved me and Soul a lot of fucking heartache.
Soul nods. I wish I had it all figured out at Hale's age. It would have saved me and you a lot of fucking heartache.
Instead of playing scared, hard to get loser, we just would have been fine.
Yeah, instead of playing an idiot who was, a fucking idiot, we would have been just fine.
Well, Marianne shrugging, keep going.
Soul points at Rebecca.
That's a good lesson for you, Miss Missy. If you see someone you like, you grab a hold of them and you don't let go, okay?
But he's got to treat you as good as Thomas treats her.
Rebecca smiles over at Thomas and Hale, looks at her father and nods.
Yes!
Yes. He'll smile at his daughter, kiss her on the nose.
Soul smiles, also leans down and gives her a kiss on the nose.
Marianne's wrist computer going off again. Oh, God.
Carter looks at her. What, another message?
Oh, this is new. She pulls it up. Dearest goddaughter, I write from you from the field commander's tent at Gettysburg. Things are proceeding poorly. Carter has butt-fucked the vast majority of our troops. I'm going out to fight on the front lines tonight. If I should fall, bury me under the nearest bridge.
Is that the end?
Let's just bury him under the nearest bridge!
Where the fuck is the nearest bridge?
Somewhere in Gettysburg, apparently.
I guess we gotta go to Gettysburg if he falls.
Scar is not that eloquent with words, is he?
No, he isn't.
Soul shaking her head.
Marianne, wait, I'm pulling this picture back up.
Please do.
It's like they didn't even put any effort. They just globbed his head onto the body.
It's very obvious that Samuel didn't do this, or if he did, he really did not care about this photo.
Dear soul, if I should fall, bury me under the nearest bridge.
Soul starts to laugh. I'm legitimately tempted, God forbid it ever happens, but I'm legitimately tempted to put that in my will and last testaments, like, and to my dearest daughter Rebecca, bury me under the nearest bridge.
What the hell is the significance of being buried under a bridge? I don't know. Laughing.
I have absolutely no clue. I would actually think being buried under a bridge is bad. Like, wouldn't that be a direct block towards the afterlife or some crap like that?
I'm keeping this photo. One day when Thomas and Hale fix them, looking down at Thomas and Hale, we'll look back at this photo and remember the time he asked us to bury him under a fucking bridge.
Oh, I could just imagine it now. Hey, Uncle, remember that time that you sent Marianne a message and you asked if I ever fell in battle, you would bury me under the nearest bridge?
Nah, brother, I don't remember at all. I ain't cut out for battle, brother. I'm just a civvy.
Carter's starting to laugh. Oh my god. I have to say, I'm actually quite looking forward to doing stuff like that with them.
Oh, you'll have your fun with them. Running her fingers through Carter's hair, kissing him on the cheek as out here. Hunkus. Looking around. Binoculars, please. Daughter? Sam will hand them to him. He'll come up here. Oh, all's quiet on the unit front. Too fucking quiet.
JJ crossing his arms, shaking his head. They're probably not at Fort Bragg, honestly.
Area 51.
Area 51.
Sam smiling. Actually, arms free. Boy, you are enjoying yourself, aren't you, Samantha? I said I'm sorry. No, it's not often you get to have free time in those arms.
Laz puts a hand onto Sam's shoulder.
You have quite literally no reason to apologize, Samantha.
I mean, he's fine in my mom. Did you see the way his just head in my mom's boob? Fixing the binocular.
Oh, trust me, darling. I think it was pretty hard for us not to notice that.
Oh, I got movement, dear. Pointing to this building.
Oh, who is it? Who is it?
Right, he points to that building. Samuel comes out. Pulls out a list, stares down, and just keeps...
JJ has his mouth covered and he's snickering into it as he has like a hand on Oz's shoulder and he's squeezing it so he doesn't burst out laughing.
Is that a shopping list?
I think so, darling. He sends a shopping list to GL every single time. I highly doubt that.
Samuel lowers the list in his hands, lets his arms hang out at his sides, and just stares up at the sky. What do you think he's doing?
He just looks defeated, darling. That's how you look when you are absolutely defeated, like your spirit is completely broken.
You got the Nova on standby, right? Yes, sir. Fixing his call.
Laz nods. Yes, sir. It's not very close by. It's not even a click out.
Samuel looks around, punches a hole through the wall. Oh, shit.
Oh Jesus! JJ started to laugh even harder.
Well, then stare down at the list again and start walking towards the Chinook.
Davine pointing at Samuel, covering her mouth as well, laughing into it. Oh God, that poor man!
Slamming the side bay door as he gets in. Oh God, I feel so sorry for him.
I would be just as angry, truthfully.
Oh, as the helicopter flies off, Hunk, let's go.
Yes, let's move out.
A little later that day, old GL and Sylar are soon to be here. Elizabeth and Benny cooking away. Sasha looks down at Jace. He doesn't like to move his head. She tries to move his head out of her breast.
He keeps his head right in between them boobs.
Oh well, I like babies. He's cute. Ugh. She groans at Jace.
Julius just sighs looking at him and he shakes his head.
So, we invited Lorelai for dinner to tell her what happened with Soul, right? Yeah, nodding her head.
Yeah, we did.
But why? Icy shrugged. She's just gonna say, well, it's your job to handle it now, Julius and Nicole. No, she won't. She will offer us guidance and advice. Kissing Jace on the head.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it. I think as our predecessor, she has some right to know what's about to happen in the universe.
She's gonna offer us guidance. Towns nodding his head. I'm sure of it. Yeah, right. Under her breath.
Julius looks at the two of them. The two people who he knows were taught directly under Lorelai, not believing that, and he just looks down at his plate. I don't think she is.
Sasha, well, unfortunately, I can't hold you like this with old GL coming, so I'm gonna have to hand you over to Towns, and he's gonna put you in your height chair as Jace sees his dream slipping away.
Oh, no. He'll start to cry.
I'll hold you, buddy. Towns' arms around him.
Oh god, not the mullet man, please. Please, no! I was right there! Face between her boobs, please!
Does he cry louder?
Yes, he does.
Shut up, Jace!
He stops crying immediately.
Calm down. Icy looks over at Pico. He's a fucking baby. A baby that was told to shut up on command, and he stopped crying. Which implies fake tears.
Fake tears, Nicole.
No chance, so that's what you got.
What the hell? She looks over at the cat!
Integra starts laughing at Jace.
Pequod looks at her daughter, then over at Jace. I'm sorry, does the cat just play sound bites now? I see. I've noticed it recently, yeah. Looking over at the cat! Can't hear you.
He got a newly installed speaker into the side of his hover chair, if you notice, Sasha.
Smacks Jace on the back of the head. Oh.
Ow! Jace rubs the back of his head.
Do it again, Snuffles. Not the slap, but the song.
No chance, so that's what you got.
Pequod looks to her daughter to see if she laughs more.
Integra points at him and starts laughing even harder.
Well, it's not as good as Sasha's boobs, but I'll get you an In-N-Out burger. How about that, Jace?
Jace, rubbing the back of his head, looks over at Icy and nods slightly.
Besides, you got to be in her boobs for the past 5 hours. Isn't that enough?
He looks up at the sky, and in his head he thinks, "Oh, those 5 hours were pure bliss."
As Sylar and JL come in, Lorelai pokes her head in the door first. No unit. No. Pequod smiling. Oh, it's safe. Sit down.
Oh, it's a pleasure to see all of you. Hello again.
Welcome, welcome. Icy waving with both of her hands.
Well, this is the most peaceful it seems to have been any time I've contacted you recently.
The unit.
Yes, no unit to be heard of at the lane, to be specific. The only time we've heard of them recently was to see if they would want to do a video game based on Metroid, ma'am, and that's the only contact we've had in the past day, so quite nice, actually.
I saw the fight. Quite impressive. You should be proud of Frederick. Quad, believe me, the entire family is. Except Clive and Scar, of course.
Oh yes, I think their ego is quite hurt at this point, if they even remember what happened.
Well, Master Gondar had quite a good time watching it, madam. He was nearly standing on the table yelling, he was so excited.
Who'd he bet on? Pequod's smiling, and he bet on Frederick.
Oh, he bet on Fwedewick, ma'am.
You made the fat cat fatter. Lorelai pouring herself some coffee.
He was about ready to bounce off the walls. He looked about a century younger, madam.
I thought it was a boxing match. She shrugged. I see, we all did.
It was, ma'am. It was originally scheduled as such, but he gestures out in front of him. Dirty fighting took place, let's say that much, and unforeseen events of wrestling moves overtook the match quite quickly.
I can't even remember handing a cup of tea to Sylar. How did Frederick even become a part of the family? I cannot remember. Good. Laugh.
Well, ma'am, it's quite simple. So, there was this man named Junkyard, right?
Oh, it's all pouring back to me. I remember his pleas and cries as I airlocked him.
Right.
Begged for his life. Her eyes glow. I see. Looks down at the table.
Right, that he was the one doing those broadcasts.
Snuck onto Gateway, Sylar, under my watch. Any civilian that sneaks onto Gateway, executed.
Oh, I remember you. I remember you were positively beaming when you came back in that day.
He pleaded. I let him plead for 20 minutes before I finally airlocked him. Revel in the massacre of the insects. She drinks her tea. Sasha, oh, Jesus.
Like we said, you have calmed down quite a bit, madam.
Oh, those days are behind me. Nowadays, if somebody did that, I'd probably laugh at them and tell, well, it's not my problem. I'm not in charge of Gateway. Thank God.
Very, very true. You are not in charge of Gateway anymore. That responsibility of airlocking him would have gone to, well, one of us.
More like arrest him and send him to the local prison. Oh.
That seems, Julius nods towards Sasha, that seems a lot more in our wheelhouse.
Make an example of one, the rest will fall in line.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it. She has a point there. She never really did have many people trying to sneak onto Gateway, did she?
No, but I mean, that guy was not that bad. Oh, he was an imbecile. Anyway, what troubles your minds? I can tell something's bothering you.
Right. Julius leans back. We just wanted to inform you about something that my daughter did.
Colt's walking again. Congratulations. Grabs Icy's hand, squeezes it, and smiles at Icy. Nah, it wasn't me. Let's go over here!
Was it young Soul, then, who healed
I
him?
doubt that very much.
Well, she has great potential. I could see it someday, maybe. A freak-out moment, perhaps?
Uh, in a way, she healed him. Um, so she was contacted by Colonel Stryker, who was stationed at Groom Lake, and she was given a deal to help them turn on teleporters, and they were able to heal Colt. She was told this was an unsanctioned procedure by EarthGov, so if she did tell one of us about it, it would take months upon months to get sanctioned so he could then be healed. And she did not want to risk that. She wanted him up and walking ASAP, ma'am. As it turns out, Colonel Stryker was actually the smoking man. Agent Spender, ma'am. And he was manipulating her to turn on teleporters so they could presumably put in alien embryos into and throughout the universe using the aid of the teleporters onto the frontier colonies, ma'am.
Oh, God. She sets down her teacup.
Oh, that's a poor thing, poor girl. Is she doing all right after that?
She's better now. I think the first week was hard on her. Yesterday was hard. Agent R also died that fateful night. He died?
He's passed? I thought he was retired.
He was gunned down by Strat.
We brought him out of retirement, Sylar, to keep an eye on our children. And he kept an eye on our children.
Too well, I think.
Yeah, exactly, too well. He was shot up by Ripa for it, ma'am.
Civilians got involved, got a hold of one of their embryos. It ended up in Soul's hands, because it would give her leverage, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, Spender wanted his embryo back. Probably a queen or something like that. Some type of big xenomorph. And they requested Soul come up, trade the embryo for Carter, who they had captured and had interrogated. Agent R took it upon himself and they gunned him down. They got the man killed. He was a if you carry over service time, I signed up for the military in the late 1980s, 88, the United States government. He was 50s or 60s. Asha looks down at her. Had a spell put upon him by Master Yen, because he was deemed of high value and importance. Unfortunately, so did Spender. But he was also good at his job.
And I met the man on a few occasions, madam. He was delightful.
Not anymore. Shaking her head sadly.
He died so that the children would live.
They were gonna kill Soul. He knew it. He knew what he signed up for, not excusing it. Just, it was him or her. He chose him.
Well, then I would say that he knew what he was doing. It's a shame that such a good man got caught up in this, though.
Say that again. Looking down at her teacup. That's a loss. A big loss. I mean, him and Integra Agent O you're never getting him out of retirement to begin with, so good luck there. Him and Integra, those were your... Oh, she'll sip her tea. Not often am I brought to a lack of words.
You're the last, really, of that old guard that's left, madam.
Besides Rico, but we predate him by a long time. And Suletta, so...
And he's mostly vanished.
Oh, God. So, yeah. Bugs are gonna probably start popping up. We're already preparing. Refitting the troops, anti-acid armor plating vehicles, but... yeah.
Were any of the other children involved in this?
Ash's son, Memory Ann, of course, because with Carter comes Memory Ann. Colt, But he was basically kept, completely. He had no clue what was going on. Drugged him, took him to the planet, fixed him, drugged him, threw him back on Gateway, and that's about it. The rest of the kids weren't involved. But yeah, Pequod looking at Julie.
And how are
Hmm.
they? Oh, you go.
Julius nods. All the other kids, they just assume that Soul acting as she was acting, it was because of depression, because Colt was paralyzed, and that she was just going off drinking and doing drugs or anything of that
They
sort.
thought she was cheating on Colt. She scoffed. They wouldn't understand.
I don't believe she's capable of cheating on him.
Especially Memran and Carter. They just wouldn't get it. They have the bond. It's easy for them. Plus, they squandered their chance.
Yes,
They'll be lucky if they amount to anything outside of that band. Sasha, I actually agree with that. Pequod grimacing, but getting angry because she kind of thinks the same thing.
Oh, with the genetics that they possess? Oh, they squandered very much.
Either way, clasping her hands together, you might want to, I don't know, move some of your outer colony orphanages in. Icy pulls her hands in. It will be done.
I'll begin drafting up the paperwork once we arrive home, madam.
Yes, nodding her head. I only have one on the fringes, so we'll evacuate that one and pull them all to Earth for the time being.
It may seem a strange question, but how are those children holding up mentally with what happened?
Angry. Angry, incredibly angry. All of them, I think.
This is the third mentor figure they've lost.
Mentor figure, but they've also just never amounted to anything. Or not amounted. They have never accomplished anything. They killed a Hydra with Nicole watching. They've won some training simulations. They survived the oil rig. They didn't win. They're losers. They're tired of being losers.
To my knowledge.
Time to win.
No, I agree. I mean, to my knowledge, the only thing even remotely successful for them in that regard is Port Nowhere.
Shaking her head. Nicole was there. They were losing the fight. Samantha got her wrist broken and her shoulder broken. Her collarbone, excuse me.
Apologies, I was not aware of that, madam.
Icy nodding her head. I had a bad feeling, so I went. And I wanted to provoke Soul's emotions to get her to come out of her shell. Kind of like Lorelei did to me. Beat me down till one day, just boom, Nevermore popped out of nowhere. But, yeah.
So they've never truly won a fight, just survived traps.
Well, they've had chances, right, Julius? And then they surrendered.
Yeah, they surrendered to fortune and then got Ricky thrown off the roof of a train.
Problem is they're gonna stay angry. Because Spender's gone, disappeared. We have no leads on him or where the rest of them went. Strat. So, she'll shrug. We've got nothing. We've got Ash. We've got no leads to send Ash after. The universe is a big, big, big place. Lorelai shaking her head.
And if they're mucking about in a teleporter network, well, who knows how far the ancient Enovians went?
I've got feelers out on the frontier. I'll find them. Talon's nodding his head. But, given how they've conducted themselves, I'm pretty sure they're gonna give away their position first. They're gonna go after the kids. Now, it's personal.
I believe you're correct. If this Spender fellow is as you claim he is, then I don't think he's going after the children. I believe he wants Soul's head above his fireplace.
Let him try. Oh, she would wipe the floor with them all. I see. She would, yeah. She didn't know that, though. So, Agent R went up to the van and got shot.
And I do believe that they are heavily overestimating themselves. I believe the only thing they can really do to threaten her specifically is hope for a swarm of those creatures to attack her.
Julius shakes his head. Even then, in my opinion, she would be pretty. She tilts her head. Pretty adept at taking out those, swarms of creatures, Sylar.
Oh, I assume so. It's just the closest thing they can do. After training with the Madam and the Time Deity, I believe this Spender really thinks himself stronger than they are.
They'll make a move. And the kids want to go fight him. Well, they'll get sent instead of Ash.
If they wish to swim with sharks, then by all means.
Well, good on her. Looking at Julius and Pequod. Pequod, good on her. Looks at Julius.
Julius tilts his head. How do you mean, ma'am?
She's a spellcaster. She should take what she wants. So what if she got duped? She got her husband healed. Crossing her arm.
That is very true, ma'am.
Could you have done the same? Looks at Julius, locks eyes with him.
Obviously, yes, I would have done the same thing.
No. Could you have?
No, I couldn't have done the same thing.
Well, good on her then.
I just hope the girl is able to adapt to living with the consequences.
You mean could he have got duped? Looking at Laura. No. What I mean is that inner drive and will she has. She doesn't want to spend the rest of her life with Colt paralyzed. She didn't care, right? I assume. Didn't matter the cost. I see. Oh boy, here we go.
Julius nods. I have a very good feeling that's exactly what she was thinking, ma'am.
And good on her. She deserves it. She deserves to be happy. You know, it's quite dollar store philosophy in my opinion, but order in some ways is chaos. And what I've come to learn from the Rainfalls is you are chaotic. Chaotic good. She smiles around the room. But you are chaotic. Order is chaos. One way or another, Strat would have found a way. I assure you. Whether it be your daughter or some other spellcaster. I assume it had to be a human. Somebody with human blood. I see. To interact with the teleporters, yeah. Kind of like the sword. Mom could never summon the dragon, but Carter can, because Pequod. Good on her then. She got what she wanted. Now it's her duty. There's a predator out there. One far more dangerous than some bugs that spit acid. It should be her responsibility to kill him. Right her wrongs. At any cost.
Julius nods. Yes, ma'am, and I am very certain that all those kids will be doing just that to try and take down Dead Cell and, well, Soul take down Old Smoky.
Crush him underfoot. She'll smash the glass in her hand and end this 800-year charade that he calls a life.
Julius points towards the glass. You okay, ma'am? Do you need someone to heal that up?
Oh, she'll eject the glass from her hand and heal her hand looking at it. Oh no, I just always hated the man.
Oh, yes. You didn't talk much about any dealings with that place, but any time you came home from dealing with Strat, you were so upset.
He always had an ill look about him the few times I ever got to see him, and when I did, again, an ill look. Sure, they got results, Strat. They killed a lot of people. Some good, some bad. But it's nothing the Rangers couldn't have handled. Problem was, Rangers won't shoot civilians.
Yeah, because the Rangers are actually, well, good people, is the best way I could put it, ma'am.
And where Rangers would try to liberate a situation and save civilians and take heavy casualties. Oh, Strat, they never took many casualties. Carpet bomb a village.
Efficiency above all else.
They were integral in defeating the UIR when it was a big, big threat, long before any of your times here, long before you were born or time traveled. But the UIR could have been defeated by more traditional methods. He's somewhat of a forgotten figure now, but thankfully, when Patricia's biological, she'll air quote, father took over, things changed. Strat lost funding, a lot of it. I don't think he was ever a fan of old Eureka. I see, probably not.
No, Rika was a kind and I can't think of the correct word for it. It's not malleable, but merciful leader. He shakes his head. He was nothing like old Spender was, I suppose.
He cut their budget by 75%, I'll have you know. Pequod, holy crap. Looking over at Lorelai. Cut their budget by 75%. They were no longer allowed to recruit from standard issue ranks. Like, they couldn't recruit from the Army, the Navy. They were never allowed to recruit from the Rangers, though they tried. And I always put that down. But, yeah, they had their hands tied. About the only thing they did of note was assist Alpha 9 in information gathering, scouting, but they never fought. Nor should they ever claim any credit for defeating the cult and the Void. They provided scouting and information. Finding Globnock's submarine. You know. The first to report that the Deep Space Relay Station was being attacked, but they didn't fight.
Julius scoffs and he shakes his head. I mean...
When they could have. I'm sure you've seen some of their members on display.
Julius nods. I mean, information gathering and scouting is, of course, extremely important. Information is blood, and to have life, you must have blood, so on and so forth. But, I mean, for the actual combat, for the actual fighting, Alpha 9 is the one who did all the work, so if they should ever make claims as to they're the only reason we won, that's respectfully a big load of bullshit.
I'm sure they do. The latter portion of my time in the military, during the events of the Void incident, shall air quote, Spender was nothing more than an overly jaded old man who should have died from lung cancer 800 years ago. He got his organization cut in half, his hands tied, and he was bitter and angry. Because Rico tried to implement a moral compass.
And to a man whom has none, that is the largest weight imaginable.
Then they feigned their own death when we were switching over, and... Shit. She smiles, shakes her head, and then smiles watching Jace eat the burger.
You know, there is an old saying that I once heard, and it goes, a man who is angry enough will tell himself anything to justify it.
Pequod nodding her head. Sol wants to be Vice Primarch. I'm still gonna let her, but she's gotta stand up and tell the public the truth on a universal broadcast. All stations, all on Fox. Pequod smiles. I see, oh, poor Sol. Shaking her head!
Julius clicks his tongue. Well, you never know. It might help her out. Honesty is the best policy, right?
Did right by you. Looking over at Pequod. Telling the truth of Malcolm when others, including Patricia's father, were trying to hide it.
Yes, it was quite impressive at the time, madam.
Julius looks over at Pequod and smiles. Yes, it was, as he puts a hand on her thigh and squeezes it slightly.
Pequod will actually kiss Julius, asserting dominance with Lorelai around, a hard kiss on his face, as Benny knocks on the window and waves to Sylar, then gestures, come.
I believe I'm being summoned. May I be excused?
She'll look over her shoulder, wave to Benny. Yeah, of course, go.
Thank you. He'll get up, bow slightly, and head to the kitchen, petting Snuffles on the way by.
Mop. Benny, Sylar!
It's good to see you, Benjamin. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth gives Sylar a little curtsy. How do you do, Sylar?
Benny will push a button and close the door behind Sylar.
Oh, I'm doing quite well. Is everything all right? Do you need any help preparing?
Big help. Not with the food, with something else. Something that will sound crazy. He'll pull up a picture and Sylar knows what it is. We've been trying to get this for Aunt Nicole. Problem is, we went to one auction and lost miserably.
And you're looking for a shot at another?
Yes, now I overheard Dad talking with Uncle Banksy. Hunk, you're looking for a certain type of old world elvish earrings for Davine, Elizabeth's mom, and you found the orb for Hale. Do you think you could find one?
You can see him rubbing his chin. I know the location of about 4 of them, but they're all in private collections.
I mean, we are more than willing to negotiate. Coming over, hands on Elizabeth's shoulder.
That-
More than willing, sir. Any price, any price within our price range, of course. We are more than willing to pay for this.
He picks up Elizabeth. We've been after this for, it's gonna be in a couple months, 2 years.
Oh my. Well, what is your price cap?
Right now, 90 million.
Oh my. What do you think, in theory, your absolute maximum could ever be?
That I can't tell you right now, but I can get back to you because we have a lot of collectibles I'm willing to sell off. And I just have to take account for them and, find the exact worth of prices, video games, you name it. We got a lot that we're willing to part with, save for some that are special to us.
You can see him rubbing his chin, thinking, the issue is most of the people who possess these are rather fond of them. I can think of a couple that... You see him stop and chuckle to himself. Let's say maybe going up into estate sales within the next decade. But I'd have to reach out and see if anyone's even open to selling, save an estate sale needing to be facilitated.
Benny nods his head. Well, I mean, maybe... Before you leave tonight, we'll show you the collectibles we have. And maybe they'd be willing to, instead of me selling them off, us selling them off, trade the collectibles just as raw trade good with the money. Whatever works, he looks at Elizabeth.
I mean, she looks at Sylar. I gotta be honest, Sylar. We are quite desperate for this card. I want to get it for my sister. I'm sure you know how close she was with Master Yen, and I want to get it for her.
That's the only reason I closed the door, too. We can't let her hear.
Of course not. But I hope she doesn't read my mind, then. But
She's quite quite good about that kind of thing. She doesn't really read one's mind unless she asks for permission first.
She's too busy smiling at the dweeb, gesturing to Jay.
oh, the young one is so adorable. And he seems to have made good friends with Mr. Snuffles.
Taking a bite out of his burger.
See, they're even sharing food.
I imagine Jace is like,
Jace looks at him, points right at him, and they can't hear it, of course, but he says, "You son of a bitch!"
meow, 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 laughing, singing to himself. So, just keep us up to date. If you find any, we're willing to negotiate trade value, and look over our trade before you leave.
Of course, I will look over it. I'll give you my best appraisal. And should I find anyone even willing to negotiate, I'll act as your go-between.
Thank you, nodding his head. First, you want some fish early?
Oh, I would love some.
Almost ready. Here, come over here. He'll bring Elizabeth over here. We will put that away for now. As out here, Lorelai will sigh. Well, I do appreciate you telling me this about the xenomorphs. Do you have any plans to inform the public at large prior to the outbreaks?
Julius tapping his finger on the table. He just sort of shakes his head.
That's been on the discussion table for a while now. Sasha, looking at Lorelai. We could tell people, but we don't know what planets. And we could tell them, but then that might cause, or like, hysteria, mass panic, colonial PDs overrun, killed, anarchy. Yeah.
Julius nods. On the other hand, if we tell no one and things just started popping up out of nowhere, xenomorphs started popping up out of nowhere, it would be a whole reason of why didn't we know, why didn't we warn people, yada yada yada, so on and so forth.
Monday morning, I'm most likely gonna script out a speech and tell the public to be aware of their surroundings. Strange creatures have been sighted, and I'm just gonna pick random fucking star cluster system names, because I don't know where they're gonna turn up either. That's all I can do.
Julie shrugs. It's the best course of action. It's a happy medium between two extremes.
Either way, it doesn't matter. One way or another, people are gonna die.
Sadly, yes, that is very true. Julius puts his hands together. But before it could be too devastating of losses, let's say, we will have me and Nicole go down to whatever planet needs to be dealt with and deal with it, ma'am.
We could really use some guidance on this. Guidance? She looks at Pequod. What he can do, and what she can do, well, what she can do is greater than anything I could ever do. And what he can do is astounding. You don't need me. I chose her as my replacement. Use your trump card. At some point, you can't hold them to your chest forever, Sasha. She nods her head. Let them loose. They're forces of destruction. She looks at Julius and I see. But for the right reasons. She'll shrug for good. So let them loose. Perhaps if you had let them loose earlier, Strat would already be dead. Yeah, probably. Nodding her head.
Julius clicks his tongue a couple times. Not probably, most likely. Most likely they'd be dead by now.
I don't know when I would. I guess the day the train incident and the surrendering happened, I should have just sent them. Well, the kids wanted to go, and we gave them a chance. Well, they deserve a chance to prove themselves.
I suppose they do, yes, and he closes his eyes, just so I know for a fact it's not a stupid decision. Is it the smart choice to send them back out again, even after how many times they've messed up, ma'am?
Who's dead? It's Bash, who was their friend, Okir, who was definitely closer to them because he had been around longer than Bash, and now Agent R, who I'm sure Soul feels responsible for. I'm assuming. Pequod, very, nodding her head.
Julius nods. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, send them out. Send them out, let them revel in the massacre. Especially your daughter. It's her duty to end Spender now. He should have been ended a long time ago. The sins of the former predecessors coming onto her. But Rico should have had him executed long ago.
Julius nods. Yes, ma'am.
Send them out. Let them go. They'll never forgive you if you don't. That's kind of the consensus we came to. Nodding her.
Yeah, pretty much. Julius lets out a chuckle. Just thank you for giving us the confirmation we're not making the stupid decision, ma'am.
Without your daughter there, it may be a stupid decision. With your daughter there, it's a guaranteed win. Been telling you, looking at Julius. Maybe if there's millions and millions of these unholy creatures, xenomorphs, but she can handle pretty much most things now.
Julius looks over at Icy.
I believed you. That's why I said we should send the kids out again, but I just wanted to make sure, Nicole.
I tried to tell Pequod, and she didn't believe me. Well, she said she could stop 10 drum mags of 10 different guys shooting her with RC bullets, which are made to... She can... Picking at her plate with some hors d'oeuvres on it. Let her go.
Julius nods. All right. We will continue with the course of action of letting B Squad, and especially Soul, go out to deal with Strat, ma'am.
Let her rain down holy crescent moon damage onto the scum. Nodding her head. I wish she was doing that from the beginning.
That's a pretty damn good way of putting it, ma'am. Very damn good way of putting it.
Earthgov's vengeful wrath, the moon maiden, holding her hand up to the light and looking at her nails. Pequod makes me a lot more confident knowing our daughter is considered that highly by Lorelei and Nicole.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, no, most definitely. He points towards Pequod. You know how you have the symbol of the dragons and everything like that as your, like, Primarch symbol?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite simple. I think her symbol should just be a crescent moon behind her.
I can make that happen. Nodding, looking at Julius. The Moon Maiden, the VP.
The VP, the Moon Maiden. Oh, God, that does have a good ring to it. God damn.
She kisses Julius lightly across the lips as flashing to the store. Marianne and Carter coming in. Oh, it's busy here today, Carter.
Carter's eyes are going left and right, looking over everything, making sure everything is okay.
Carter, are you having a PTSD attack?
No, I'm not.
Settle down, breathe, Carter.
I'm breathing. I just...
In the nose and out the mouth. He thinks Clive is here. He's not panicking. Oh, looks at Carter.
Just keeping an eye out. He's looking into all the, like, crowds of people and everything. Just keeping an eye out, looking out for Clive. It's been too quiet as of late, and I just want to make sure everything is okay.
Well, I don't think he'd do anything here. They're licking their wounds back at Bragg.
Carter nods. I suppose that is true, but he lifts up his shirt slightly to show off the rest of the sword, the hilt of the sword along with the blade. I still brought the sword just in case.
Well, I think it looks good on you. It turns me on, so I don't care if you wear it. I prefer you wear it.
Carter lets out a bit of a whistle and winks at her. Then I'll have to wear it everywhere then.
And let me assure you, he's not compensating for anything with that sword size. Gross. Come on, honey. Taking Soul and Rebecca this way.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I really needed to hear that about my brother.
Oh, they're just jealous, Carter.
Goddamn right they are, as he starts to laugh.
Hold, I know we're here to get blueberry pie. I'll go get it. I know where it all is. The ingredients for Aunt Nicole's pie. Stay here, and then we're gonna look at some meats.
Soul smiles. Of course, my love. You go ahead, and she'll stand on her tippy toes and give him a kiss on the cheek.
He'll kiss her back, and he runs off to quickly get everything she needs through the crowd as Mariana and Carter are going down the aisle. You want any snacks while we're here, Carter? Besides me?
Carter looks her up and down. You do look like a snack right now, but I was just thinking some maybe vanilla ice cream sandwiches?
Cheese puffs for the kids, since I guess we're gonna get them. Excuse us, going around the old lady.
Yeah, excuse you, sweet-looking girl.
She double takes back. Oh, she's sweet.
Yeah, Carter's squinting at the old lady. Very sweet.
Do you need any help, madam?
Oh, no, you're far too sweet to an old lady like me. I'm quite okay, actually.
Okay, she'll go down this aisle. I think she thinks you're hot, Carter.
Right. Carter shrugs. Well, I mean, he looks at Marianne. I am pretty hot, aren't I?
Extremely.
As he's looking down this way of the aisleway, and
The old lady quickly rounds the corner and then hunches back over and acts like she's limping and using the cane to walk.
Memory Ann kissing Carter on the chin. Look, I'll do the Hale and the Samantha move. Lick Carter up on the cheek.
Oh, thank you. As they hear from the old lady.
Hey, look, Thomas, that's Uncle Clive, I think, pointing at the old lady.
Oh my god, is it Uncle Clive wearing a latex mask?
Yeah, that is a sword. That's your dad's sword, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, that is my dad's sword. He has that above the little nightstand he has.
What the fuck is this loser doing? Pointing at it.
I have no idea. As the old lady Clive is wobbling towards them, trying to, subtly make it seem like they're just looking at like Twinkies or something on the aisle shelf next to them.
Hale, it's not polite to point. She'll put Hale's hand down and go over here.
Carter keeps on looking behind himself over his shoulder, looking at the old lady.
Down the aisle, some cheese puffs, spicy Wiseau brand, or regular Hale, Thomas, or both. She smiles big at the.
Thomas strokes his chin and then points towards the spicy.
How about lemon lime? There's a new flavor. Hale nods her head. So all 3 bags. She'll throw them into the cart. Best aunt ever.
Extremely the best aunt ever. Thomas looks over. He's still following them.
When are they gonna realize that's fucking dopey ass Clive pointing at him again? Hell, it is not polite to point. Putting her hand down as Colt comes back. Okay, so he throws all the ingredients into Soul's cart. I know Benny and Elizabeth are cooking. I am craving a pastrami sandwich.
Her eyebrows go up. Well, a pastrami sandwich you shall have, my love.
Pastrami on rye. Or pastrami rye with some Dijon As Scar comes up from behind the counter. Oh, welcome to Cat's Deli, ma'am. May I take your order?
Soul squints her eyes. Uncle Scar?
No, ma'am. My name's, Steven. Zargalis.
Right. When'd you get this job, Steven? What day?
Yo, Uncle Scar, you're in the wrong fucking outfit. Welcome to Cat's Deli, ma'am. May I take your fat ass order? Staring at Soul.
What the fuck did you just call me, sir?
As down here, Memory Ann lowering Hale's hand. It's really not. Oh, that old fucking woman. She chuckled.
Memory Ann, if she looks at Carter, she's recognized that look on Carter's face so many times, and most of the time it's on a battlefield or while they're on a mission. He's looking at her with great suspicion in his eyes.
Carter, what's wrong?
She's been following us this entire time, Memory Ann.
It's just some old woman, Carter. She probably recognizes you from the band.
I don't... Carter grimaces a bit. I don't think it's an old woman, honey. I really don't think so.
Memory Ann backing out down the aisle, coming down this aisle, coming out. Does the old lady follow?
Oh yes, most certainly.
Okay. Memory Ann looking at the old lady, then looks over to the deli and sees Scar standing there. I'm getting Thomas and Hale away from this.
Go on. They won't follow you. They won't follow you.
She pulls Thomas and Hale away as Scar jigs up Fatso. Pulls out a cattle rod. They're onto us, brother man. Into his call.
Copy that. As Clive will tear off the latex mask he's wearing, pull out the katana. Ooh, I cannot control that token.
I'll do it for you.
Pulls out the katana and come on, Carter! As Clive will swing down in an arcing motion. Carter, pretty deftly dodges it, just ducks down, and as he ducks down, Clive's sword passes through that shelf, cutting through it completely.
Oh my god!
And Memory Ann's Memory Ann sees Carter's eyes go from, oh, come on, a toy sword, to, oh, fuck, I need to take this seriously. And he pulls out his sword.
Should be able to move that.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. That's good. Thank you.
Carter! Memory Ann shocked as the cart goes flying this way, but all the food's still inside.
Carter pulls out his sword, parries the next strike, a left swing from Clive.
Come on, Carter. This ends here.
As Carter will push him back and start moving through the store. Moving through the store, Clive keeps on him, swinging his sword almost wildly, chaotically. Carter obviously managing to block all the hits, dodging out of the ways he's not able to block. He hops onto the shelf and over it onto the other one as Clive's sword comes down onto the shelf, cutting through it from top to bottom all the way, and this little part of the shelf falls off completely off to the side here.
Igniting the cattle prod, running right at Colt. Now remember, Soul can teleport Colt around, protect him completely with all of her new abilities, but Colt's getting ready to defend himself.
Soul actually just teleports, makes them switch places. So Soul takes the place of Colt, and she takes the place of, yeah. And she puts her hand up, stopping Scar just in place.
You fat whore!
I'm not fat, you pussy-ass son of a bitch.
And she
Fight like a man!
Like you ever could. You got beaten by an android.
and she flicks him, you little cockroach.
Ugh!
Sends him flying backwards, making the cattle prod on his way there with telekinesis spin around and hit him in the chest.
Nice one. Hands on her shoulder.
Soul turns around.
Thank you. What's that ruckus down the way?
Shit. Turning, seeing Carter and Clive fighting as Clive has slashed this stand in half. Father, stop!
I can't, Memoran. He hurt far too many people. On guard!
As he continues to try to hit Carter, Carter rolls out of the way under one of Clive's strikes. He spins around and blocks another one of the strikes. This is really hard when you're trying not to kill someone. He stands up, moves the sword out of the way, spins the sword around, and hits Clive in the side of the throat with the hilt of the sword, and Clive stumbles for a second.
Ow. Oh, God.
He holds his neck as he tries one more time to swing at Carter, cutting this shelf in half completely. He's spinning around like a tornado. Carter ducks under it, moves under Clive again, and hits him again in the same exact spot. He stumbles backwards and falls right into the freezer section, shattering the glass.
Memory.
Colt, listen close. Carter.
He still does it. Carter, out of breath, walking up to them. He still does it.
But it's not over yet. He catches a second wind, running at him, letting out a battle cry.
Carter!
Oh my god!
He runs towards him, trying to pierce both Carter and Thomas at the same time. Carter blocks the sword up and to the left, making it fly this way, it piercing the top of this freezer here, as Clive still barrels right into Carter. Carter holds him up in place as Carter just leans back and headbutts him as hard as he can.
You bastard, Carter.
Carter leans back and headbutts him again.
Memory, Ann.
reaching out towards Memoran, he falls back into the freezer, falling into this one this time, shutting that one completely.
Yep. Supplies are on me for the food, both pies, no problem. Colt will chuck a bunch of credits onto the self-checkout counter. Let's get the fuck out. People are looking at us and taking pictures.
Yeah, they are. They think it's just a publicity stunt, so let's rely on that. Carter calls out to the people behind the counter. That should cover all the damages. Sorry, as he'll start rushing out of the way.
As they run the fuck out of the goddamn store. Flashing to another store. Hunk peering around the corner here. JJ peering around the corner here. Oz peering down the steps, arm around Laz. So this is the truth about GL, as Samuel just looks down at a bag of paintball.
I suppose so. We're still on the Clive map, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, didn't transition. There you go. Samuel looking down at a bag of paintballs. Shakes his head disgustedly.
Laz is shaking her head. Oh my god, it's just Dick's Sporting Goods.
Sam coming around JJ. I told you Lorelai wasn't giving them stuff. Looking at poor Samuel.
No, I fully believe you. Trust me. Like, he gestures towards Samuel. Look how defeated he looks, the poor man.
You'd be that defeated if this is what your life amounted to.
Of course I would be. If I was a combat robot specifically made for one purpose, and then I had to go out and buy my useless friends paintballs for their little paintball guns, I would be pissed off beyond all belief.
And now he's just stuck waiting in fucking line at Dick's Sporting Goods with the really over-eager cashier-looking guy. Yeah, so I mapped it out. This Dick's is the farthest point away from Rainfall Lane you can get if you want to go to a Dick's Sporting Goods on Earth. Sam laughs loudly, then puts her hands over her mouth.
Davine has both of her hands over her mouth, her face buried into Hunk's back, and she's stomping her foot trying to hide her laughter, or trying to keep her laughter inside.
Just waiting in line as this lady finally checks out and Samuel moves up one place.
Oh god. Well, hey, don't worry, honey. He's almost out of it. You know, do you think he actually enjoys these moments where he has to go to Dick's just so he has more time away from the unit and the lane as a whole?
That's my theory anyway. Looking at Laz, he comes to this one because it takes him that much longer, so that's less time around Clive and Scott.
More private time in his flight to and from the lane and Dick's Sporting Goods.
Oh, Big Sam! Big Sam! Big Sam! Samuel walks up to the cashier. Always high energy, Big Sam, aren't you? He just starts setting down bags of paintballs. Oh god, that guy's barking up the wrong tree, I think.
And Davine takes her face out of his back. This is not going to end well for that poor cashier.
God, I gotta say, Big Sam, you Rainfalls must love your paintball. Is it like your favorite sporting event on the lane? Oh, come on, Sam, it can't all be classified. Give me some inside secrets. I'm a big fan of the Rainfalls. Oh, you're such a talker, you. Checking Samuel out.
I legitimately can't tell if he's being condescending to Samuel or just being that, enthusiastic about his job.
Well, Samuel, we're going to be able to give you a discount today since you spent over 8,000 credits on these paintballs. We got you a 5% discount. Please scan your membership card. Samuel will pull out a small card and scan it to get the 5% discount. Now, if you'd like to sign up for our premium program, we go over this every week, can we not? If you would like to sign up for our premium program, knocks him out, hitting him, punching him in the face.
JJ lets out a oh my, and he covers his mouth immediately and starts to laugh.
Sam pointing at Samuel and laughing. Samuel looks around, shrugs, grabs the paintballs, and walks off and disappears out to the parking lot where he's landed the Chinook.
Oh my god, he even landed the Chinook in the parking lot like it was a car.
We go over this every week. Imitating Samuel.
And Davine has lost herself in her laughter. She's crying, wiping her tears away. Oh my god, we go over this every week. Oh my god, it's just too good.
You okay, dear? Jesus.
It's too good. It's just too good. The poor man, he's knocked out. He probably won't remember the last 2 weeks after that one.
My mom told me, looking in the direction Samuel walked off, my mom told me when you guys found Samuel, while Ash did and brought him back to Gateway, he was made by an alien race. That's right, yeah. And they taught high elves things. And so he wanted to be indebted to Lorelai's, service. Yeah, that's right. And then Lorelai handed him over to Davine because Lorelai was like, I got enough problems. And that's how my wife got Samuel. And how he ended up being tortured like this.
Oh my god, that poor man, he must truly wish that he went into Lorelai's aid instead of mine. Truthfully and 100% he does.
He's still got a strong pulse. He'll be up in a few, hours maybe. Checking the cashier behind the register.
Laz starts to laugh. Oh god, that poor guy. She walks over. He was a bit too enthusiastic, in my opinion.
No, yeah, he pushed the wrong buttons with old Samuel, I'd say. But he'll be okay, and if he's lucky, only a 3rd-degree concussion. Sam snorts out a laugh.
Yeah, mate, if he's lucky, only a 3rd-degree concussion.
Yeah, that is, it's been a long time since I thought about that, but no, that is how Samuel came to be with us. Do you think he just looks up at the sky because he wishes he could go back to wherever he came from? Yes.
Most certainly, darling, most certainly.
And probably take Krellin and Frederick with him. And leave us without him, which would devastate us, so ain't gonna happen!
Yeah, no, it is not going to happen. It would absolutely break not only ours, but most certainly Pequod's heart.
We need them. They are important to the... What the hell is that? Hunk looking up at the TV, hearing a news broadcast. And in local news, the Cat's Deli and Supermarket in... The lady starts rambling. Came under attack by the ambassador. Sam, oh my god.
Oh dear Jesus.
Publicity stunt promoting the unit and the ambassador Clive Rainfall's YouTube as they see footage of Carter fighting Clive.
Oh my god.
Oh, Patricia's gonna be so livid.
She's going to be so pissed off. JJ pointing towards the screen. Carter's... Sam, do you see that Carter's actually having to defend himself? Look how
He's actually stressed.
Look how sharp that sword is!
Isn't that your father's? Putting his arm around Laz?
Laz nods. It's one of his favorites that my mother got him.
Oh my god. Watching Clive cut, the food stand in
Oh my god, look how stressed Carter is. He's actually bullied like some very evasive. He jumped over that food shelf right there.
What the hell? Is that Scar in the background in an In-N-Out costume?
Yeah, that is. What is he holding? Is that a cattle prod?
That would be a cattle prod. Nodding his head.
Les covers her mouth and starts to laugh. Oh my god. And he's threatening Soul and Colt with it. Oh god.
Alright, we gotta get back to the lane and get the scoop on this and beat Samuel back there so he doesn't find out we were fucking laughing at his expense.
Yes, no, we have to get going as soon as possible.
Flashing back to Rainfall Lane. Soul and Colt, Carter and Memory Ann are back. Ba-ba-ba-ba. They're in the kitchen. Your mother's gonna find out sooner or later. Sylar's got the fucking TV remote in his hand. They're gonna put television on, Carter.
I know. Carter gestures out into the dining room area. Do you think I should just go out there and tell her right now?
Well, I mean, honesty tends to be the best policy. It's Pequod talking to Sylar, Sylar talking back to her, puts the TV remote down. Oh, maybe it can wait. Smiling,
Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe it can wait.
having a good time as... Did you guys hear about that fight with Carter at Cat's Deli and Bar?
Julius stands up holding Integra. What fight?
Oh shit. Hunk looks around the room. You guys haven't turned on the TV in the last 25-30 minutes?
No, we have not, Father. What fight is... Did something happen, Father?
Sylar, my main man, nice to see ya. Would you please turn on the television?
It's delightful to see you again, Mr. Hunk. And of course, he picks it up and turns on the TV.
God, Clive scream.
Carter!
Carter Rainfall, get out!
You fucking hell. Carter will go out there. Yes, ma'am.
Is that you fighting Clive in a supermarket?
Yes, it is.
What the fuck? She glares over at Carter.
Carter puts his hands up. He ambushed me, ma'am. He was dressed up as an old lady, following me around the store. He waited until Memory Ann, Thomas, and Hale were all away from my person, and then that's when he jumped me with a legitimately sharp katana that I believe is father's. That is one of his favorites.
Oh my god, how did they get that? Looking up at the news, real, that's yours! Looks back at Julia.
Julius just has his eyes closed. He looks down at Icy. Do you mind if you put up some extra wards around my house, Nicole?
Yeah, your house was next on the agenda. I do two properties, she air quotes, a weekend. You know what? Saul! She politely calls for Saul.
Come in, Auntie. She comes out.
It's time to start putting some wards up. Take care of your portion of the lane. Colt's back, healed and better than ever. Get to work.
Understood, ma'am. I will be working on that this weekend, ma'am.
Your mother and father's place first. Lorelai, you heard her. Looking over it.
Understood. I will start putting up the wards as soon as possible, ma'am.
Is that Scar in an in and out outfit?
Soul points towards the screen.
Yes, he tried to attack Colt with a cattle prod, and then
She gestures towards the screen again.
I dealt with it, ma'am.
Why was he in an in and out costume working at Cat's Deli, Grocery, and Bar?
I have truthfully no idea, ma'am. I think it's just because that's what they had on hand that looked closest to a uniform that one would wear.
That
working-
ain't Scar, that's Steven Zargalis. Colt comes in the door frame.
Steven,
Carter.
What?
I have no fucking idea. He goes back inside.
Soul gestures to the screen once more.
Steven Zargalis, that's what he told us his name was.
Alright, as long as you're not hurt, Carter, but you need to tell me these things. You can't just destroy a store and hide it from Mom, okay? Because then now I have to reach out and see if they want more money.
I was gonna tell you, Mom. I promise I was gonna tell you.
Good. Get back in the kitchen, have fun.
Yes, ma'am. He walks back into the kitchen. He walks past Colt. Yeah, nice job with the Steven line. I actually think you saved my ass there.
I'm always got your back. Patting him on the shoulder.
Carter laughs as he walks back down to Memory Ann.
Things have gotten quite out of hand. Davine sees Lorelai and cannot contain her laughter because the truth of GL is a lot funnier than Clive attacking Carter in a store.
Davine hugs around Hunk's arm, and she just starts laughing. I didn't know GL was going to be here. I didn't.
Lorelai smiling at Davine. Yes, shrugging, waving at her.
I didn't know you owned Dick's Sporting Goods, darling.
Oh, do I? Looks at Sylar. Did we buy up Dick's by chance? I don't think we did.
No, I believe that Mr. Wiseau still owns that one.
So, you know how the unit says they get their supplies from GL? Yes. It's really Sam cuts him off, going to Dick's Sporting Goods, punching out cashiers. Pequod, what?
Buying excess amounts of paintballs.
And they say, I'm giving the equipment to them, hands on her chest. Davine can't control herself.
David starts to laugh even harder, hugs Hunk even harder. They always say good old GL was giving them whatever they needed, and that Samuel was picking up shipments from GL, but in reality he was just flying in the Chinook, going to Dick's Sporting Goods, hitting cashiers, and buying whatever they requested. Oh dear Jesus, Samuel's right behind me, isn't he?
Arms crossed, just looking at Davine.
And Davine turns around.
Seeing Samuel, she can't control her laughter.
She starts to laugh even harder. Oh my god, you punched him out with a single punch, darling.
His head slumps and he just walks past and sits down with Frederick and Krellin. Well, the captain, he's in his best victory attire, and Krellin, the skylight.
Fwedewick scoots his chair out so Samuel can sit on his lap.
Samuel will. Wow, very funny. Samuel punching out cashiers.
I didn't know you did that.
He keeps trying to get me to upgrade to the premium membership.
Well,
very annoying.
yeah, very annoying. You should never do that. I mean, that's basically just a scam.
Who needs insurance on paintballs?
Exactly. They're just gonna burst when you hit someone with them anyway.
Sam, and then we watched him punch out a cashier, and then we saw news broadcasts about Carter having a sword duel with Clive in the store. Pequod, yeah, looking back at the TV.
JJ is starting to laugh. He looked legitimately stressed for that sword duel, even though he's quite more skilled than Clive would probably ever be when it's in terms of sword combat.
Cold soul coming out. They can leave the kids with Benny and Elizabeth. They're eating tuna while Elizabeth and Benny are busy. Have fun, Carter?
Well, I mean, Carter shakes his head. You know, a sword duel is a lot more stressful when you can't just straight up kill someone.
Good form, though, Carter. Watching him. Not that I'm an expert on sword fighting, but good form.
Oh yes, darling. Excellent form, darling. Quite excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no. Most of the time, it's quite simple. Once you have an opening, you go for the kill. That's how it goes.
There was an old woman following us. Carter was suspicious of her. I was not. Then Uncle Scar revealed himself. Carter proved right, and the fight began. Sasha turns around. You have a good gut on you, Carter. You should always follow that gut instinct. Whether others say you are being over suspicious or paranoid, you should always follow it.
Carter looks at her and nods. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the advice.
Weren't you the one who was like highly suspicious of ski mask doofus Towns Ripa and asked him who the Ranger General was? And he was like, Lorelei.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Always follow the gut.
Yes, ma'am, I always will. As he puts a hand on his gut and he looks at Memory Ann like, holy crap, she just complimented me.
Pumping her eyebrows at Carter.
She's correct, son. Follow your gut in all matters of life. Most of the time it's right, and when it's not, you have her to bail you out.
What the hell happened? Memory Ann's smiling at Sylar. What the hell happened with Scar, though? You don't see Scar on the news.
Oh, it's quite simple. I flicked him with just a bit of my telekinesis and sent him flying through the store and twisted the cattle prod so it hit him right in the stomach and chest area.
I would never try to step out of line or insult you, Mom, looking at Pequod. But I told you it was too quiet, and so did JJ. You're right! Crossing her arms, looking up at the footage of Carter v. Clyde.
I mean, I knew they were planning something, I didn't think they were going to be that stupid and try to attack two quite capable people, extremely capable people, and tried to tried to beat them in their own games, I suppose.
He told my wife to fight like a man. Looking up at the picture of Scar.
He also called me a fatso multiple times.
Fat whore. Samuel clenching his fists, looking at it in anger.
Oh, that's a rather untoward thing to say to you. He's rather lucky that your spouses did not get involved as well.
They hate me. Icy points at herself, Soul, and Julius. They might not be that vocal about it with Julius, but they despise Julius, I think, as much, if not more, than me and Soul. And they think Soul is an Anovian bitch.
Which, not a lick of a Novian in me, so I don't even get.
They all, they really hate us. The three of us.
So I can almost understand because Carter's sister, but why you two?
I was 3 minutes late for an ambassador meeting where it wasn't actually an ambassador meeting. It was just him talking about the unit. And Sasha asked me to help her with something, so I was 3 minutes late for that. Julius they hate because he's a weasel he has a hot wife and he's a weasel, and Julius isn't. I actually don't know. She looks over at Julius. Is it just because you're better than them at everything, which you are? I see nodding her head.
I'm pretty sure they're just jealous of me, and, well, they're quite literally amoeba to me, so he shrugs. That probably doesn't help as well.
See, I told you they hated Julius, Mom. They hate Julius and me and Soul. I think we're like the next in their deck of cards after Carter.
Davy nods. No, I believe you, darling. I fully believe you. As Carter leans over to Memory Ann, whispering in her ear, I don't tell them that they tried to also stab Thomas, right?
No. She kisses Carter on the cheek.
Carter clicks his tongue. Right. Very. I knew it was a good decision to ask you first.
Yeah, what happened during the commercial break? See, Sylar, I, and Gondar were watching it at our home in Florida. Scar came and pointed at Nicole and said something, and then the camera quickly turned to what looked like Ash's son with the Kai field around him. And Julius, you too. And you were salivating at the mouth, gesturing over to David, and then it cut to commercial quickly, and then it cut back to Krellin in the ring with the mic, and boom, the fight was on.
Davine clicks her tongue as she picks up just one of the set-out knives in front of her and starts to spin it around in her hands. Well, it's quite simple. They called my daughter an Anovian bitch and said quite a few other things to her. And, well, darling, let me tell you something that angered me quite a bit, and, well, I was chomping at the bit to get to them. Luckily, I had all the wonderful men in my family and a very good friend of the family to hold me back so Fwedewick could get his just desserts unto Clive and Scar.
Sam, sitting down on JJ's lap, I call it Unit Doomsday. Yeah, I agree with that, because I can't stop her on my own. So, if there's no limit breakers around, or a bunch of healthy young men, or a spellcaster who can help Granddad out, they're fucked. Looking at the table.
Davy nods. I mean, just with the simple fact that, she looks at Hunk, I am faster than you, darling. You cannot catch up to me.
No, I can't, and I've always known it. That's why I agree with Unit Doomsday. Sam chuckling. Oh, and they threatened to paralyze me again. What? Lorelai looks shocked!
Soul cracks her neck, and it sounds like a thunder crack when she does crack her neck.
It's true. Marianne's smiling down at Sylar and Lorelai. He went around and you and pointed at Colt, and then you and pointed at Aunt Nicole. You didn't see it on the broadcast.
Oh my. Frederick, good on you for decimating them even all the more then.
I mean, it's what any good member of the family would have done, I think.
I would think so, and especially you keeping it a boxing match the entire way through, even though they were not.
Job well done. Commending Frederick, clapping politely towards him. It was, I'm a big fan of boxing. I didn't think it would turn into WWF Sunday Night SmackDown, but when
No.
you slipped away from the kick and Mr. Freetooth got kicked, oh, we jumped up out of our seat. Like, yeah, we basically did the same.
He went entirely stiff for about half a second and then fell.
Frederick let them fall into their own trap. Losers.
Absolute losers. I mean, what kind of idiot even holds someone that close? Like his face was right next to my tin. Even if I didn't move out of the way, he was bound to get kicked by the cook himself if he just stood still like that.
And I counted Scar out, and he still jumped back into the fucking ring. I didn't know if you wanted me to, like, handle him, or I thought you would have been offended if I handled him, so, because you had it under control.
I had it under control. Respectfully, ma'am, I would have been offended if you stepped in. I wanted them all to myself. Respectfully, ma'am.
I mean, he counted him out, and he just, and jumped back in the fucking... Yeah, they really turned it into a goddamn WWF match, or Malcolm wrestling match. It was fucking... We made a lot of money for, Agent R's family. Oh.
It was for a good cause. I'm sure his family will appreciate the money.
All proceeds from the advertising, and that's the only thing we could have made money on, went to his family. So, not that it'll bring him back.
No, it will not, but Julius nods. The money will help out his family in any way that it could in these very trying times for them.
Clearing her throat. Can you imagine me in my Suki cosplay fighting Clive 1v1? I see chuckling. Good subject, Jane.
JJ looks at Sam and smiles. You know what? I actually wouldn't mind seeing you kick Clive's ass wearing your Suki cosplay.
Samantha!
Samantha, you finally decided to join our cast as Suki, haven't you?
Where do you think they are now? Looking at JJ squinting.
Oh, I got no clue. Probably licking their wounds from the absolute beating those two gave them.
Oh! Fat Suletta coming in! Jesus.
Oh, that is just... She covers her mouth. Not natural!
What the fuck? She looks at Suletta.
Madam Suletta, what is this?
Clive is at home bothering me with Scar. Apparently they got jumped while out shopping. Carter showed up and butt raped them both.
Carter walks up next to his mother-in-law and puts a hand on her shoulder. That's not what happened, Mom. You know that to be sure.
I know they're lying. I put on the fat suit to try and get them to shut the fuck up and just have a meal with me, and they refused. The fat suit didn't work, so I just left.
There is many bits of context I am not understanding here.
Sam cannot take her eyes off Fat Suletta. It's just like shocking to her. She's just the same type of look Julius had when he saw Denaria old the first time.
It's like a car crash, isn't it, love? You just can't look away from it.
A car crash with a never-ending amount of rolls and shins.
Laz just staring at Suletta. She's just whispering to herself slightly, "Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle." Oh my god.
It's like Jello, honey.
She's standing still and it's still moving around.
Pulling out a flat. So I put the fat suit on, Sylar. It used to work. I'd be like, Clive, stop talking about beating up Carter, or I'm gonna put on the fat suit, and it would work. She takes a swig of her flask. Now it doesn't work. He just says, okay, buy yourself something nice. Some of them video game things you like. We gotta go out to brag.
Madam, I'm so sorry. Have you been drinking a lot?
Oh, all the time. We call her Whiskey Dick Suletta.
Oh, my good madam, I'm so sorry. Mistress Lorelei, what should we... Is there anything that can be done to help with this?
What I trained Nicole to do. Go. I've been offering to just shadow raise the bases and kill them. No. Be quiet. Yeah, no.
Davian shakes her head. No, Istrum, as tempting as the offer is, we can't do that. No.
Why not? They're insane. They've turned her into an alcoholic. 'Cause it's Carter's fault. Staring at Carter. And Mom's glaring at Davy. All right. The Galleons. She chuckled.
Carter looks at Lorelei. They're victims in this entire situation. Would you kill a victim of a crime that they did not commit, ma'am?
No. She'll look at Carter and then look over at Davy and back at Carter. We have to do something.
Carter opens his mouth and closes it.
We're waiting for Thomas and Hale to fix it.
The young ones, you have that much faith in their potential?
Oh, they will fix it in 20 plus years. Gonna be a long 20 years, ma'am. Lorelei, glad it's not my family.
Oh yes, it is quite nice to be able to only hear the tidbits, isn't it, madam?
20 years of the unit, Silo. Drinking your flask!
Carter just puts a hand onto Fat Suletta's shoulder and starts rubbing it. He leans over to Marianne. It feels so wrong. It feels so wrong to have your mother have this much fat on her shoulder. God.
Oh, she's too drunk and lazy to take it off. As now everybody knows the unit is home. They're at the house. Big britches. Big britches. Sam has sent a email to Clive saying her agent, air quote, which was just JJ typed the email, denied her playing Suki. He is furious.
You, Samantha. Hi, how are you? I don't really care. Never mind. You're telling me you can't play Suki?
My agent says no. It's too low budget of a production. Sorry.
Go fuck your agent. Too low of a budget. What the fuck you mean? What the goddamn unit? We have access to the black bag. You think that comes up on documents and stuff? No, it doesn't.
Careful, Uncle.
What the hell are you talking about? Us being careful, Uncle.
Sam will blow on her nails and rub them on her shirt. Guess I'm just too good for your show. And that really pisses him off into insult her mode.
Oh, too good for us, huh? Oh, Samantha. You know, you're too good for. Joining the Ranger Major Squad. Oh, you know what? No. Other way around. He's too good for you. Oh, and, you know, on top of that, another thing, you're quite possibly one of the worst actresses that I've ever seen, so we wouldn't even want you on our...
Who the fuck would want to see you on the big screen, bitch? Clears her throat, looks at JJ. Are you gonna let them talk to me like this?
JJ has already stood up. He's set her down in his chair. Yeah, I'm going to head out. Oz, keep an eye on my wife, please.
Of course. Smiling at Samantha. You turn us down? Nah, we never wanted you to begin with, right, Clive?
Nah, not once. You're lucky we even fucking offered the part to you.
We're trying to help you out, you pinko bitch.
I spit on thee. That's what I say to you. I spit on thee. You know what? You're probably just turning us down so you could have more time to suck Carter.
Fuck Carter, and, you know, so Carter can cuck JJ. And his pompous fucking hairdo. I've had enough of that fucking hairdo, as there's a crashing sound.
Come here, you sons of bitches!
What the fuck? Turning around, seeing JJ flying towards him.
No, please, JJ! As JJ flies towards him, flying knee right to the chin, on top of Clive, hitting him over and over and over and over again.
Grabbing JJ, throwing him slightly off Clive. Bring it on, fucking pompous prick!
As he gets thrown off Clive, as he's still in midair, he does like a little twirl in the air, shoots a harpoon right through Scar's knee, brings him down to the ground, shoots himself forward while he's at it, and just slams a knee right onto his neck. Please, JJ. No, please. As JJ stands up and he kicks Clive in the face two more times. Memory.
Scar reaching for Clive's hand, holding his hand.
JJ just shakes his head. Oh, shut the fuck up! As he stomps on Scar's hand and kicks him in the face to knock him out.
Wrist computer going off, Mr. Snuffles. Is this a common occurrence here? You all seem so acclimated to it. Yes.
More common than you think, General.
How many
Good
times
God.
has it happened?
20, 30, give or take. I don't know exactly. I'm sorry.
Yes, we don't have exact numbers, but it is around about 30s in that range, darling.
As he comes back,
Good job, JJ. Choking down the whiskey.
he pats Fatsuleta on the back twice. He picks Sam up, sets her off to the side, sits down. Sit.
Oh, she sits. Looks like you'll be getting Suki tonight.
Oh, I better be. As he starts to neck her and make out with her neck.
That was a good job, son. Good beating you gave him.
Thank you, Dad. It felt quite good to do that.
As Hunk will look into the kitchen. Well, looks like dinner's almost ready, so let's settle in and celebrate Fred's victory.
Yes, let us do just that.
As Davine will start to rub her hands together.
Sam will kiss JJ very passionately. As flashing a few days later, that next Monday morning, Clive finds himself here with plans for a rocket in his hand. V1 Nazi rocket.
Do. No, you, Nanette. You, net.
As he walks in, hazmat suit on, he walks up to Scar.
How's animal testing going, mate?
Take a step back, Commander. I've done it.
Okay.
He'll take a step back.
Scar will release a puff of gas from this device cylinder, and it hits the rabbit in the face. And at first, nothing happens.
Clive gestures out.
What is this, a bad batch or something, mate?
Falls over, writhing in pain. Runs around, shitting everywhere.
Oh my god! Scar!
Hand out for the Predator handshake.
Predator handshakes him. It's a little slow acting. I still gotta refine it. Refining it will probably take me years. Rome wasn't built in a day. Instant acting, it'll come in time. A bigger target. So Carter, it would probably take at least 20 minutes. So it's not ready for deployment yet. We want something quick. Within a few minutes, it takes effect. It worked quick on that rabbit because it's so. The rabbit actually falls over and dies from the stress. Fuck that thing. The rabbit is such a small creature. Blood circulatory system, much quicker, everything got through him. Something Carter's size, it ain't gonna kill him, but it'll disable him long enough for us to do the job. But yeah. I think, given my calculations and my experience from Xavier University, if we use this gas right now on above average size male, like Carter, Hunk, Julius, we're looking at 25 to 30 minutes, give or take, before the symptoms set in. So it ain't good enough, but it's progress.
No, that's... You know what, Mr. Practice makes progress, mate, and that's all I gotta say. Like you just said, Rome wasn't built in a day, but you know what? The first building block was put in place in a day. That's as much as I want to say.
So, given some time, if we can keep Carter at bay and keep him out of Area fucking 51, I can get this down to the point where we could launch a smoke bomb at Carter. He's shitting his pants within 2 minutes, and then he's disabled long enough for us to take him down. If Mad Max and Xander fail us.
Which I highly doubt they will, but plan Cs are always good to have.
I mean, the problem is launching the smoke bomb. But, I studied biological warfare at Xavier University. I actually taught there last summer, you remember.
No, I remember. You have to take leave to teach there.
Problem is, we don't have a dispersal system. That's the thing, right? You need a dispersal system. That's the big issue in biological warfare. You make these big weapons of mass destruction, like Ebola pox or whatever, but how do you spread it? If its communicability rate is low, which this has no communicability rate because it's not contagious, how do you saturate an area? That's the big problem, and why so many governments of the old world just cut their budgets for it.
Oh, well, mate, that's quite a simple answer. He puts the schematics right in front of Scar's face.
A rocket? Looking down at it.
A rocket, mate. Can you imagine? A legion of these flying towards Carter's house, giving him the shits of all shits.
You're talking a blitzkrieg. Big smile on his face.
Goddamn right. A goddamn blitzkrieg.
I studied rocket science at Xavier too. It's my 5th degree.
No, I remember. You are a rocket scientist. Remember that mission we had up on the moon and you had to create the rocket all by yourself?
Ah, fuck. That mission, and you remember when Carter was in charge of SpaceX and got those 2 astronauts trapped up in space? He was going as Cartlon Musk back then. Who rescued them? I built the rocket. The commander of the unit went up and rescued them.
I remember that. You had to run me through how to pilot the machine and everything like that.
I could build these. Looking down at the rocket, I'm gonna need the money though. So I'll need Patricia's card. But you want a legion? I can build them. It'll take me time as a one-man show, but I got nothing but time, brother.
Hey, understood, mate. We got nothing but time, and well, he smiles wide. As long as it takes Carter out, I don't care how long it takes.
Hopefully Xander and Mad Max won't fail us, but if they do, holding the jar up, coming over here, this into this, we can't lose. And Frederick's back to normal. I don't know what the hell happened.
I don't know either, but he's like, he switched back to normal, and now he's, normal, happy-go-lucky radio man Fwedewick.
You see that AI disinformation campaign Carter was running on us on the news? On Fox? Tommy's in Carter's pocket. Apparently we jumped Carter trying to kill him at a store. Fuck that motherfucker.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker. We all know it was the other way around anyway. He just used AI to make it seem like we were the ones attacking him instead of the other way around, which any sensible person knows it was the other way around.
Carter's always trying to buy the public fucking favor. Always.
Every single second of the day, and you know what? Most people are stupid enough to believe him. I'm sorry to say, but the general population, stupid enough to believe him.
Before I came out here today this morning, you were still asleep. Before I came out here today, when we were at the house, I woke up, saw Samantha and JJ walk by, and JJ was just like death glaring me. I don't know if Carter's got him under brain control or what, but he was just I was a little intimidated, brother, I'm not gonna lie. Staring daggers through me is the light way to put it.
God damn it.
Clive leans on the little shelf behind him.
Well, I hate to say it, mate, but Carter's probably gotten to JJ. He probably has.
Now that means he's gotten to Samantha too. Poor thing.
Poor thing. You know what? Carter probably gave him that pompous hairdo as well.
Ugh, makes me fucking gag.
It really does. I'm sorry, mate. I can't even think about it.
Some of these days he looks down at his paw. Opens it, unfurls his paw, closes it. I just want to walk up to Laz and slap the fuck out of her.
So do I. So do I, honestly. I mean, he shakes his head. She's so pompous with the way she rubs her goddamn diploma in your face. I just hate it, mate. I really do.
What do you say? He looks at Clive. After we deal with Carter, we slap the fuck out of Laz.
I agree. I think that is the only course of action after Carter.
Besides, looks at the smoke coming out of the cylinder. What's the worst that can happen if we slap her when she's roofied up and can't even defend herself?
That is a damn good point, mate.
Flashing to a building Julius has never seen. Hunk looks at the building. So what's this place? Looks down the line. I see. I don't know.
Julius clicks his tongue and shakes his head. Not a clue, Dad.
This place has been here for 2 months.
Julius slowly looks over at Pequod. 2 months?
Given everything that's been going on, I had it built, and then I fucking completely forgot about it.
Right. Right, no, yeah, no, I would have forgotten about it as well. What's going on in there? As he looks over and sees the little kitty walking up to him.
Runs into the building, a motion door opens up when something passes by. I see, I wonder what's going on in there. Smirks looks at the building. Somebody said they like cats, so they probably got a gigantic house filled with cats. More or less, smiling.
Julius's mouth is wide open with a smile. You got me a bunch of kitties?
Mm-hmm. Nods her head and gestures. Go in.
Of course. He'll walk in, holding Integra as he does. He walks in. Oh my god, look at him! Look at this one, Integra, look at him!
Sparks is what I named him. Waiting here for you.
Oh, hi, Sparks. He sits down and starts petting Sparks. Integra does the same thing. Oh, he just looks so stupid, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He gives Sparks a kiss on the head. Oh my god. He walks around. He goes into this room. Oh, there are even more in here. And oh my god, it's just a bunch of cats, Nicole. Look at them.
I see smiling, looking around, letting Hale. She'll take Thomas too, pet the cat that ran in the door. Nanny bots, take care of them. Pequod gestures to one of the bots. Hunk, 2 months, huh? Looking around. Pequod, it's 15 shelters worth of cats. There's a lot more than you see. There's obviously multiple floors to this building.
No, of course. Julius walks right up to Pequod, picks her up in the other arm, in his free arm, and gives her a kiss, and then holds Integra up to Pequod. Give your mother a kiss, little girl, as she'll give her a kiss on the cheek.
Pequod smiles, returning both kisses. You said you liked cats, you wanted some. I got you a lot.
I do, I really do. Thank you, honey.
But it was too many to have at our house. Here, there's a deck out back, and you can see some of the other cats.
Yeah, of course. Julius, still carrying both of his girls, will walk up and start checking out the deck.
Isn't this building here? Hunk looking around. Pequod, yeah, it was some old, dilapidated, the deck's that way. Property that was on this portion of the lane when we bought it up. This cat's my favorite. I never named it. Look at him.
Julius smiles, leans down and gives him a kiss on the head. Oh yeah? Well, I see your favorite, hun.
Because the multicolored eyes.
He winks his green eye at her and then his red eye at Pequod.
Pequod will clap her hands together, and this gray cat comes out, and Icy will, okay, set Thomas and Hale down in front of it.
Thomas starts to pet it. He just puts his face right into its back and stomach area and rubs his face in it. Oh my god, Hale, this cat is so soft.
He's furry and fat like Mr. Snuffles, only not snarky.
Not snarky at all. He leans forward. Can you talk?
He looks confused at Thomas.
Good. Good. He can't talk, so he can't give a snark like Mr. Snuffles does to Jace.
Is that why we're having such a good time? Looks at Thomas while slowly petting the cat. Because Jace ain't here.
Thomas opens his mouth and closes it and nods.
Integra knows it be true.
It's true, Hale. Just to think about it, every single time we're having a good time, who isn't there, or who is asleep, or who is knocked unconscious?
She starts laughing.
Thomas starts to laugh. Jace is.
Exactly.
As she'll move around in her father's arms to start petting the cat in front of her and gives it a kiss on the head.
So it was like this big old dilapidated mansion. I had the robots start working on it, and then I bought up all the cats in shelters, and had them delivered here. And the nanny bots, have been tending to them, and I completely forgot I even did it. That's how much nonsense has been happening. I see. That is understandable. Kneeling down, petting the cat with Thomas and
It really is, honey. He sets Integra down to continue petting the cat, and he walks over to her and hugs around her and just rests his head on her shoulder.
Pequod.
Oh, yes, of course. He puts his head right into her chest. Thank you, my love, for doing this for me.
I always do anything for you.
And I know, and I will always and forever, eternally be grateful for that, my love.
Hunk, you see, that's why I don't think Izzy should have been erased from his mind, because every time she does something like this for him, he'd have to live with that guilt of what he did to her. That's just my personal opinion. I see. Oh well, Dad.
Davine gestures towards Julius and Pequod. Just let them live in the moment, darling. It's a sweet moment. Look at him.
Putting his arm around Davy. No, I know. But I do think he should have gotten off the hook that easily.
Davine sighs. I don't think he should have either. But still, if it makes Pequod happy, and him happy, and it cures all worry about their relationship, then I suppose that is the best course of action, isn't it, my love?
Yeah. Kissing Davine on the cheek. You're right. Reaching down, petting the cat. God, I hate Izzy.
Oh, so do I, darling. I absolutely despise her. Which I know might sound bad, especially coming from me as the, person who killed her and all, but I do truly despise Izzy, not for who she was as a person, but just what she caused.
I see chuckling to herself, petting the cat. Looking over at Pequod and Julius. So, when you need to relax, anybody, this location will be made public to everybody but the unit. Hunk laughs. Something tells me they'll find out, Patricia, but good idea.
I swear to God, if they roofie any of these cats by roofing their water or anything like that, I'm killing the unit.
Julius looks up at Pequod, and none of you can stop me, other than Nicole.
Fair? Shrugging. I see. Nah, animal abuse ain't my thing. Petting the cat!
Exactly, so
I'm
none
still
of
butthurt over Butterball. Idiots garroted him.
you... Sorry, Nicole.
Butterball, I do think, not because it's them and I make exceptions and favor them. I think Butterball was a mercy. It was, kind of.
It really was, Nicole. Julius looks behind himself to Icy. You gotta admit that deer had no life in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't even the one feeding the goddamn thing every day, Nicole. You made Banksy do it, so you gotta take care of your own pet. Yes, Dad. Petting the cat!
Julius starts to laugh. He looks at Pequod. It's not often she gets a talking to from Dad.
No, it's not. Smiling baby.
He smiles even bigger, puts his head back onto her chest. Again, my love, thank you for everything you do for me. I truly cannot repay it.
You don't have to. Just be mine and only mine.
And I will forever and always be only yours.
Hunk hears something, and this cat's ears actually perk up too, and looks out into the woods. Hunk, eh? Looking out into the woods.
Davine looks out into the woods.
What is it?
Now this cat does the same. Pequod looks back at the cat, looks at Julius. Do you hear anything?
Julius's eyes open and he starts to listen for something.
He hears what sounds like moaning.
Moaning?
Yeah, like passionate moaning.
Julius looks out into the into the woods. I hear passionate moaning, my love.
Then the sound of trees, like knocking or something. Somebody slamming up against a tree.
Slamming up against a tree. Julius stands up and will go over here to look out into the woods.
You can come out now. We can hear you. JJ's voice comes from the tree line.
No, no blue aki.
Putting her Kotashi warrior dress back over herself.
He clears his throat.
At the cat fucking house property. Sam looks down at her feet.
He puts his hands up. I mean, you guys, I didn't expect you guys to be here. No one's been here.
We've found this place like 2 months ago. Just your JJ.
Yeah, we thought it was just some random place with cats in it. Stray cats.
And nanny bots.
Well, Dad, you know what? When you're making love, you don't really look at the fine details, do you?
Got me in the new Jag in my cosplay and flew me out here somewhere far away from Jace. I'm glad.
Somewhere far away from Jace, and you know, we didn't think anyone was gonna be here, and yet you guys kept going when you realized people were here,
We may have heard a hover car pull up.
and yet you guys kept going.
Alright, son, well, you're gonna take the Kyoshi warrior there, get back in your Jag, and go somewhere else.
JJ clicks his tongue, looks at Sam. What place could we go?
Laz and Oz's house. Looks at JJ, because they're at ours with Jace right now.
Good point. Yeah, no, I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
Oh, not at all. Get me out of here.
He picks her up, putting his hand right on her ass as he does, and starts to walk her away.
Be quite laughing. Well, he learned from the best. I can't hold that against him. I did.
No, he most certainly did. And Julius walks back over to Pequod. And they weren't even subtle about it when they did know, in fact, someone was here in the house.
Well, we've never been known to be subtle. Look at Davy. I think he gets it from us.
No, we've actually been quite known to be quite unsubtle. If she just shakes her head. If we were put on a stealth mission together, I don't think it would go well. Let's just say that much.
Believe me, I remember my own wedding reception, crashing through the fire door.
Well, darling, we were just quite happy for our children finally being, fully married and everything like that, darling.
Pequod nodding her head. Is it to your liking, Julius? You want more cats? This place, we could get like 10, 15 more shelters worth of cats.
Julius nods. I would love to save and help out as many cats as possible, yes.
Alright, well then you can come to some shelters and pick them with me.
He smiles wide and gives her a kiss on the nose. I would love to, my love.
On the condition that you tell Carter no Thomas and Hale next weekend, we get...
Oh, please, that would be no problem, my love.
Good. Smiling, kissing Julius, and as Thomas and Hale pet the cat, we'll cut